In a destroyed world, in the demon capital, several bodies were lying on the ground. A being sat on his throne, saying that it had been a century since he faced the heroes. This is Belmont, the demon king who ruled for 1,000 years. 100 years ago, a hero who possessed the element of fire was burned by freezing flames. 90 years ago, another hero who had the element of water was drowned in a sea of boiling water. 70 years ago, the hero of the wind element was taken by the wind of a dense hurricane. 50 years ago, another hero of the earth element was buried by dry soil. After that, no other heroes appeared until now. A beautiful woman looks at the demon king, saying that they finally met. One of the king's servants pleaded for help. Belmont asks if, after all these years, they still haven't learned their lesson against him, who possesses all the magical elements. No hero stands a chance. The heroine replies that all men like to boast about their abilities before fighting, but they will only discover how much he can fight after testing it. She leaps to attack him. The fight of the century lasted 7 days and 7 nights until the girl kissed the demon king, leaving him confused. Belmont feels strange and thinks that his body is being restrained by an unknown magic because his energy is disappearing. The Lord cannot understand this and keeps wondering what kind of element this is. The girl says that this method is known as the cultivation of yin and yang. Belmont, the great demon king who ruled for 1,000 years, met his end at the hands of the heroine. The name of this legendary heroine was Arya. 50 years later, a woman was explaining that they would finally reach the main event today. She shows the entire place, saying that this is the museum of the demon capital. One of the students gets excited, asking if they would finally be able to see the heroine and the demon king. The imperial knight, named Om, says yes, emphasizing that they must not touch anything. As they enter, the students are impressed when they see the statue of the demon king. Om explains that this is the statue Belmont turned into after being sealed. From that day on, the capital of Pristella entered a new era of peace, all thanks to the great heroine Arya. The students are even more impressed, saying they want to be like the heroine. Om calls all the students to go to the next exhibition. Meanwhile, a girl was cleaning the floor. Before the knight starts walking, she grabs the young girl's arm, saying that thanks to the generosity of the great heroine, the demon race also received the privilege to live among them. Om says that the horns on her head are the main physical characteristics of demons. The girl is scared and asks what the knight is doing. Om throws her to the ground, pointing out that the innate magic of demons was sealed along with the demon king, so they are harmless. The girl, still lying on the ground, starts crying. Om calls everyone and says they can now proceed with the visit. The young girl stands up, irritated, asking how that woman dares. The children remain excited about the visit, while the girl stays silent. However, she says she just needs to endure it until the end of the day. The knight just keeps walking. The end of the day comes, and night falls. The woman stops in front of the statue. In her hand she holds a vial containing a serum that excessively enhances magical powers. It's the saliva of a magical dragon. She gets excited, saying that it's been 50 years, but she finally managed to gather a decent amount. Looking at the statue, the woman says that tonight is the night. She carefully opens the vial, as it's her only chance. Without hesitation, she drinks it. The young girl begins to feel something, and thinks that it's the long-awaited magical power. She starts to chant a spell, and energy begins to circulate through her body. The magic gets stronger and stronger, and the young girl uses all her strength, creating a strong light that fills the entire room. After all of this, the room falls silent. The girl falls to her knees, exhausted, and asks if she succeeded. Suddenly, a small crack begins to appear in the statue. The woman looks at him, tears in her eyes, and shouts that the day she had dreamed of has finally arrived. Lord Belmont has been resurrected. As she sees Belmont's body, she is a bit surprised. The king begins to awaken and says it feels like he has been asleep for a long time. The woman asks if he is truly Lord Belmont. The protagonist confirms and asks who she is. Lehigh thinks to herself that, despite his appearance seeming like a 17-year-old, the magnificent aura and charm his body is emitting are unique. She jumps and grabs him, saying her name is Lehigh. The protagonist is confused while she continues to hug him. Suddenly, he remembers the last image he had of his servant and keeps staring at her. After a moment, he asks her why she is impersonating Lehigh since she doesn't seem to be that big. Lehigh begins to speak, saying she is herself, and explains that since that war, the demon race became unable to use their innate magic, so their appearances changed. She has been disguising herself in the demon capital, washing dishes, using money to get by, all while preparing everything needed to one day resurrect her lord. Lehigh gets shy, saying she misses being small. The protagonist understands and says she changed because of magic. Belmont starts to remember that, in the past, Arya used an unknown magic element to seal him. The protagonist begins to walk down the stairs while Lehigh shouts for him not to worry. Even though he hasn't regained his powers, the Demon King has returned to lead them all. Belmont refuses, leaving Lehigh shocked. He says he has other things he would like to do. Lehigh asks what is more important than resurrecting the demon race. As he gets dressed, he says he was the Demon King for 1,000 years and is tired of it. Belmont asks if it's not good to see everyone living in peace. Lehigh, shocked, screams asking how that can be. She sighs, thinking that in the past, they were intimidated by the immense strength Belmont had, and thus forgot that, according to the demon's age, he is just a teenager. Lehigh asks if he can talk about the magic Arya used. Even just the name might help them find a solution. The protagonist stops to think for a moment and says that the magic that woman used back then was. Lehigh gets excited, asking what it is. Belmont explains that it's an unknown magic, performed through the exchange of bodily fluids, mouth to mouth, called the cultivation of yin and yang. The servant is incredulous and asks how the Lord felt when struck by this magic. Belmont says it felt as if all the blood in his body was concentrated in a specific place, at the lower part of his body. The protagonist emphasizes that this is a feeling hard to describe. He keeps trying to explain, while Lehigh sighs, thinking that, in a way, it truly is an unknown magic to her lord. Suddenly, Ohm appears, saying she suspected something was off during the day, but didn't expect to find a treasure during the night. Lehigh turns, startled, thinking it's the same night from before. Ohm says that the legendary Demon King Belmont, a genius who mastered all 4 types of elemental magic, wind, fire, water, and earth, and adds that she never expected such worthless demon scum to resurrect the Lord. Lehigh gets worried about her king and screams for him to run. With a simple strike, the knight throws the servant away. The protagonist looks at her and asks if she is okay. With a trembling voice, she says she is fine and begs him to flee. Ohm calls to Belmont, saying that he doesn't have time to worry about anyone else. The king looks at her, saying this is just a small trick in his eyes. Belmont tries to use his magic but fails. The protagonist looks at his hand, thinking that he forgot he can no longer use that. Ohm attacks with a large amount of wind, throwing the protagonist away. Lehigh gets worried and asks if her lord is okay. He stands up, saying that the human body is truly too weak. The knight approaches them both and says that it's really true that the protagonist can't use magic after being sealed by the great heroine. She continues walking, saying that this time her promotion is very close. Lehigh screams, saying that all of this is because she couldn't hide the magic. The king interrupts and asks if the knight called them scum, questioning if that's how the demon race has been treated all this time. The servant says yes, emphasizing that even though a decree was made saying that demons should be treated equally, there are still a huge number of people like her who can't accept their existence. The protagonist says he expected this, and looking at the statue, he says that in the end, Arya also wasn't successful. Lehigh starts using magic, saying she learned some human magic over the past years, and that should be enough for her lord to escape. Ohm says it's useless, and that when she's done, she'll take whatever's left of them both to the government office. Belmont keeps staring at his servant, thinking that the amount of magic she's using is useless. She's going to be eliminated. The king refuses to accept that. Just after waking up, he's going to be trapped again. He begins to focus on his magic, unwilling to accept that he can't use any of the 4 types of magic. Suddenly, he feels something in his chest and quickly remembers that this magic and this sensation were. The protagonist calls his servant, and as soon as she looks, he grabs her arm and kisses her. Lehigh, not knowing what to do, continues kissing her master, even though she's embarrassed, as she didn't expect this from the king. As soon as they finish kissing, a huge amount of magic begins to flow out of the protagonist's body. Belmont feels his power once again and says that it's working. A dense aura begins to cover part of his body, and he says that this is the kind of magic that has been by his side for 50 years, the cultivation of yin and yang. Ohm remains arrogant, saying that scum still wants to fight against the inevitable and attacks them once again. The Lord looks at the attack and holds it all with just one hand, as if it were nothing. Irritated by the arrogance of that woman, he says it's time for her to burn. Belmont attacks her. Totally exhausted, Ohm asks what magic that is. The protagonist looks at his hand, saying that this is the magic the heroine left with him when she sealed him. Belmont points out that the knight was lucky because, if he had solved the problem earlier, she would have met her end right then and there. Ohm starts screaming, asking how the scum can use the great heroine's secret technique. Belmont gets even more irritated by this and says that demons are not scum. After that, only screams are heard. A few seconds later, the knight was unconscious on the ground. The king calls for his servant, who says she is ready for any choice he makes. Belmont says he wants to remove the seal from the demon race. Lehigh asks if he's serious, emphasizing that this is great. The protagonist asks her to take him to a place on the continent with many women. The servant is confused. The Demon King says that he will use the yin and yang cultivation to revive the glory of the demon race. During the night, in the city of Roseth, a city named after the great heroine Arya Roseth, once known as the capital of demons, it has now become the busiest city for humans. As long as you have money, all your dreams can be realized, all your desires. And in the midst of all this, Belmont was surrounded by girls. The young women called him a guest, saying he's good with jokes. Another woman approached, offering him tea made especially for him. Lehigh was dying of embarrassment with all of this. The snake woman began to seduce him, saying that a venomous person is most likely to tangle themselves up. Another asked him to play with her because she's sticky. The servant was burning with jealousy. In her thoughts, she tried to stay calm, as they were doing this to help the Lord regain his powers. The Catwoman asked the protagonist who he prefers among them all, but the king says he won't choose, leaving Lehigh surprised. She's happy, thinking that she already knew this. Her lord isn't someone with an obscene way of thinking. Belmont, as a great king, says he wants them all at once, leaving everyone shocked and almost giving his servant a heart attack. The young women get excited and surprised. He begins to be led by the girls, while Lehigh, filled with jealousy, says that men are horrible creatures. The protagonist looks at them and thinks that having multiple races will be more beneficial for the spell. One of the girls removes his hood, saying that he doesn't need to be so covered. As soon as they see the king's face, they begin to take off everything they had given him. Belmont is confused. The girls get angry and throw them both out, saying they thought a distinguished guest had arrived, but instead, they're just two scum from the demon clan. They turn around and tell them not to return. Lehigh asks her master why he didn't say that he didn't want to take off his hood. Belmont says that when he was the demon king, he was used to others helping him dress. A demon girl begins to laugh and says she didn't expect to see someone from the demon clan who is socially reclusive at this time and place. She points out that, in the city of Roseth, the commoners of the demon clan can only make a living dishonestly, and if they want to blame someone, they should blame the demon king. The servant gets nervous and screams that she shouldn't be saying these things without knowing what happened, because it's not the demon king's fault. The woman laughs, saying that 50 years have passed, and Lehigh is still protecting him. The protagonist stands up in silence and walks towards the young woman, who gets nervous and asks if he's looking for a fight. The king looks at her intently, causing her to freeze and wonder what kind of gaze that is. Belmont says that she mentioned the commoners of the demon clan and asks what kind of demon can live normally. The girl, still scared and frozen, starts questioning what is happening, as it feels like she can't refuse or ignore his questions. With a trembling voice, she says that only those who become students of the great sacred academy of heroes in Elman can live normally, and the entrance exam is in 2 days. The protagonist turns and calls for his servant. The young woman is shocked and asks if the king is really thinking of participating, as a powerless demon won't make it. Belmont says she doesn't need to worry about that, as the fault lies with the demon king. He'll fix it personally. 2 days later, a man says that neither of them is qualified to take the exam and orders them to leave. Both are shocked. A large crowd is gathering there. Amid all these people, the two are sitting in the corner. Lehigh says that if a demon wants to take the exam, they must have the support of a noble. She asks her master why he doesn't try another method, but the protagonist only grumbles, saying he's a disposable trash, a burden to the demon clan. Lehigh sees this and gets scared, wondering if he's really in State D. State D refers to the extreme state of denial, when the demon king cannot fulfill his promise. He said he only needed 10 seconds to defeat the hero, but he ended up taking 11 seconds in total. Nothing would have happened if someone scolded the demon king for not brushing his teeth, but in the end, his teeth fell out, and he entered State D. Lehigh thinks that, in this state, the protagonist can only respond to others through his reflexes, so she can't bother him, or else. Suddenly, an attack passes by her, hitting Belmont with full force. The attack throws him far away. His servant runs out worried. She asks if he's okay. A man is asking a woman named Alice to stop being irrational. The girl named Alice Roseth says that she won't be so reckless next time and tells the man to let her go. The man, known as Royd Suma, says that taking the exam with the commoners is a shame. Lord Ralph has already arranged a more suitable path for her. Belmont starts to get up. Royd continues, saying to Alice that she should return home with him obediently. She begins to get irritated, saying that she already asked him not to say that name in front of her. Alice uses the Phoenix's Rain of Flames spell. However, all the attacks are blocked with extreme ease by Royd. He says that this is useless, Even though the level of mastery of the magical element she possesses surpasses her current age, it's still too early for her to challenge someone called the elegant commander of the demon army. Alice attacks once again. Royd defends once more and explains that he can perfectly feel the trajectory of the magical element in front of him. This way, he completely avoids the damage he would have taken. She keeps attacking, and none of her attacks come close to hitting him. Royd says that completing the entire elemental manipulation can be reflected in the most elegant way. Another attack begins to fly and hits the protagonist, who is behind them. Lehigh gets worried, as they hit the Lord once again. Belmont is overcome by anger, making his servant scared. Royd continues boasting, saying they should stop soon because her attacks are useless against him. Royd says he will take her home with another sermon prepared in an elegant manner. Suddenly the Lord appears in front of him with a vacant, fixed stare. A large explosion happens. Royd is completely defeated and falls to the ground, unable to move. He asks where this demon came from. Lehigh tries to calm her master. Alice is impressed with the protagonist. Belmont looks at them and says they shouldn't involve others in their foolish fight. He starts walking towards Royd, telling him to get up and apologize. Belmont grabs Royd, preparing to strike again, as when the Demon King is disturbed in State D, he enters a state of fury. Alice screams, asking who the protagonist is and telling him to stop. The king turns around angrily, saying that there's another one to beat. But as soon as he looks at the young woman, he is impressed because she looks like Arya. She calls the protagonist despicable and questions how he has the audacity to look at her like that. Alice continues screaming, asking if Belmont can leave Royd alone. As she throws herself at his shoulders, he has a vision of her, just like Arya. Alice begins to feel something boiling inside her body, but she doesn't know what this feeling is. Belmont is confused and asks why the magical element known as yin and yang was activated. Suddenly he begins to concentrate energy in his hand and delivers a deep blow to her, causing her to lose control of her body. Embarrassed, she says they can't do this. However, the protagonist says that this way, her powers will return to normal. While the two are locked in an intense exchange of energy, a hand appears between them. Lehigh throws them both aside and asks her lord if he is okay. Belmont says he's fine, emphasizing that it was activated by that magical element. The servant whispers in the protagonist's ear that this woman is a descendant of the great heroine who sealed the Demon King, Alice Roseth. Panting, Alice asks who they are. The protagonist starts walking towards her and looks at her. He gets very close and says that the two of them look similar, but they're not exactly the same. He turns away, thinking that they're not the same person, and says he must have been mistaken. However, Alice gets completely nervous and slaps the protagonist's face. Lehigh tries to calm the situation, apologizing and emphasizing that the demon clan has difficulty seeing people's faces, differentiating them by their bodies. Alice says she doesn't want to insist on the matter and asks if they can't participate in the exam because they don't have the support of a noble. The servant answers affirmatively and, without delay, starts pulling the protagonist, saying that if Alice has nothing more to say, they should leave. Lehigh, in turn, warns her lord that it's not good for them to stay there. Alice shouts for her to wait, as she hasn't finished speaking, and insists on knowing what kind of magical element Belmont was using on her, since the innate magic of demons has been banned. Meanwhile, she reflects that, had the protagonist attacked Royd by surprise, he wouldn't have identified his weakness so easily. Belmont then states that what he used isn't a magical element, but something only thou possesses. Lehigh tries to stop him, saying he can't talk about this, but the protagonist, serious, begins to explain, saying slowly that this is because thou. At that moment, the servant gets terrified. The Lord continues, revealing that thou is a descendant of Incubus. Lehigh almost faints in shock, but quickly looks at the protagonist, thinking he truly is the Lord, given his caution. Alice, not fully understanding, asks if actions like these make Belmont muscular. He then explains that when the incubus touches certain places, demonesses feel shivers, while their demonic powers increase. Alice, embarrassed, screams for him to stop and, still blushing, says that, in any case, they helped her. Since she was taught by her family to recognize others' kindness, she decides that she will help them. Sometime later, at the Great Sacred Academy of Heroes of Elmen, the examiner asks a young man if everyone has arrived. The boy confirms and informs that they can start the exam. Suddenly, Lehigh and the protagonist arrive at the entrance, and Lehigh shouts for them to wait. The examiner turns around and reinforces that he had made it clear that they could only participate in the exam with the support of a noble. Belmont then displays a paper and asks if that's what he meant. As soon as the examiner sees the document, he's shocked, stating that it's the signature of the Roseth family and asks how they managed to get it. At this moment, Alice suddenly appears and announces that she will also register. leaving the examiner even more shocked upon realizing that the descendant of the great heroine is standing before him. She asks if there's a problem with the signature, to which the examiner responds no and directs them to proceed. Once they enter the gate, they find many other people inside the venue. The attendees begin commenting on Alice being among them, but some wonder why she brought such repulsive demons from the demon clan. Lehigh, overhearing the comments, thinks that even if they manage to enter the school, their lives won't be easy. Suddenly, a Catwoman appears before them, saying she didn't expect this, Miss Alice participating in the exam. The girl introduces herself as Newt, from the Beast Clan. Alice, upon seeing her, comments that she's the one who causes the most trouble. Newt approaches Alice, asking her not to be so cold, as they're childhood friends. Alice, embarrassed, says that it was just bad luck that they reunited. The Beast Woman looks back and asks if the demons accompanying Alice are her servants. Alice, still embarrassed, clarifies that the two are merely acquaintances and emphasizes that Newt shouldn't get close to the protagonist, as he has the veins of an incubus. As soon as Alice finishes speaking, Newt starts walking toward Belmont, hugging him tightly and saying that it's the first time she's met an incubus. Lehigh is surprised to realize that the magical element wasn't activated on its own. Newt, still hugging Belmont, says she wants him to be her pet. Annoyed, Alice pulls Belmont back and starts yelling at Newt, saying that if she wanted to do that kind of thing, it would be better if she went back home. Newt laughs and says she was just joking, asking why Alice got so serious. Suddenly, another woman approaches and smells Belmont, commenting that he has a very nice scent. Newt gets irritated, saying that the other woman went ahead of her. Alice, in turn, also doesn't like the presence of the newcomer. The new girl, already clinging to the protagonist, caresses his face. She introduces herself as Rostana, from the Elf clan, and asks Belmont if he's really an incubus, pointing out that his scent is unique and that charming demons are somewhat special. Alice, furious, screams that this is enough. Rostana, unfazed, says she didn't know Alice kept such training material. She also mentions that Alice's older brother entered the academy the previous year and asks if the Royd family isn't satisfied with having a guaranteed position. Newt takes the opportunity to remind Alice of the deal with the great hero from last year, but Alice yells that she has her own plans and that they have nothing to do with her family. The three of them glare at each other intensely, and the tension between them escalates. The protagonist asks Lehigh if she knows those three girls. The servant explains that they are the descendants of the three great heroes who fought against the Demon King. Belmont, confused, questions if there's only one descendant of Arya. Lehigh clarifies that year the team that faced the Demon King consisted of 4 people, but Arya was the one who contributed the most in the battle. That's why the families of the other heroes don't like the Rosith family. Suddenly, an energy starts to manifest at the center of the place, attracting everyone's attention. A man appears in the middle of a magic circle and welcomes everyone to the admission exam of the Great Sacred Academy of Heroes of Elmen. He introduces himself as Edward, the examiner. The students are impressed, commenting that he is the most likely candidate to be the future director. This makes Lehigh nervous, comparing their current strength to that of the examiner. Belmont tells her not to worry, stating that, although he's not in his full condition, he's already undergone the cultivation of yin and yang twice, which allowed him to recover part of his elemental power. Belmont concentrates some power in his hand, determined to test the extent of his abilities. The light that emerges is intense, leaving Lehigh impressed and wondering if her lord's powers are returning. However, all the power the protagonist can use has no effect. The servant is disappointed, while he admits that, apparently, this is the limit of his abilities at the moment. Belmont tries again, but the result remains the same. Lehigh then wonders if it's worth showing this, and reflects that, in this way, the protagonist won't pass the exam. Thinking of a solution, she decides to take action. Lehigh calls the protagonist and firmly holds his hand, pulling him closer to her body. Belmont, intrigued, asks what she's doing. Lehigh asks him to stay silent and shows that she has a bit of dragon saliva. He asks if that's the same thing she used earlier, and she confirms, explaining that the effect is the same, but it doesn't last long. Therefore, he would need to take it before the exam, without anyone noticing. However, Belmont turns his back and walks away, leaving the servant confused. He apologizes and says he can't use it. Surprised, Lehigh asks why. The Demon King stops, looks at her, and says that it's not right to cheat in the exams. Lehigh is incredulous and, irritated, asks why he cares about that, given that the responsibility of resurrecting the Demon Clan is on his shoulders. Belmont stares at the servant and calls her by name, making her anxiously await what he will say. He declares that, even without his old powers, he does not consider the Demon Clan inferior to others. He then approaches her and asks her to trust him, assuring her that he will pass the exam. Lehigh, a bit calmer, agrees and admits she was overthinking. She puts the dragon saliva away, reflecting that she had forgotten that the protagonist is the Demon King. Suddenly, a hand appears. Lehigh, confused, asks why Belmont is taking the dragon saliva since he said he didn't need it. However, he shows that he hasn't done anything. The hand comes from a magic circle. As soon as she realizes that the hand doesn't belong to her master, Lehigh gets embarrassed. Belmont looks to the side and sees that Edward, the examiner, has grabbed the vial. Edward examines the saliva and asks if someone dared to cheat in an exam where magic is allowed. Without hesitation, Edward orders that Lehigh's name be removed from the list of candidates. The magic circle in front of her expands, and Lehigh, desperate, screams for her master, saying that something is wrong. Suddenly, she starts being pulled into the magic circle and begs Belmont to save her. He watches the scene, concerned, but Edward reassures him, saying he only expelled a cheating demoness. The examiner points out that the situation is shameful, especially because it's been a long time since a demon participated in the exam, and right at the beginning, she was caught cheating. He adds that this is why the demon clan is known as the Clan of Disappointment. The students around begin to laugh and mock the situation, but the three descendants of the heroes get angry, calling everyone cowards for attacking someone who is already down. Belmont, hearing the comments, begins to get annoyed. Edward notices the protagonist's expression and asks if he has something to say, emphasizing that he only expelled a cheater and questioning if he wants to join her. Belmont stares at the examiner and states that he will make him apologize to Lehigh. Edward laughs, calling it a joke, and asks what the problem is with expelling someone who cheated. Belmont firmly responds that the issue isn't that she was called a cheater. The examiner looks at the protagonist with an ironic smile, thinking that he's just another demon who doesn't know his place. He comments that, if it weren't for Alice, Belmont wouldn't have even been noticed. Edward then concludes that they've already wasted too much time on a cheater and announces that the Academy's selection exam will start immediately. He begins using his magic and creates a giant magic circle, transporting everyone to the top of a cliff. The students are surprised, asking how they ended up there. Once everyone is gathered, Edward starts explaining, saying that the conditions of the exam are simple. All they have to do is cross the bridge. With a wave, Edward uses his magic again, creating a bridge that connects the cliff to one of the school's towers. He informs them that the goal is to reach the academy, but the group quickly starts to question why the exam seems so easy, assuming there must be a trap. The examiner points out that the time limit is 30 minutes, and only the first 100 people to reach the other side will pass the exam. He gives the signal, declaring the test to begin. The students run toward the bridge, but soon realize something is strange. Belmont notices that the surface seems excessively smooth, and when he looks down, he realizes his feet are sinking. Desperation begins to spread among the participants, who don't understand what's happening. A girl suggests they keep moving forward despite the difficulties. As he watches, Edward begins to laugh. He reveals that the bridge is made of slime, and that the less elemental force a person has, the more they will sink. Those who cannot control their powers get stuck, unable to move. Alice complains that the situation is annoying, while Newt walks past her, moving calmly. The Catwoman comments that it seems Alice still doesn't control her elemental powers very well, leaving her surprised and asking if it's really that simple. Newt says she will continue and asks Alice not to be eliminated, to which Alice yells that she doesn't need to worry. Meanwhile, Edward observes that the descendants of the great heroes don't face much difficulty. However, Belmont, the cheating demon, has already sunk up to his neck. He thinks that, with his current powers, escaping is impossible, but that doesn't mean there isn't another way. Belmont begins to use his elements, and something unexpected happens. The slime around him starts to turn into liquid. The professor, surprised, realizes that the protagonist managed to modify the composition of the slime, something that requires a very precise control of his own powers. However, even with this ability, Edward believes that Belmont's limited demon power won't be enough to escape. To his surprise, Belmont begins to swim through the slime, leaving the examiner dumbfounded. Edward observes and reflects that, even among the Academy's professors, few possess this level of control over their powers. Before any celebration can happen, tentacles begin emerging all over the bridge, which flips upside down. The tentacles start grabbing the students, and Belmont realizes one is approaching him. Screams echo as people shout that the slimes are alive. Edward analyzes the situation and concludes that, although slimes are weak creatures, when they merge into a giant slime, even veteran heroes struggle. He emphasizes that only those with superior skills will be able to pass, while the others will be eliminated and sent back to the academy. Newt, also trapped, complains that she's been waiting for too long, and questions if this is the best the slime can do. Quickly, she uses her beastly claws, declaring that it's her turn to play. With swift movements, she cuts the tentacles holding her and taunts the slime, saying that size isn't enough to impress her. On another part of the bridge, Rostana, the elf, encounters two enormous slimes. They attack her, but she creates a barrier around herself, preventing the tentacles from getting close. The slimes try to breach the shield, but without success. With an elegant move called Gentle Wave, Rostana destroys the two slimes in seconds. Meanwhile, another young girl is attacked and starts screaming, unable to defend herself. At the last moment, Alice uses her fire spell to incinerate the slime, saving the girl. The girl thanks her, but Alice replies that she only acted because the monster was in her way. Internally, Alice wonders how someone with such low powers managed to participate in the exam. Edward continues observing the participants and comments that it's expected for the descendants of the great heroes to stand out, while the demon clan will be eliminated. He mentions that the plan predicted an insignificant amount of demon power, but then notices something strange. Among the slimes, Belmont appears sitting on a giant slime, being revered by the others. He pets the creatures, saying they are good. Edward, perplexed, wonders how the protagonist knows the language of the slimes, which had been extinct for decades. Moreover, he reflects that taming a giant slime requires an enormous amount of demon power, something that Belmont supposedly doesn't have. Belmont shows the language to the professor, provoking him. Edward realizes that, in his language, there is the blessing of speech. The examiner becomes even more surprised when he notices that the protagonist gathered small amounts of demon power in his tongue to use the blessing of speech on himself. Edward wonders if Belmont is truly that skilled with spells. Edward begins to laugh, remembering that he is the examiner, and it is he who decides the difficulty of the test. The professor grabs a vial and says he will use that substance on the slimes surrounding the protagonist. As soon as the substance is thrown, the slimes become furious and start behaving strangely, throwing the protagonist into the air. Belmont falls a bit farther from the slimes, looks at them, and realizes something is happening. In the center of the slimes, a body starts to form, leaving him surprised as he thinks they transformed out of nowhere. The creature begins to attack. Belmont, trapped on the bridge, realizes that he won't be able to dodge the blow. Meanwhile, Edward shouts, declaring that this is not a place for scum like him. However, before the attack can hit him, Alice appears in front of the blow, using her magic to protect the protagonist. Belmont, confused, looks closely and realizes she is standing right in front of him. Alice asks if he's okay, but the Lord, still surprised, asks if she saved him. Embarrassed, Alice replies that the creature was blocking her path and asks him to ignore what happened. The professor, observing the scene, finds it strange and wonders why Alice is giving so much attention to someone from the demon clan. Edward realizes the situation is dangerous, as if Alice gets hurt, there will be nothing left of him to tell the tale. He tries to remove the substance from the slime before something worse happens, but it's too late. The slime begins emitting loud sounds, calling all the other slimes around. Belmont comments that the creature has absorbed all the nearby slimes, while Edward, surprised, realizes that his magic has been broken and that even his dimensional magic isn't working. Alice, determined, begins fighting the monster, using her Phoenix Rain skill, but realizes that the attack doesn't cause any damage. Confused, she asks how a slime could have gained resistance to fire. Belmont explains that the creature was fed a forbidden substance, the corrupted blood of a python. Alice, frightened, asks what that is. Belmont responds that it's a substance capable of bringing creatures back to the peak of their power, even if it's only with 1% of their full strength. Shocked, Alice asks if the creature in front of them is really that strong, even with only 1% of its power. Belmont explains that it shouldn't be like this, but slimes are unique creatures, capable of merging and combining their strengths. What stands before them is the result of a fusion of many slimes. Alice continues attacking, but she can't even leave a scratch. Frustrated, she comments that her powers aren't working, and Belmont replies that he already warned her it would be useless. Irritated, Alice asks if he's just going to stand there talking nonsense. Belmont then says he has a plan, and since she's here, she'll have to use a special method. Confused, Alice asks what the plan is as they don't have time to waste. Belmont, without hesitation, grabs her waist and pulls her close, leaving her even more confused. Before she can react, the protagonist kisses her, thinking that now the monster will have to deal with the magic generated by the cultivation of yin and yang. Alice, surprised, continues the kiss, not understanding what's happening. Belmont tries to activate his powers, but nothing happens. Confused, he He comments that it's strange and asks why the magic wasn't activated. Alice, furious, punches him, causing a massive explosion. Screaming, she calls him a pervert and says that if he had the nerve to think of something like that, he deserves to be left to face the monster alone. Belmont, buried in the ground, thinks that Alice is more terrifying than the creature itself. Still angry, Alice declares that, although she wants to abandon him, this is not the right time. She suggests that Belmont go back to the academy and ask for help. He stands up and comments that with Alice's current power, she wouldn't survive until he returned with reinforcements. Furious, Alice steps on him, saying that he's annoying and should just cease to exist. Belmont, confused, asks why she's willing to put herself in danger. Alice responds that it's a hero's responsibility to protect the people. Holding her foot, Belmont reflects that Arya said something similar and wonders if Alice also considers him part of her people. Before he can think further, the creature attacks again. Alice turns and creates a magic shield to protect them, but she realizes that her flame isn't strong enough to block the blow. The creature's attack passes through the barrier and heads straight for her. Belmont, in a quick move, jumps to protect her, saving her life. The impact of the blow is devastating, throwing them both away. Coughing, Alice asks why Belmont didn't run, emphasizing that this isn't the time for him to act like a hero. Belmont responds that if protecting people is a hero's job, then that also includes those from the demon clan. Surprised by his words, Alice stares at him as he declares, determined, that he will pass this test and become a hero. The two stare at each other, and Alice, irritated, asks how long he intends to stay on top of her. The creature continues attacking, advancing with fury. Belmont turns, while Alice screams that there's nothing that can stop that attack. The protagonist, however, says that they don't need to stop it, but she doesn't understand and, confused, asks what he's saying. Belmont grabs her hand, interrupting her complaints. Alice stares at him incredulously and comments that in a situation like this, he still has the luxury of thinking of such a crazy idea. He asks her to be quiet and just pay attention. Suddenly, Alice feels something strange, as if all the power she had was being drained into the palm of her hand. Belmont calmly comments that the elegant colleague was right in saying that Alice's talent for magic is extraordinary, but that her control over her powers still needs a lot of training. Confused, she asks what he's doing. Belmont explains that he is using all the power that was being wasted, channeling it more efficiently. As the power flows, Belmont begins to be covered by magic, and thinks to himself that, even without the yin-yang cultivation or his old powers, he will always find a way to overcome challenges. After all, he is a genius. He is the Demon King. Covered by fragments of power, Belmont looks at the monster, which is preparing to attack. Without hesitation, he raises his hand and begins to recite a spell. A powerful burst of energy emerges, hitting the monster squarely and completely destroying it. He remains still, observing the remains of the creature he just defeated while reflecting. A small part of his power has returned, and this was just the beginning. On the other side of the bridge, some students were celebrating for having made it across, but Newt wasn't happy. Edward began to feel scared, wondering what they should do, as the two of them wouldn't be able to defeat such a creature. Suddenly, the students shouted that someone was coming. It was Miss Alice. The professor was pleased, thinking it was great news, as he would finally be rid of the protagonist. However, as soon as he looked ahead, he saw that Belmont and Alice were together. Edward couldn't understand how that damn guy was still alive. The Lord looked at everyone and said that, apparently, they had passed the test. People began to ask why the lady was walking with the protagonist, surprised to see that someone from the demon clan had passed the test. Belmont realized his clan had been facing absurd discrimination. Even having passed the test, he was still receiving disapproving looks. Alice began to say she would end the life of that scoundrel as soon as she recovered. The protagonist got scared, thinking that, to him, the looks didn't matter. He needed to think of a way to survive. Edward congratulated everyone for passing the test, but warned that Belmont was suspended under suspicion of cheating. The protagonist was outraged, asking why. Other students began to judge him, saying it was expected from someone from the demon clan. Belmont continued questioning why the professor was doing this. The lady began to speak, saying that the protagonist had been with her the whole time, and even though Alice didn't want to admit it, if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have made it through. Belmont was surprised. However, the examiner continued insisting, and stated that Alice was still very young. He began telling them that the protagonist had once been their enemy. The reason they were called demons was because they had talent from birth. The demon king of the past used this power to conquer many territories. Thanks to Alice's grandmother, Miss Arya, the demon king was sealed, taking away the power source from everyone in the demon clan. That's how she managed to keep the clan under control. Edward emphasized that, Because of this, the Demon Clan members today couldn't gather enough power, having lost their source of power. He questioned how the protagonist had passed the test without cheating. The professor began to use his magic and stated that he would fulfill his responsibilities as an examiner, punishing the cheater. The magic continued accumulating in his hands, but just as he was about to cast it, Belmont punched him in the face, sending him flying. The protagonist was furious, saying that, after everything he'd been through that day, everything was being decided based on speculation. Edward screamed, asking how Belmont dared strike the examiner. The protagonist replied that, if it weren't for wanting to enter the academy, Edward would have met his end right there for treating the Demon Clan like that. The lady remembered the scene of the protagonist attacking the elegant gentleman and thought that, even though Belmont didn't have much power, his control was flawless. She reflected that, besides knowing how to borrow others' demonic power, he also knew how to disable other people's spell formations. With his face all swollen, Edward continued cursing the protagonist, calling him just a brat from the Demon Clan. Suddenly, someone arrived laughing and commented that it seemed like there was an interesting student this time. She asked them to let her entertain him for a while. This woman was the school director. The students were shocked to see her there. The director approached them and said to Alice that it had been a while since they last saw each other. She remarked that Alice had grown a lot. Alice agreed and thanked her for the concern. Edward asked the director to let him handle the situation. She called him over, making him scared, and emphasized that she was sure she had said that she would take care of the situation from then on. The examiner apologized, saying he regretted his negligence. The director began walking toward the protagonist, and releasing her frightening aura, asked if he had cheated. She introduced herself as Karen Lyon, the Grand Magistrate. Edward was startled by the pressure the director's aura was causing. She was the youngest director in the Academy's history. Alice was also surprised by the pressure, wondering if all that power came from the Grand Mistress. Everyone around them was intimidated by the pressure, except the protagonist, who acted naturally and said that he hadn't cheated. Karen confirmed that she understood and asked him to follow her. With the power of teleportation, the two were taken to a room. The lady looked around. They were in the middle of a room with several people staring directly at them. Karen welcomed them and said that this was the High Council of the Academy. She spread her arms and began to introduce herself, saying that this was the Council of the Sacred Great Academy of Heroes of Elmont. The director explained that, due to recent events, an additional individual test would be applied so that both could demonstrate their qualifications to enter the academy. The two were confused. Belmont asked why they had to take an additional test, since they had passed the first one cleanly and directly. Karen responded that the reason was simple, emphasizing that both of them had violated the academy's rules. She explained that the academy was created with the principle of defeating the Demon King, and because of that, those who enter learn the highest level of magic. That was the reason. The director stated that there was an unwritten and unspoken rule. Beings from the Demon Clan cannot enter the academy. Moreover, regardless of the family trying to expand its power, only one member of a bloodline is accepted per generation. Alice showed irritation when she heard this. However, the protagonist questioned if this was truly a valid law, since it wasn't written or spoken. He pointed out that, according to the records, anyone who passed should be accepted into the academy. Everyone fell silent for a moment. The lady asked him to be careful with his manners while speaking, as she didn't want him to ruin his chances of entering the academy. Belmont, however, said he didn't care and was just speaking the truth. Karen began to laugh and agreed, saying he was right. She asked them to stay calm, as the additional test would be something simple. Karen explained that, first, they would need to answer a question. Why did they want to enter the academy? Alice answered that she wanted to become a heroine who would protect the people, just as her grandfather Arya had done in the past. The director then asked the protagonist what his reason was. Belmont answered that it was very simple. He wanted to change the times and bring the Demon Clan to a status of equality with the other races, without discrimination against those living on the island. The people around them began shouting, claiming that the Demon Clan should be grateful to live there, emphasizing that an inferior clan shouldn't even have the right to live in society. Karen laughed again and commented that it was interesting. One wanted to save the world as a heroine, and the other wished to revive the Demon Clan. She said it wasn't every day that something like this happened, and that she was curious to see the future of the two. The director threw 2 rings, one for each of them, and explained that they were artifacts made by the great heroine, known as the Rings of Demolition. She said that, if the rings approved them, one of them would qualify to become a hero or heroine. However, only the stronger one would enter the academy. Belmont asked what would happen to the one who wasn't approved. Karen replied that the rejected person would have their powers taken and would be executed. Alice became frightened and asked if that would really happen. Belmont questioned how she didn't know, since that rule had been created by her grandmother. The lady responded that she had never been interested in these matters before. Thinking, she reflected that, besides the elegant gentleman, another person also hadn't bothered to teach her about her own family's history. The director summarized by saying that the one who survived the use of the ring would pass the test. She warned that now was the time to quit, if they wished. Alice hesitated, but the protagonist provoked her, asking if she was afraid and reminding her that, for someone who wanted to be a heroine, it wasn't the time to give up. Alice turned around, irritated, saying that he was just an insignificant demon and that she would never give up. Karen, seeing that no one would quit, declared that the test would begin. Both of them took the rings and put them on their fingers. The atmosphere became completely silent. Alice commented that nothing was happening and asked if they had been approved. Suddenly, energy began emanating from the rings. Belmont noticed and warned that something was happening. The energy took shape and grew until it reached the chest of both. Belmont looked ahead and saw a large spirit, who introduced itself as the judge of the ring. The spirit claimed that it now inhabited the protagonist's heart, and that he would begin to experience feelings of weakness, indecent thoughts, greed, and the sins that resided in his soul. The spirit declared that it would judge him. Belmont released his aura and smiled, saying that a mere spirit dared to wave a little sword in front of the Demon King. The ring spirit reacted, calling him presumptuous and questioning how he could be so arrogant in front of a divine being. However, the spirit noticed something strange in Belmont's soul. Suddenly, the soul of the Demon King appeared behind the spirit, asking if there was a problem and whether the spirit would approve of Belmont or not. The ring spirit began to tremble with fear and quickly disappeared. Karen praised the situation as something worthy of recognition and stated that, it seemed, the ring had approved the protagonist. However, on the other side of the room, Alice was trembling. The spirit evaluating her asked how, being from the Roseth family, she could have an affinity with the fire attribute, reminding her that after her birth, her mother's body began to deteriorate. It added that Alice's talent was not comparable to her siblings. Another spirit, in a sharp tone, suggested that she should accept the marriage proposal that had been made to her. A voice among the spirits spoke as if it were Alice's own mother, saying that she didn't believe she had given birth to someone like her. The director, watching the scene, commented that it seemed a delicate situation was unfolding. Alice's powers were being drained by the ring, and she fell to her knees on the floor as the spirit of the ring prepared its sword to finish her off. Belmont, gathering energy, fired at the spirit, but his attack had no effect. Karen watched and said that, even with his demonic powers, Belmont couldn't make much of a difference in that situation. She emphasized that the world had many unspoken rules, like revenge, traditions, and discriminations, and that the first step to becoming a hero was to recognize these realities. Exhausted, Alice turned to Belmont and, in a faint voice, said that she was fine, asking him not to worry about her. However, the protagonist began walking toward her, saying that he was confused. He reflected that if someone's strength wasn't approved, then that person wouldn't become a hero, and if they weren't accepted as a hero, they would be judged. Determined, Belmont knelt beside Alice and hugged her, placing his hand in front of the spirit's sword. The blade pierced his hand, but at that moment, a red aura began to surround both of them. Alice and Karen were shocked by his actions. Belmont firmly declared that, from what it seemed, the rules to become a hero were just beliefs imposed on others. He apologized, but stated that saving and protecting the girl by his side was more important than any absurd rule. Alice was impressed by his words, and tears began to roll down her cheeks as she called him an idiot. At that moment, the protagonist felt a powerful energy emerging from his heart. He recognized it as the cultivation of yin and yang, a balanced power awakening inside him. The spirit's sword was destroyed, and an overwhelming amount of power was released by Belmont, instantly eliminating the spirit. Karen, witnessing everything, began to clap and said that the scene had been spectacular. She announced that both had passed the test and congratulated them for securing their places at the Sacred Academy of Heroes of Elmont. Alice and Belmont stared at her, still processing her words. When they finally understood, Alice leaned against the protagonist, relieved, and commented that she had finally succeeded. Belmont agreed, saying it had been an exhausting experience. However, Alice noticed that he was still holding her and shouted, asking how long he intended to keep doing that, before calling him a pervert. The next day, during the opening ceremony, the protagonist ran into Lehigh and asked if she was okay after what had happened the previous day. Lehigh answered that she was fine, even though she had been expelled from the academy. She mentioned the great fluctuation of magic in the area and observed that it seemed like everyone had been irritated with each other since the first day. Belmont, excited, struck a pose to show off his uniform and commented that his servant had missed an important detail. Lehigh looked at him seriously and asked what he was talking about. He pointed to a rabbit woman, a blue woman, and an elf, explaining that there were several women from different races there, and that he wouldn't need to leave the academy to learn to control yin and yang. Lehigh sighed deeply and said that, after hearing that, she felt the need to worry about his safety. She then handed him a book, explaining that it was a guide to dating the opposite gender, something she had received from one of the sages of the demon clan. She said the book would be useful for her lord. Although the protagonist felt uncomfortable, he recognized Lehigh's sacrifice to help revive the demon clan. Enthusiastic, she assured him that everything he needed to know to focus on his studies was in that book and promised to support him behind the scenes. Belmont asked her to relax, saying that nothing would be a threat to him. Later, while walking through the hallways, the protagonist thought about Lehigh's hard work to gather all the necessary resources. He promised himself not to fail, as everything was for the demon clan. Even if he had to use the cultivation of yin and yang with the opposite sex, he was determined not to hesitate. When he opened a door, he found several shirtless men gathered in the room. They looked at him and commented that this was the demon who passed the test, and that they were in the same room as him. One of the guys declared that he wanted to face him, while another asked them not to steal him, since he had seen him first. The protagonist, annoyed, left the room, saying that he seemed to have entered the wrong place. However, one of the men shouted that he hadn't made a mistake. That was a rule of the academy. Men and women had to stay in separate rooms. Inside the classroom, the teacher welcomed everyone, announcing that the academy would maintain its tradition of a high level of education. He explained that, except for special activities, there would be no classes where the two genders mixed. Upon hearing this, the protagonist became frustrated with himself, thinking that he hadn't researched something so simple and that his reasoning ability couldn't even compare to that of a slime. The teacher continued, saying that he would introduce the new class representative, asking Lester Field to step forward. Lester stood up, already imagining that the teacher should have introduced him as the son of a count. As he walked to the front of the room, the students began murmuring that he was the prince of the Field family, whose father was one of the wealthiest people alive. They commented that his family's conjuring arts were impressive, rivaling even those of the demon clan, and that his status could be compared to the founding heroes. When he reached the front, Lester gave his speech, while thinking that the peasants were in shock at hearing his words. After finishing, the teacher thanked him and asked him to return to his seat. As he walked back, Lester reflected that those inferior people must have felt honored to hear him speak, and that only Alice Roseth could match him in status. As he passed the protagonist, Lester gave him a disdainful look, thinking that Alice had been contaminated by that marginal from the demon clan during the entrance exam. He began to smile, planning that soon he would have his revenge. Belmont, on the other hand, noticed the look and wondered why that boy was staring at him. Remembering Lehigh's instructions about maintaining good relationships, Belmont tried to smile, but being a demon lord, his smile naturally conveyed contempt. Lester was terrified, interpreting the smile as a direct threat. To him, Belmont's look clearly said, "I can end you at any moment." Desperate, he started wondering how someone from the demon clan could exert so much pressure on others. Hours passed, and some classmates invited Lester to lunch to discuss joining student societies. Irritated by the superficiality of the invitations, he thought he should be the model for all the commoners. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed his hand on the table, determined to confront Belmont and show who was in charge there. As he walked toward the protagonist, he ignored his classmates' questions about his behavior. When he finally reached him, he called Belmont, who turned around, confused. Lester shouted, asking why he was so close to Alice. Belmont, trying to keep a friendly smile, replied that she was just an acquaintance. Lester, trembling with rage, accused him of lying and said no one would believe a word from someone with that expression. Convinced this was a challenge, Lester activated his magic, creating a large magic circle on the floor. Belmont, confused, wondered if it was really what it seemed. From the circle emerged a creature. Lester, full of pride, explained that it was a chimera, a high-level creature summoned through the conjuring art passed down through generations in his family. The other students were impressed. They commented that, for someone only 15 years old, summoning such a powerful creature was incredible. They explained that the chimera reflected the conjurer's power and could destroy walls with a single strike. Belmont looked at the creature and thought this was nothing new. Lester, noticing his expression, declared that he knew the protagonist was in shock. He threatened him, saying that if he stayed close to Alice, there would be consequences. Before he could finish, Belmont interrupted him, walking up to the chimera and beginning to pet it. The gesture left everyone speechless. Lester shouted, asking what Belmont was doing. He thought his attempt to show leadership in the room was crumbling, and feared that, since he didn't control the creature perfectly, something might go wrong. Belmont, ignoring the chaos, continued to pet the chimera, speaking in a calm tone. He commented that it must be hard for the creature to be linked to such weak magic. The chimera, previously agitated, started to calm down. The students were even more surprised, while Lester, stunned, wondered how this was possible. He wondered if the chimera was responding so peacefully because it, too, was a demonic creature. Suddenly, Lester began to laugh, convinced that he could still regain his dignity. He prepared to order the creature to attack Belmont, determined to turn the tide and restore his authority. With an arrogant tone, he commanded the chimera to return. The chimera began to be drawn into the magic circle, but it was stronger than Lester had anticipated and started to break free from the circle, leaving him terrified. The chimera lunged at the prince, who only screamed in fear, asking how this was happening. Belmont jumped in front of the attack. Grabbing one of the beast's legs, he started dodging and threw it to the ground. The creature rolled away and quickly got back up, facing them again. Lester couldn't believe his eyes. The protagonist looked back and said that he was treating the creature harshly, which is why it was angry. Lester didn't understand anything. The chimera continued its attack. However, Belmont looked at it and said that it must have been suffering for a long time, which was why he would put an end to its suffering himself. Sweating, he scanned the creature. He found the device and thought that if he wanted to save the chimera, he needed to destroy the device controlling it. He concentrated energy in his punch and, with a single blow, completely destroyed the creature and the controller. Lester collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear, wondering if the protagonist was really from the demon clan because he was so powerful that he could defeat the chimera with a single strike. Lester hears a meow and looks back. The chimera was looking like a cat. He stared at the creature, enchanted, and asked if that was really the chimera. Belmont walked up to the cat, saying that he had several of them in his yard and that they could change their appearance with the influence of demonic powers. The protagonist picked up the chimera, leaving the others a bit disheartened. He explained that the creature's original form was the cutest. Belmont said that now the beast was free and wondered if he should name it Lil Puss. Lester stood up and yelled that he wouldn't leave Alice just because of this. Belmont looked at him and said that girls shouldn't be objectified or seen as rewards, stressing that they shouldn't decide who she belongs to. Fighting back, the blonde asked what he meant by that. The protagonist grabbed his book and said that they always needed to do research in advance. Lester was surprised and asked what that was, wondering if it could be a grimoire. Belmont said he had only just started reading and learning about it. He then asked Lil if she wanted to help. The cat began emanating strange, strong energy and transformed into a beautiful woman. Elsewhere, while tidying up, Lehigh wondered how her lord's first day of school was going, hoping everything was going well. Among the things she was organizing, Lehigh found a book and asked why it was there. That book was for all ages. Inside the room, the protagonist said it was time for an extracurricular lesson. The book in his hand was for adults. In the corridors, Newt asked why she should go with Alice to meet the protagonist and questioned if Alice wasn't afraid that she might steal him away, since she was very interested in him. The lady asked her to stop talking nonsense and explained that Belmont had helped her with the admission exam, and she owed him at least a thank you. It would be shameful to do this alone. The Catwoman started laughing, saying there was a tsundere here. When they reached the room, Alice said it must be his class and opened the door, but what she saw shocked her. Belmont was giving a lesson on things to all the men, explaining how they should do it correctly. Newt was excited, seeing that the protagonist had the courage to teach this in broad daylight. Even Lester was saying that Belmont would be his brother for life. As soon as the protagonist noticed the two of them, he asked if Alice was going to learn that subject too, and told her to sit down. The lady started getting irritated and asked who said she was there to learn, calling him a pervert. Summary of the protagonist's first day of class. Favoritism towards the boys, 100%. Favoritism towards the girls, minus 1,000%. The next day, Lester told everyone that they already knew what happened yesterday, so from now on, Belmont would be their big brother. Every time he entered the room, everyone should greet him. All the students agreed to this. Suddenly, the protagonist opened the door and everyone got ready to greet him. Belmont started walking into the room, and everyone wished him good morning. However, the protagonist passed by them without saying a word. Lester felt ignored by this, and everyone was confused about what was happening. The students asked the blonde what was going on. Lester said that Belmont was imposing a challenge on him. He thought that, based on how the protagonist was, the welcome wasn't enough. Lester tried to welcome him in a royal style, army style, even like a gangster. However, all of them were ignored, and he felt lost. He began to wonder if the problem was the angle of the bow, or the fact that he kneeled with the left leg instead of the right, or even the fact that his sunglasses weren't round. The protagonist began eating, thinking that he just wanted to cultivate yin and yang with the girls. He looked at Alice as she passed by, and even though he didn't know why, she was ignoring him. Belmont thought that it had already been so hard to get familiar with someone of the opposite gender. She looked at him, angrily broke the spoon in her hands. The Lord noticed that she was still very angry and thought that just being alive was enough. Belmont noticed she had eaten several dishes and was still eating. Suddenly someone slammed their hand on the table. Newt says they've finally met again. Lester gets irritated and asks why she appeared out of nowhere like that. The protagonist says she's the person who was at the admission exam and also showed up at the extracurricular class. She asks what he thinks of her body and if he's interested. Newt goes up to his ear and says that she also knows about the yin and yang cultivation. The protagonist is surprised. However, Lester falls to the ground upon seeing Newt like that. He thinks this was expected of his brother, and that Newt personally came to greet him. Lester imagines that she noticed the protagonist's profound knowledge. Belmont says he's interested and asks where they'll go. While the two were talking, Alice bangs her plate on the table. The Catwoman asks what's going on with the lady, and if something's wrong. Alice turns around, embarrassed, and shouts that she should be the one asking what Newt wants with the protagonist in broad daylight. The Catwoman goes up to her, saying that she has questions about the students' union for that incubus and asks if the lady wants to join them. Alice is left speechless. The protagonist asks if she wants to, but Alice feels a little embarrassed and walks away, saying that the two don't need to worry about what's going on with her. Shortly after, outside the castle, the two were walking, and Lester followed them. He thought that, to understand the approach to learning, he decided to follow the protagonist the whole way. Belmont asks her to just say what she wants from him. Newt turns around and says that the protagonist is very impatient, and what she wants is the yin and yang cultivation with him. Belmont asks how she knows about that secret technique. Newt explains that this technique was created by the original heroine many years ago, so it's no longer a secret, but rather a legend, since it was only used once to seal the Demon King. The protagonist feels a bit sad, thinking that Arya invented this technique just to deal with him. She continues, saying that everyone in the demonic clan should have asked for their powers, but Belmont showed powers beyond the norm. Newt gets closer and says that she believes the protagonist's powers are linked to the yin and yang cultivation. He thinks her appearance is rough, but she's very intelligent. The protagonist stares at her, thinking this isn't good, since she knows about his cultivation, and at any moment, she could expose everything. Newt emphasizes that there's a prerequisite for those who intend to follow the cultivation. Belmont is confused. She explains that the person intending to practice such magic must be a virgin, and if the protagonist really is an incubus, he possibly can't be a virgin. The Catwoman points her finger at the protagonist, saying that he used assimilation art, gaining demonic powers by absorbing the powers of beings of the opposite gender. That's why Alice seemed so tired. Belmont thinks that he never imagined an incubus had such a skill, but he feels relieved that he wasn't exposed. He asks why she brought him there to talk about cultivation. She starts laughing, saying he's very dumb because she's already prepared enough. Her claws begin to form, and she says that what she really wants is for him to disappear. The protagonist just looks at her, and suddenly, Lester appears, shouting for him to be careful. The three of them stare at each other, and she backs off since Lester stepped in front of the Lord. He asks if the protagonist is okay. Belmont says he's fine, but is very curious about why Newt tried to attack him. She looks a bit disappointed that someone arrived and ruined the fun. The Catwoman says that he could consider himself lucky this time. However, the time he'll be able to stay in one piece at the academy will depend on his skills. She jumps away from where they were. Elsewhere, in a dark room, 5 people were gathered around a table. One of them says that it seems like that demon trash is fitting in well. A girl says that if only one of them hadn't tried so hard to help him. Another woman asks why she's being so cryptic. Yet another person starts laughing, saying that's the point, and begins to look at the lady. The first woman says that they should thank Alice for allowing someone from the demon clan to enter their academy. The second young woman yells at her to be careful with what she says and does. A man says that everything is fine. However, the second woman is confused. The president of the council says that he already sent someone to take care of the issue. This man is Adonis Roseth, Alice's brother and the student council president. Sometime later, the protagonist is thinking that he is a demon king who has lost all his powers and, in order to regain them, he needs to cultivate yin and yang with the opposite gender. But there's a small problem with that. The academy separates boys and girls by gender. In other words, he doesn't have many opportunities to interact with girls. Belmont thinks that these combat training classes, where both genders meet, are a golden opportunity for him. However, Lester and his friends are surrounding the protagonist like a royal guard. The blonde man yells for everyone to keep an eye out and not let anyone suspicious approach him. They begin to crowd around the Lord, who thinks he has a big problem to solve. Belmont calls Lester over and asks him to remove the guards. This confuses Lester, and he asks why the protagonist wants this, since he's in a dangerous place. Lester points at the Catwoman and says that she's been watching the Lord the whole time, waiting for the right moment to pounce on him. Newt continues to look at the protagonist, who stares back at her. Belmont asks Lester to calm down a bit, emphasizing that it's not necessary to have so many people around him, as it hinders his movement. Lester is impressed, thinking that the protagonist means he feels safe only with the blonde as his guard, and has already recognized him as subordinate number 1. Trying to mimic Belmont's smile, Lester says he understands and won't disappoint him. Suddenly, a man approaches, tapping the protagonist on the shoulder, and says that he's been acting very arrogantly lately. This is Brian, known for his magical attributes related to Earth, particularly his great strength. Lester gets scared and yells, asking what Brian is doing there. Brian starts touching the protagonist, saying he's in the same class as them and came to check out the Demon Clan trash who entered the Academy of Heroes. Belmont, with sarcasm, comments that if Brian is in the same class as them and referring to him as senior, it means he failed and is repeating the year. Brian, irritated, curses at the protagonist and prepares to punch him. Lester gets worried, as he realizes that the magic Brian is using is strength enhancement, making him as powerful as a professional hero. Brian aims for Belmont's face, who remains still. The bully starts laughing, thinking he'll land the punch, but is soon surprised to see Belmont easily block it. Newt yells at Brian to stop, irritated, saying that he can't go a second without causing trouble. The teacher yells, ordering everyone to be quiet because the class is about to start. Brian, with an ironic smile, comments that things are getting more interesting. Lester, with a worried look, says that the rumors are true. The protagonist, confused, asks what rumors those are. The blonde explains that he recently heard someone in the academy is trying to eliminate Belmont. He adds that Brian is a problematic student who had to repeat the year due to his violent behavior, but that even so, his strength has already reached the level of professional heroes. Lester continues, saying that Newt is a descendant of the hero from the Beastmen clan, which means that the person behind the threats against the protagonist isn't just anyone, as they've managed to manipulate these two into playing their game. The teacher, interrupting the conversation, starts the lesson, explaining that everyone will have to defeat demon puppets that live in the forest behind him. The examiner explains that they will form pairs and be randomly sent to a location in the forest as soon as they enter the portal. The portal will automatically close after that, and the time limit is 4 hours. The more puppets they defeat, the more points they will accumulate. Lester, excited, says this is good because in pairs, he will be able to protect Belmont. However, when he looks to the side, the protagonist is no longer there. Brian and Newt prepare to enter the portal. Brian asserts that the Demon Clan boy is his and that Newt shouldn't get in his way. However, she doesn't even pay attention to him. Suddenly, someone starts yelling at them, telling them to get ready. Belmont then leaps towards the two and grabs Newt's hand, falling with her into the portal, leaving Brian behind. The two begin to fall and end up on the other side, in the middle of the forest. Newt starts to get up and asks what is wrong with him. Belmont, still confused, says that there's something important he needs to tell her, but he needs something to lean on to get up. Still a bit lost, he grabs a part of Newt, making the atmosphere a little tense. The protagonist comments that the monsters here are clearly bigger than those Alice faced, probably because of Newt's beast blood. She begins to laugh, saying he's bold and would have a painful end if he said that to the lady. Then, she creates her claws and says that before anything else, she needs to thank him for falling right into her trap. Belmont keeps staring at her while she dodges and attacks a monster behind them. Newt gets up, saying she thought the golems would be stronger, but they're just stones controlled by magic. Belmont then starts to get up, explaining that although these monsters look human, they are just magical creatures fueled by mana. He reveals that the spell used to control their cores is called Bond. She asks what he's murmuring. Belmont replies that if she destroys the creatures' bodies without destroying their cores, it will be useless. At that moment, 2 golems appear behind Newt. When she notices, it's too late. One of the golems grabs her by the hand and starts lifting her up. Newt thinks that the creature took advantage of her lowered guard and grabbed her, holding her with such strength that she can't move. Belmont explains that, to find the bond, one needs an exceptional talent for sensing magic. something that common students can't do alone, which is why they form pairs. The Beast Woman asks if they should use magic detection at the same time. The protagonist responds that his mana is very low right now, so even that wouldn't be enough. But that's the point. He starts running and jumps near her, saying that only his eyes are enough to see through the golems. Belmont begins to analyze with his absolute vision, a skill that only the Demon King possesses. This ability allows him to see through everything, including the flow of mana. He finds the core and strikes, destroying part of the golem. He falls back to the ground, and the second monster is already about to attack him. Quickly, Belmont locates the core of the golem and easily defeats it. He stops on the ground. The Lord thinks that, after several cultivation sessions, he's finally able to control his healing magic freely, something he couldn't do when healing Lil. He stands up and holds Newt in his arms. She watches him, wondering if he's really just an incubus. Belmont says they were lucky to have only 2 creatures there, because if there were more, he wouldn't be able to do anything with the mana he has. Newt asks why he's saving her, even knowing she has to end him. The protagonist closes his eyes and explains that if she really wanted to end him, she wouldn't have taken him to such an obvious place like the terrace. Also, she mentioned yin-yang cultivation, and considering what she did with him there, it's not hard to realize she's trying to send him a message. When he opens his eyes, he sees Newt without clothes due to his absolute vision. He becomes embarrassed and quickly looks away. Newt is startled by his reaction and begins to look around, asking if there are any golems nearby. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Brian is furious for being tricked by the protagonist. Amidst a pile of golems, he says he'll show what it really means when someone says they won't return home. After seeing Newt as she came into the world, the protagonist passes out. She runs over to him, asking if he's okay, and urging him to wake up. The absolute vision, a skill exclusive to the Demon King, has been used for a long time. When the Demon King used this ability, friends and enemies appeared transparent to him. Their skeletons, veins, and even their mana flow were visible. Naturally, everyone appeared the same, regardless of gender. With the absolute vision activated, the protagonist begins observing people, trying to identify who they are. The problem with this ability is that those who use it have difficulty distinguishing faces and telling people apart. Belmont begins to open his eyes slowly. Since his mana is weak, it's not enough to maintain his absolute vision, causing his vision to become an inferior version known as X-ray vision. Newt feels relieved to see that the protagonist is still alive. However, his vision is still active, and he sees her again without clothes. He faints again. This is the first time the Demon King sees a woman's naked body. Sometime later, the protagonist wakes up and tells Newt a story, but he leaves out some details. She smiles, saying that he fainted because of his incubus powers, mocking him and saying he can't even call himself an incubus if he can't handle such a power. Belmont responds that he deactivated his powers and will be more careful with them until he gets more accustomed to them. However, she approaches him in a different way. Newt says that it's no wonder Rostana sensed a special scent on the protagonist. She asks what he is, stating that he's not just any incubus. She then asks if the protagonist knows why people want to get rid of him. Belmont asks if it's because he's an incubus. Newt responds that he's not entirely wrong, but the one behind all of this is Alice. The protagonist is surprised by this. She begins to explain that back when the Demon King was still alive, humans, elves, dwarves, and beasts formed an alliance to fight against him. After the war, about 70% of the lands on the Prestella continent came under human rule, in honor of Arya's contributions to the war. The remaining 30% was divided among the other races, and the continent became a human supremacy. The human race began to aggress the other races, offending them and saying they were only living there because of Arya. They said the other races should live in the streets, as that would be a blessing for them. The elves, dwarves, and beasts harbored resentment for a long time. Then, as the eldest young woman from the Roseth family, a symbol of glory for the human race, not only broke the agreement by insisting on joining the Hero Academy, but also brought a demon with her. It became the perfect excuse for the other races to start a war. That's why getting rid of the protagonist is the human race's priority. Belmont looks at the drawing and says it was drawn strangely. Newt turns around and asks if he's not concerned with what she just said. Belmont replies that it's nonsense, and not even original. He starts to remember when Arya looked at him and said she would put an end to the war between the races, no matter the cost. He thinks that was a pity. The protagonist looks at her and asks if she's only helping because she's a descendant of the hero of the Beast clan and wants an excuse to fight. Newt stares at him and says that's just one way of looking at things, but they need to finish this fight first. At that moment, Brian appears behind her while she was speaking and says they aren't going anywhere. The two are immediately trapped by a magic circle. Belmont realizes that suddenly, gravity has increased considerably. This means that the power of that man is capable of manipulating forces. Brian, with a satisfied smile, says that this is just a consequence of them trying to deceive him, and that even if they tried to fight against him, it would all be over before they could do anything. Newt starts laughing. Brian, irritated, asks if she's losing her mind. The beast woman responds that no, but men who talk too much usually have something else that's much smaller. Brian, furious, says he just changed his mind. The protagonist observes the two and notices that Newt is holding something in her hand. He takes a good look and realizes it's dragon saliva. Brian starts preparing, declaring that he will finish her off in a single strike. However, the beast places the dragon saliva in her mouth and leaps forward. A large amount of energy begins to concentrate around her body, creating a mantle of power. Dragon saliva is a rare mana potion that can be used by anyone with low mana levels to recover, but it can also be used to enhance the user's strength by sacrificing their own life force. Brian watches and says that, apparently, she has some tricks up her sleeve. Newt charges towards him, and Brian activates a protective barrier. When the attack collides with the barrier, a large explosion erupts at the site. The beast starts breathing heavily, wondering if she managed to hit him. Suddenly, Brian's hand emerges from the dust and strikes her hard. Brian grabs her by the hair and starts boasting, saying that the most interesting thing is that his strength magic can be divided. He explains that strength magic is a skill that allows the user to control forces. Offensive and defensive abilities can be separated into layers, and each time an ability is used, its damage or defense is doubled. Brian strikes her again, sending her crashing to the ground. As she falls, he watches calmly. Brian begins to clean himself and says that she dirty-eyed him, emphasizing that she's just like the demon clan, weak and pathetic. The protagonist watches everything from a distance and suddenly notices that the vial Newt was using is lying near him, still containing some dragon saliva. Even with no way out, she continues provoking Brian, asking if that's all he can do. Brian responds that she's holding up well, but wants to see how much longer her resistance will last after he shows her what he can do. Brian begins to raise his hand and displays an image of Alice. As soon as Newt sees it, she screams Alice's name. Brian says that's exactly what he thought. The beast is on the demon's side because of that woman. However, he adds that once he's finished with them, he'll go after Alice himself. Newt starts shouting, saying that she's the one who will defeat that girl. She continues fighting for her life, but Brian starts smiling, saying that she's not even a true beast. How dare she be friends with humans? He activates his power and yells that he'll end everything with a triple punch. Suddenly, his arm is wounded. Brian begins screaming in pain when he sees that his arm is injured. The protagonist then says that the amount of power he has is too little, and that she only managed to recover 1% of her strength. The two look at him, shocked. The Demon King begins speaking, saying that he had already warned them. This guy is really stupid. Conflicts can't be solved simply, and that's why his method is the only way. With his body nearly covered by the demon's mantle, he says that those who stand in his way will meet a terrible end. Brian begins to recall his past, realizing that his father was useless. After being utterly defeated in the war by the demon clan, he started to fear other races. His father dealt with that fear by having children and training them to be as worthless as himself. Brian was frequently beaten by his father, who would call him a stupid piece of trash for failing to control his powers properly. While hitting his children, his father would question if they wanted to meet a tragic end at the hands of other clans. He shouted that they needed to be wary of other clans, especially the demon clan, emphasizing how horrible and cruel demons were. Filled with rage toward his father, Brian swore to himself that he would never be as pathetic as him. Looking at the protagonist, Brian resolves that he will never let members of other clans surpass him in strength. Newt, injured, calls out to the protagonist. When he turns to her, and the beast sees Belmont's state, she is terrified, finding it bizarre. Brian starts laughing and shouting, claiming that all the protagonist had done was avoid a minor attack, and that he has no chance of winning. The Demon King remarks that there's no need to rush since Brian will soon apologize to Newt for humiliating her clan. Brian mockingly asks if the protagonist is joking and declares he would never apologize to someone as worthless as her. Continuing his ridicule, he claims to understand everything. Belmont is only upset because he's just as pathetic. The Lord tells him not to confuse things and says he just wanted to let Brian leave with a shred of honor. Brian, skeptical, asks where the protagonist gets such confidence, and releasing a massive amount of power, vows to show him what true strength looks like. Newt notices that Brian is stacking multiple magic circles and wonders if that's something a second-year student should know. However, academy studies are tailored to the student's magical power, and the gap between the first and second year is immense. To advance to the second year, a student must be able to create their own demon spirit. Brian manages to stack 12 layers and chants, "Demonic spirit unleashed, emerge from the abyss of hell." A monster called the Undead Colossus appears behind him. Newt, seeing it for the first time, is awestruck and hides behind the protagonist, thinking there's no way they can defeat something like that. For them, as first-year students, that attack is on another level. Brian begins regenerating his arm and boasts that he has never lost a contest of strength in his life. He explains that each punch from the Colossus carries the power of 12 layers of magic due to the stacked circles, making the fight over before it begins. Brian charges at the protagonist, who calmly stands still and catches the Colossus's punch with one hand. Brian is stunned, recalling that this is the second time the protagonist has stopped his attack. However, this time it should be impossible, as the Colossus is a demonic spirit with 12 times his normal strength. He questions how Belmont managed to nullify such power. The Demon King explains that demonic spirits are the embodiment of someone's greatest desire, and therefore they share some traits with their conjurers. The key is to find the flow of demonic power and identify a way to nullify its attacks. Brian starts laughing, dismissing the explanation as naive and claiming that demonic spirits are far more complex. The protagonist continues holding off the Colossus's attack, but black energy begins to swirl around them. Newt grows worried, saying Belmont is starting to be consumed by the spirit. The Lord elaborates that conjurers draw on something that resides in their hearts, called desire, which serves as the source of their powers and enables them to conjure magic. Thus, the best way to counter a demonic spirit is with another demonic spirit. Brian laughs derisively, arguing that people from the demon clan believe obtaining a spirit is so simple. He tells the protagonist to look at himself because he will be consumed until nothing is left. The corruption begins to take hold of Belmont. Brian looks up as if speaking to his father, asking if he's watching. He boasts that his son is defeating someone from the demon clan without even breaking a sweat. Angrily, he vows never to become as pathetic as his father. Suddenly, the protagonist, covered in corruption, speaks, saying he now understands. The strong sense of hatred comes from fear and desire. Brian begins to feel immense pressure and wonders where such power is coming from. He questions if the protagonist might be trying to summon his own demonic spirit. Then, the corruption starts to emanate from the Demon King. He explains that it is the personification of people's desires. When a demonic spirit attacks, the assault also carries the emotions of its conjurer. He notes that he has encountered many demonic spirits before and seen various emotions driving them: justice, order, or as in Brian's case, a tragic past. The protagonist remarks that, in the end, the suffering caused by desires never changes, leading them to the second point. Brian becomes alarmed, asking how the protagonist managed to reflect the Colossus's corruption. Belmont reveals that his demonic spirit forces opponents to experience the same pain and suffering he endures. He explains that the ritual has been underway since the beginning, when the Colossus tried to corrode him. Brian grows even more terrified. The Demon King turns to Brian and commands, "Reveal yourself, Cain." A giant monster with 3 heads begins to emerge. Cain attacks the Colossus, biting off its head and arms. Quickly, Cain absorbs the Colossus. Brian, trembling with fear, cannot comprehend what is happening and screams for the monster to stay away. Cain then takes the form of Brian's father. Belmont declares that anyone who dares to harm Cain is destined to suffer 7-fold the resentment caused by their pain. Cain attacks with a whip, and Brian cries out in terror. The strike is so powerful that it obliterates the surrounding area, creating a deafening noise. Observers begin to notice the commotion, and a girl comments that the magical fluctuations seem to be coming from that direction. Adonis remarks that it seems he will have to personally go and greet Belmont. The protagonist's attack creates a massive fissure in the earth. Brian, now completely defeated, can barely speak. The Demon King glances at Newt and asks why she stopped him. She smiles and asks him to calm down a bit. Newt explains that they're in the Hero Academy, and using violence to solve problems goes against the Academy's principles. She questions the point of him joining the Academy. Belmont reflects on his impulsive behavior, noting that it has only happened a few times. However, the behavior of humans drives anyone to madness. Brian gets up, declaring that it's impossible for someone from the Demon Clan to possess such power. Even though he's injured, he begins to cry and yells not to treat him like trash, attempting another attack. Irritated, the protagonist strikes again, destroying Brian's clothes and sending him flying. He crashes to the ground, bearing a whip mark on his body, missing an arm, and unconscious. The Lord asks if there's an issue, unless Belmont intends to finish Brian off. Newt examines Brian's body and laughs, saying he looks like a toothpick, just as she expected. Suddenly, The protagonist calls for her, saying it's time to get back to business. He throws her to the ground and pins her down. The beast woman asks if they're going to settle things right there and questions if the protagonist isn't moving too fast. Belmont sighs at her comment, and she asks if he's okay. Belmont explains that it's a side effect of consuming the demon dragon's saliva. If he doesn't quickly release the remaining power, it could consume him. He continues to look at her, thinking that yin-yang cultivation is the only way to dissipate the power. Newt asks what she can do to help him relieve it. The king moves closer, grabs her hair, and places a finger in her mouth. The protagonist slaps her face, attempting to activate cultivation. Newt pleads for him to stop. Belmont begins recalling the times he successfully activated cultivation and starts questioning what the exact requirements are to trigger it. Because the first time he did it with Lehigh, it was with just a kiss. However, that approach didn't work with Alice. The second time, he was with Alice in the council room. Suddenly, the protagonist begins to feel pain, worrying Newt. She thinks it must hurt a lot. However, she remembers that incubi circulate the flow of their demonic powers through romantic interactions. In other words, to help the protagonist release his energy, she needs to... Newt starts to act seductively, saying that if it's to help him relieve all his suffering, she wouldn't mind. As she begins to remove part of her clothing, the protagonist stares intently at her. However, he starts experiencing the same symptoms as before, and she panics, saying he's in a critical condition. Belmont says he won't have a chance unless he seeks out Alice immediately. The beast woman grows angry, asking if she's not good enough for him. Suddenly, both feel a strong presence. Adonis arrives and demands to know who allowed a demon clan reject to utter that name. Brian, still lying on the ground, also begins to feel an immense surge of power. As he gets up and looks to the side, he sees the student council president standing next to him. Adonis declares that the scene before him is extremely unpleasant and disgraceful. Brian tries to cover himself, apologizing for the situation. However, the council president approaches him, saying there's no need to worry since he knows Brian did his best. Brian thanks him. Adonis then adds that the council secretary, Teresa, confirmed Brian dared to threaten his sister during the fight. Brian tries to explain, but Adonis begins unleashing his power, warning him to prepare for the consequences. Brian is quickly overwhelmed by a strange energy attacking him. Newt is astonished by the display, but the protagonist doesn't find it surprising. Adonis then turns his attention to the protagonist, stating that one matter is resolved, and now it's his turn. Belmont reflects that when Adonis used his power, he couldn't fully sense it. Due to the pain coursing through his body, all he can feel is the demonic power consuming him, spreading further. Adonis remarks that the demon clan scum is about to be devoured by his own power, noting that it's not every day one sees a demon releasing their full potential. He tells Newt that if she steps away now, her case of attempting to approach Alice as a spy will be forgiven. The protagonist stares at her confused. Newt says that if it were the old her, she might have considered it, but the new her can't leave this guy. She grows irritated, declaring that she won't let Adonis lay a finger on the protagonist. The Demon King starts feeling even more pain, realizing that this sensation isn't caused by the remnants of Newt's demonic power. It seems Kane's power is still active, which allows him to sense the emotions behind her power. The protagonist starts hearing voices saying they hated humans. Of all the races, only humans remain dissatisfied with the lands they conquer. The forests, mountains, rivers, and lands of the greatest clan were gradually taken by them. This voice belongs to Newt. She reveals that, without a doubt, she was initially a spy sent by the Beast Clan to get close to Alice. From a young age, the two grew closer. Newt began interacting more with her, through arguments and rivalries, but a bond started forming. As time passed, Newt felt conflicted. However, one thing was clear. It wasn't Alice's fault. She remembers Alice being angry at the protagonist for teaching certain things at school. The Beast says she noticed Alice changed after meeting that idiot. Alice, embarrassed, turns away, asking what she's talking about. Newt remarks that she's too stubborn, and if she really likes the protagonist, she should just admit it. However, Alice remains flustered, stating that she only sees Newt as her best friend, and she means it. The Beast Woman simply smiles at that. She begins to create a strong wind around her, apologizing to Alice for not being the best friend she could have been, but at least the dust rises as the winds start to obscure Adonis's vision. The Beast Woman grabs the protagonist by the arm and throws him far away, shouting for him to use this time to go find Alice. The protagonist, still being consumed by demonic power, is left speechless. With tears in her eyes, Newt speaks as if bidding farewell, asking the protagonist to tell Alice that she's sorry for everything she's done. She watches him and thinks this is for the best, because he is the only one who can truly make Alice happy. Newt turns to Adonis, saying it's now between them. However, Belmont suddenly appears beside her, agreeing with her but firmly stating that she's right. The beast woman yells at him, asking why he came back, saying she cried for nothing. The Demon King questions her, asking what made her think she could decide what's best for him. Furthermore, he says he had to expend a significant amount of energy to return. Belmont glares at the student council president, saying he could take him down with just 3 strikes. Newt continues questioning why he came back, and the protagonist responds that she is in no condition to fight someone like Adonis. Besides, Adonis interrupts, incredulous, asking if he really heard the protagonist claim he could finish him off in 3 strikes. Suddenly, Adonis's spell envelops the protagonist with incredible speed. Newt screams, saying no one has ever been able to see how the president casts his spells. However, a bright light begins to shine from the center of Adonis's magic. Both the beast woman and the president look on in shock. Belmont had shielded himself from the attack without sustaining a single scratch. Teresa is astonished, as it's the first time she's seen anyone block an attack from Adonis. The protagonist begins explaining that they create magic circles on their wrists before casting any spell. However, Adonis's technique depicts time instead. As soon as the spell is created, the magic is already within reach of the opponent. Belmont clarifies that all he had to do was do the same and create a shield, remarking that it's very simple. Adonis stares at the protagonist, thinking about how it took him 3 years to master visualizing time in his mind, and yet Belmont saw through it in mere seconds. Suddenly, the Demon King begins to feel intense pain, causing Newt to worry. She screams, asking if he's okay. However, the protagonist's arms are injured. Adonis remarks that Belmont's body is on the verge of being consumed by his own magic, and the more magic he uses, the faster the process will be. Adonis prepares to attack again, warning that if Belmont keeps creating shields, his magic will completely devour him. Several magic circles appear around them. Without hesitation, Belmont runs in front of Newt, shielding her with his barriers. She starts screaming, begging him to stop and let her fight because she can't stand idly by while he's consumed by his own magic. Newt looks into his eyes and says that only he can make Alice. The protagonist interrupts her, stating that if he lets her do this, she'll meet her end before she can even blink. Newt shouts that no one cares if she's the one to sacrifice herself. The Demon King asks if that's really her final wish. The Beast Woman begins to cry, saying that people like her, who betray their friends. The protagonist recalls that when he felt her emotions while controlling Cain, the yin-yang magic inside him responded. With Lehigh, it was because she hoped the protagonist could revive the entire demon clan, and he promised he would. With Alice, it was because she desperately wanted to be protected, and that was his intention. Belmont realizes he's just discovered the condition to activate yin-yang cultivation. He asks Newt what her deepest desire is. As tears stream down her face, she remembers Alice and says she wants to live so she can apologize to Alice and be a true friend to her. The Demon King responds that if that's all, then he will grant it. Suddenly, he kisses her, and an enormous amount of energy begins to surge in the area. Adonis notices that his attack has completely vanished. The protagonist appears amidst the radiant light, his perfect body visible as he holds the little beast woman in his arms. He looks at the student council president saying, "The second step is complete. Now only the third remains." Belmont explains that in the first step, he sees through his opponent's magic. In the second, he halts the corrosion. And now that those are done, the third step awaits. Adonis says he's beginning to understand what's happened, realizing that the protagonist returned to normal because he used the secret art, yin-yang cultivation. Teresa, astonished, asks if he's saying that the protagonist, Adonis confirms, stating that this is the magic created by the heroine. He explains that this magic requires 2 individuals of opposite sexes to unite as one to activate it. During the process, an enormous amount of power is produced, and the emotional impulses between the two are manifested. The president grows even more agitated, asserting that even if Belmont knows this magic, he won't win with a technique that's 50 years old. Belmont replies that he doesn't just want to defeat him, but intends to do so with a single strike. Adonis begins to think this is absurd. After all, it's been 50 years. Even if the protagonist is that person, he shouldn't pose such a problem. Belmont raises his hand to finish it all. Something begins to appear beside the protagonist. Adonis grows uneasy, convinced that the great attack is coming. However, a portal suddenly opens and pulls the Demon King inside, leaving the president utterly confused. He asks Teresa what just happened. She explains that the combat training session's time limit had expired, and an automatic portal opened. She quips that perhaps the third step really was just running away. On the other side, the protagonist is carrying Newt, and everyone begins to murmur, wondering why a demon is carrying a descendant of the Beast clan. Lester comes running, shouting for his lord. He exclaims that 2 demonic powers had entered the forest, and everyone had been worried. However, as Lester looks closer, he sees the protagonist holding the little beast woman in his arms. Belmont glances at her and simply states that a few things happened. Newt starts to recall the kiss they shared. She jumps out of the protagonist's arms, questioning why he did that and thinking she may have messed things up with Alice again. Lester, observing the situation, starts to wonder if this is the thing that happens between a boy and a girl. He concludes it must be related to the path of divinity. He marvels at the protagonist's prowess, thinking it's incredible that he managed to pull this off during a single lesson with his opponent. Lester and the others kneel before the Demon King, declaring him a new god. Suddenly, someone begins shouting Newt's name. She looks up to see Alice, who is visibly angry. Lester notices and wonders aloud if this is a love triangle. Belmont, confused, asks if a love triangle is really that powerful. Newt grows embarrassed and tries to explain herself. However, Alice interrupts, grabbing Newt's hands and saying how glad she is to see her safe. Alice explains that she sensed a terrifying presence coming from the forest and was worried. Newt, surprised, smiles and hugs her, saying everything is fine now. Suddenly, another portal opens. Adonis steps out, declaring that things won't be resolved so easily. People are shocked to see the president. Alice approaches him, asking why he's there. He tries to answer but becomes flustered in her presence. Teresa scolds him, telling him to have some dignity. Adonis clears his throat and says he wanted to take the opportunity, with everyone present, to announce something important. He declares that the protagonist is the millennial demon king Belmont. Lester is stunned. Alice can't believe that the dead fish-eyed idiot is the demon king. Newt smiles, thinking her incubus is different. The crowd begins questioning whether the protagonist is truly the demon king. Alice confronts her brother, pointing out that the demon king was sealed and turned into a statue by the heroine. Teresa interjects, explaining that the statue was recently broken. The president says that while it's possible the statue broke due to time, the more likely explanation is that the demon king freed himself and awakened once again. He adds that if they want the truth, they should let her speak. Another portal begins to open, and a figure steps out. When Belmont sees who it is, he's surprised. Ohm appears. The president introduces her as the imperial combatant. She greets them, saying it's been a while. Adonis explains that Ohm is the witness who was there the night the statue broke. Pointing to the protagonist, he asks if the one who broke the statue was him. Ohm answers no, but Adonis shouts triumphantly that he knew it and demands to know what Belmont has to say now. Suddenly, he pauses and turns back to Ohm, asking what she just said. Taking a deep breath, her body radiating heat, she clarifies, it wasn't that boy. The demon king she saw that night was a massive, muscular, glowing man over 2 meters tall, not this scrawny chicken standing here. Disappointed, the president mutters that this isn't what Ohm had previously told him, but she continues, firmly stating that the person she saw that night was not the protagonist. No matter how hard she tries to remember, it simply can't be this chicken. Adonis, flustered, insists it's impossible and demands to know how Belmont knows how to use yin-yang cultivation. The protagonist calmly replies that Alice taught him. Adonis is completely shocked. Alice, embarrassed, denies it, asking since when she ever taught him that. Belmont responds, saying that many types of magic are inherited, and besides, the first time he cultivated it was with her. Alice grows even more flustered. The president falls to his knees, devastated, thinking about how his dear sister and that scoundrel from the demon clan cultivated together. Teresa observes and notes that Adonis has entered S mode, meaning he's mentally gone. She loads him onto a cart and starts wheeling him away, warning Belmont that this isn't the end, as everything is just beginning. Belmont watches, thinking it's finally over. Fortunately, Lehigh had warned him that she would be available and ready to act at any moment. He realizes that Ohm is actually Lehigh in disguise, marveling at how his servant has grown, coming to his rescue with a flawless ruse. Suddenly, someone appears behind him, calling his name. He turns to see Lehigh herself standing there, commenting on how strict the academy inspections are. It was difficult for her to sneak in as a janitor to be there. Belmont is stunned, unable to believe she's really behind him. Lehigh beams, praising her lord for resolving everything on his own, and asks if the substitute is also from the demon clan, since the magical transformation was spectacular. Belmont looks back, thinking that if this person isn't Lehigh, then she can only be. As he glances at Ohm, she gives him a silent gesture, winking. A week after the training, the professor is teaching about demonic spirits. However, Belmont is lost in thought, reflecting on how he discovered that the condition for yin-yang cultivation is to fulfill the partner's deepest desire. Every time he cultivates, part of his power is restored. Belmont ponders that he still has no idea who the mysterious helper was, but resolves to use this time to recover as much power as possible through cultivation. However, the professor approaches his desk. Lester and the others had constructed a sect for Belmont, complete with a throne. The professor, irritated, asks if they think it's acceptable to mock a teacher just because he's old. He emphasizes that there's a limit to how much one can disrespect a person. Belmont considers how peculiar his situation has become. He sighs, and finally, lunchtime arrives. Lester approaches him, asking why he looks dissatisfied when he's clearly already achieved sanctity. Belmont replies that it's not enough, leaving everyone stunned. Coughing, he cryptically mentions the opportunities that arise from interacting with the opposite gender. Lester, misinterpreting his words, imagines Belmont saying he isn't content with just the first year. He wants the entire academy. Convinced, Lester concludes that Belmont's targets are the upperclassmen. Grabbing a pamphlet, he declares they'll begin during the Academy's Hero Recruitment Day for clubs and societies. Several women invite Belmont to join the gardening club. Others suggest he exercise with them. Lester explains that for the protagonist to raise his rank within the Academy, it's not based on years of attendance, but rather the degree of his demonic power. That's why, if he wants to ascend faster, there's another way. Lester emphasizes that Belmont needs to join a club and earn 3 heroic emblems. The protagonist is confused and asks what these heroic emblems are. His servant explains that they represent a hero's strength and status and serve as proof of their accomplishments. Lester further explains there are 3 ways to obtain them. Belmont must be recognized by the country, the academy, and the seniors. The other 2 common ways are either to be acknowledged by the school for one's demonic power or to gain senior recognition by achieving unique results. Belmont begins trembling and calls out to Lester, who grows worried, thinking he misunderstood his master. The protagonist grabs him by the shoulders and smiles warmly, telling him he's done a great job. Belmont looks around and realizes that clubs and societies aren't separated by gender. He starts heading toward the girls, thinking this will make cultivation easy. However, as he approaches, the girls begin stepping away. Belmont moves closer, and they step back again. They whisper that he's the young man from the demon clan who knows yin-yang cultivation. Some mention rumors that any girl who touches him will instantly fall under his spell. Others add that he's formed a sect for men and is dating Alice and Newt at the same time. Lester and the others beam with pride, saying their lord's name has already spread throughout the academy. But Belmont feels as though part of his soul has been lost forever. Meanwhile, Alice sneezes. Newt asks if she's caught a cold, but Alice replies that someone must be talking about her behind her back. Lester, excited, tells Belmont that with his newfound fame, many clubs will soon invite him. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms behind them. Several gigantic men invite Belmont to join the wrestling club, saying he seems energetic. One of them begins tearing his shirt, claiming Belmont's followers are just ants and promising to show him what a real body looks like. Belmont turns to his servant, who grins and assures him he's already understood. The protagonist's followers restrain the ogres, while Belmont bolts away. Looking back, Belmont thinks that if things continue this way, he'll only grow more distant from the opposite gender. As he turns around, he collides with someone. Belmont ends up falling on top of a woman and quickly apologizes, asking if she's okay. However, he realizes he's fallen directly in front of her. Delicate area. Embarrassed, Belmont thinks there's something different about this woman. She smiles and comments that he's the new young man from the demon clan and that she's been looking forward to meeting him. They both stand up, and she introduces herself as Felix, the president of the fencing club. She asks if he'd like to learn more about her club. Belmont hesitates, asking if she holds any resentment toward him. Felix smiles and reassures him that she doesn't. She explains that someone once told her that all races should be treated equally. Suddenly, some bystanders mock them, saying Felix is associating with the demon clan guy. Another adds that they're a perfect match since she's a half-breed. Her wings begin to emerge, and Belmont immediately understands. She's a half-angel. With a sad expression, Felix admits she's a mix of the angelic and human races, an unwanted existence. She turns away saying the fencing club only has one member, herself. Apologizing for approaching him in such an odd way, she suggests he look for another club. Belmont interrupts her, declaring that he wants to join her club. Felix is shocked and turns back. Startled, the Demon King tells her he doesn't believe anyone is born unwanted, and that he's genuinely interested in fencing. She looks at him and notices how excited he seems. Belmont thinks that if he goes back, he'll just be chased by those muscular guys. Even though this club only has one member of the opposite gender, it's still a girl. On the other hand, Felix feels eager, thinking that finally someone has joined the fencing club. A bit embarrassed but joyful, she laughs and says it's great, declaring that they should start with the club admission test. Meanwhile, Newt wonders aloud if her little incubus has joined any club. Alice dismisses him, saying no one cares about that guy. Suddenly Newt notices a commotion and remarks, "Speak of the devil," and he appears. Alice grows jealous and irritated, cursing the protagonist and questioning why he didn't inform them that he was attending the Academy's hero and club recruitment event. Felix explains the simple rules. Belmont must fight her for 3 rounds and prove his capability. Newt looks at Felix and comments that she seems familiar. Belmont picks up a sword, saying he has no issue with the rules but feels something strange. If no one wanted to join the fencing club, why have so many people gathered to watch their fight? Felix yells that everything is ready and charges, declaring the match has begun. Belmont's absolute vision activates as an enormous amount of force is unleashed. He manages to dodge the attack but is startled, wondering if this is really just a test. Felix had used such a significant amount of power that even his absolute vision activated on its own in alarm. The ground where she passed is left destroyed. Alice shouts at Belmont, warning him to quit now if he doesn't want to get seriously hurt. She explains that Felix doesn't lack club members because people don't want to join, but because when she gets serious, she doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. Felix, she says, inherited her swordsmanship ability from her ancestral mother, Arya. 50 years ago, the Demon King was shocked to see that the one who reached him in the end was a heroine. When he asked if she had any special powers, Arya smiled and asked what magical powers he was talking about. Raising her sword, she declared that to fight someone like him, a sword was enough. Belmont realizes Felix's swordsmanship is undoubtedly identical to that of the heroine. Alice, still shouting, scolds Belmont, telling him that now that he knows all of this, he should just come back to her already. Newt smirks, pointing out that Alice claims not to care about him, but clearly, she does. Felix sighs, lowering her gaze, and says they should end the test here, admitting that Alice is right and blaming herself for taking things too seriously. However, Belmont refuses and declares they should proceed to the second round. Even Felix is surprised by his determination. Alice, overcome with jealousy, tries to hit Belmont, calling him an idiot and asking what he's trying to prove. Newt holds her back, urging her to calm down and suggesting that Belmont must have his reasons. The Demon King remains focused on the fight, reflecting that when he dodged Felix's last attack, she genuinely smiled from the depths of her heart. Belmont steps back and announces that if he passes the test, he expects Felix to promise him one thing. Newt perks up, saying Belmont is about to make his move. Alice looks confused, asking what else he could possibly have in mind. Belmont flashes a smile he's been practicing and declares that if he wins, he wants her to promise to give him her most precious possession. He thinks to himself that her deepest desire is likely hidden within this test and that this is an excellent opportunity to cultivate. Felix blushes at his words. Newt grins, remarking that this is exactly what she'd expect from her little incubus, while Alice fumes, calling him nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Alice kept wondering if perhaps the protagonist wanted her to assume something. Felix, still embarrassed, said she understood, and that if Belmont passed the test, she would give it to him. The protagonist then activated his absolute vision and started observing Felix. He thought that now, using this ability, he could see that her demonic powers were fused with her sword, as if they were one. He imagined this could only be achieved through an immense amount of hard work. Meanwhile, the king firmly gripped his sword, reflecting that as long as he could clearly detect the direction of her demonic powers, predicting her attack pattern would be easy. Felix raised her sword once more and announced she would begin again. Once more, she charged forward with astonishing speed. Belmont kept thinking that he needed to follow the flow of the demonic energy, entering a trance. As soon as he located it, he blocked the attack, but soon realized it wasn't what he expected. What he blocked was the chi of the sword, shaped by Felix's demonic power. Suddenly, she appeared behind him, ready to end the confrontation. However, the protagonist sensed the movement and managed to turn in time, defending against the attack. The two moved apart, and Felix, exhilarated, commented that it was impressive to see Belmont dodging and blocking her consecutive attacks. Taking the opportunity, the Lord praised her, congratulating her. Felix was surprised to notice something unusual. Something was enveloping Belmont's sword. He thanked her for the last attack, explaining that thanks to it, he could now truly understand her deepest desire. Still shocked, Felix questioned if it was a demonic spirit. The protagonist asked Cain to show what he had seen. Images began to appear, revealing Felix's memories. The angelic clan was known on Earth for their swordsmanship. Each generation, their grand talent turned a disciple into a sacred hero. However, the human clan honored the purity of their bloodlines, and the fusion of the two races caused discontent as it resulted in children with black wings. Felix was the result of such a fusion, and her father disappeared before she was even born. As a child, her mother always told her, "You are an unwanted existence. You must live your life with your head down and in shame." People humiliated and assaulted her while she was defenseless. After begging countless times, Felix was finally given the opportunity to learn swordsmanship. Even knowing she would suffer constantly, she didn't care because she saw herself only as an unwanted existence. She often cried in her mother's lap, who only apologized for bringing her into the world. Those were her mother's last words before succumbing to exhaustion. Felix, a mixed-race orphan, lived like this for a long time until one day, while working, someone told her she should follow them and become their disciple. Against all odds, Arya chose her, recognizing her body's potential to keep fighting. Seeing the criticism directed at the heroine, Felix told Arya that she was just an unwanted angelic hybrid and didn't want to bring shame to the great heroine's name. Before she could finish, Arya threw a sword at her, ordered her to hold it, and attacked. Felix managed to defend herself, even with her eyes closed. Arya then explained that there was no difference in status or race when crossing swords. The heroine emphasized that one's true will could be felt in a clash of swords, regardless of their origins. Those words marked Felix deeply, so much so that she would never forget them, even if she lived for 1,000 years. Arya had shown her that everyone was equal before the sword. After seeing these memories, the protagonist reflected that the last time he had seen Arya was 30 years ago, and hoped she had lived as she wished during that time. Meanwhile, Felix began releasing even more power, assuming her angelic form. She remarked that it was surprising for a first-year student to already possess a demonic spirit. Starting to fly, she declared that she could now use all her strength on the third strike. Newt, surprised, questioned what that sensation was. Alice, worried, begged Belmont to give up, arguing that it was not something he could face. Belmont kept staring at Felix, impressed by her wings of light. She explained that those white wings represented the embodiment of a sword that had withstood the test of space-time. She emphasized that the protagonist needed to find the true sword within her attack, or else he would be struck repeatedly by the after-images of her blade until his demise. Without hesitation, Belmont told her she could attack whenever she wanted. Felix initiated the attack, and as she advanced, she thought about her master's words. Perhaps the person Arya always spoke of was this man. Belmont found the fight so easy that he thought of taking the opportunity to kiss her. Felix remembered the day Arya taught her the wings of light. On that occasion, she was shocked to learn she would be taught such a powerful technique and asked, full of doubt, if her master was really going to teach her. Arya confirmed and emphasized that if Felix ever met someone capable of blocking that strike, that person could teach her far more than Arya herself ever could. As she advanced, Felix wondered if the protagonist was that person. Swords began to form around her, but Belmont stood still, confident, gripping his sword tightly while Felix thought she wanted to understand the will contained in that weapon. When Felix attacked, Belmont's sword was flung away, and she believed she had disarmed her opponent. However, she was shocked to realize he had abandoned the sword on purpose. Belmont began to approach her with a smile, saying he had been expecting this, and emphasizing that Felix couldn't resist the idea of crossing swords. Taking the lead, he stated that he would gladly take advantage of that habit. The impact of their clash was so strong that a cloud of dust engulfed the area. As the dust began to settle, Alice remarked on the ferocity of the attack. Still worried, she asked if the pervert was alive, only to be shocked when she saw him lying on top of Felix, giving a thumbs up and declaring he was super fine. The scene left Alice irritated, and she asked how they ended up in that position. Felix, in turn, wanted to know how Belmont knew she had the habit of focusing so much on the sword. Belmont explained that it was evident in her actions, pointing out that it wasn't the sword that taught her about equality, but the person wielding it. He helped her up, adding that swords weren't the only things capable of crossing paths. Felix's eyes filled with tears as she recognized her master's wisdom in Belmont's words. Smiling, she welcomed him to the fencing club, thinking that she had finally found the person her master always spoke of. Meanwhile, Belmont felt that the sensation he experienced was a sign that his chance to cultivate had arrived. He approached Felix, reminding her of their agreement. She confirmed, and stated she would fulfill her part. Belmont began to lean in to kiss her, but was interrupted by Alice's shout, calling him to get up. Hearing this, he stopped immediately, while Felix smiled. The Demon King then recalled that his servant once mentioned it was common for confusion to arise about the gender of angelic clan members. He was intrigued by the fact that Alice had called Felix brother. Curious, Belmont activated his absolute vision and, switching to X-ray mode, saw Felix without clothes. Felix, with an enigmatic smile, remarked that she would greatly appreciate Belmont's guidance from that point forward. It was the first time in the Demon King's life that he entered a state of absolute shock, marked as State D. A few days later, Belmont was still traumatized by what had happened. Lester and the others observed the Lord, noticing he wasn't the same since the incident at recruitment. Meanwhile, someone approached, asking if the bastard was in the room. Lester called Belmont, saying that his sisters-in-law Alice and Newt were there to see him. Irritated, Alice corrected him, asking since when she was considered his sister-in-law. As soon as the king saw the two of them, he smiled, feeling that after experiencing that dark incident, the thirst that had resided within him had finally disappeared. Alice commented that she wouldn't even have come if it weren't for what had happened. Meanwhile, Newt, looking at Belmont, said it had been a while since she'd seen the little incubus. Motivated, Belmont felt this was exactly what he needed to rise again. Lester, impressed, noticed that his brother finally seemed recovered. Out of nowhere, Felix appeared, greeting the protagonist, which sent Belmont back into a state of confusion. Felix approached Belmont's desk, handing him a heroic emblem and explaining that it was a precious item reserved for the club president. He praised Belmont's performance in the admission test, saying he deserved the honor. Alice, surprised, remarked that she never imagined Belmont had the goal of gathering emblems, but emphasized that she would be the first to collect all three. She explained that, because of Belmont's challenge, both she and Newt had decided to join the fencing club, ensuring that she wouldn't lose to him in obtaining the 3 emblems during the Heroes' Day celebration. Newt questioned why Alice needed to join the club if she could challenge Belmont in any way. Nervous, Alice told Newt to stop saying nonsense. Embarrassed, she turned to Belmont and suggested he join them in the advanced class in the 2nd year. With a confused smile, the protagonist replied that he had heard her proposal. Belmont was shocked to hear there would be a class where they would all be together. Alice began stammering, saying that regardless, she wouldn't lose to him. Newt, mocking the situation, asked if she had bitten her tongue, while Felix questioned whether Belmont really didn't know about the arrangement. Lester, taking the role of informant, explained that due to the low number of students in the advanced 2nd-year class, boys and girls wouldn't be separated. Curious, the protagonist called his servant, and, with a charming smile, asked what this Heroes' Day celebration was, emphasizing that he wanted to participate immediately. Lester, calm, replied that there would be no problem and explained that the event was held within the academy, requiring the approval of all professors to participate. He assured him that his family would handle that detail. The next day, the results arrived. Lester had been approved, but to everyone's surprise, the protagonist had been rejected. Outraged, Lester declared it was impossible, as even using his family's name, Belmont hadn't gotten the approval. Upon checking the list, Belmont noticed that only one professor had marked an X. When Lester asked who it was, the protagonist replied, "Professor Aphrodite." Determined to resolve the issue, they headed to her office. Along the way, Lester explained that Aphrodite belonged to a family Belmont should never cross. He revealed that her family members were known as berserkers, distant relatives of the Rosiath family, famous for surpassing their limits in wars and winning every battle. In terms of status, they were far above Lester's family. As they approached the office, they heard shouting from inside. Aphrodite categorically stated that she would not approve Belmont, even if he or Dean came to her personally. She further emphasized that if they had nothing else to say, she needed to teach her class. A voice countered, asking if she had something against the demonic clan. In response, Aphrodite shouted that the issue wasn't Belmont belonging to the demonic clan, but the fact that he was an incubus. Belmont thought he should knock first, but unexpectedly, the door opened, and he ended up bumping into the professor. Surprised, he tried to justify himself, saying it was a coincidence since he was about to knock. Irritated, Aphrodite screamed that he was a pervert and, in a fit of rage, blew up the room. Inside the office, Aphrodite questioned Dean if she had witnessed the protagonist's behavior, declaring that it proved his lack of control and perverted impulses. She stated that only an undisciplined person would act that way. Belmont, analyzing the hole Klein had caused, thought that the most out-of-control person there was her. Trying to defend himself, he explained that the incident was an accident but mentioned that in the Demon Clan, it was common to need to touch people to differentiate them, depending on their size. Klein, even more furious, asked how many times he had touched someone. As Belmont began to answer, Lester interrupted, warning that Klein was the very personification of discipline and that he needed to be cautious. Lester explained that, within the academy, she was known as Klein, the berserker with romantic impulses, also called the last Iron Lady of the magical world, a cold-blooded woman who showed zero tolerance for love. Klein overheard the explanation and, annoyed, stated that Lester knew too much. The director intervened, saying she didn't believe Belmont had acted intentionally. However, Klein bowed and asked the director to send Belmont to the discipline room so she could personally handle his discipline. Lester was alarmed about what might happen to his little brother, but Karen reassured him that everything would be fine and that things might even improve after Belmont underwent a disciplinary process. Sometime later, Belmont found himself in the discipline room located at the end of a corridor. The place was peculiar, with various instruments hanging on the walls and scattered around the corners. Tied in the center of the room, Belmont wondered if this really resembled a discipline room. To him, the environment seemed strangely familiar, as if he had heard of such a place before. Observing the methods used, he concluded that Klein appeared to be a professional in the matter. With a whip in hand, Klein appeared before him, demanding he be a man, and admit all the crimes he had committed so far. Belmont, confused, asked what crimes she was referring to, as he couldn't understand the accusations. With a sadistic smile, Klein said she would refresh his memory. She asked what he had done to Alice during the admission exam, to Newt during combat training, and to Felix on the day of the club and society event. She accused him of being unable to control his romantic impulses. Shouting, Klein ordered him to reveal what had happened in his most intimate interactions with those young women and to detail everything. As she pressed him, Belmont simply stared at her in disbelief, wondering if the true lack of control wasn't in the very person yelling at him. Belmont began to observe the professor closely, thinking that if Klein was a berserker with romantic impulses, her behavior seemed strangely aligned with the circumstances of his yin-yang cultivation. He was also puzzled by her insistence on knowing all the details of his actions. Responding confidently, he stated that he had done all those things while in full control of himself, with honor and pride. Outside, Lester listened curiously. Hearing what his lord said, he thought the response was impressive. However, Klein became irritated by Belmont's confident tone and, shouting, struck him with the whip. Belmont, without showing any reaction, stared at her, feeling something strange. There was demonic energy coming from the whip. With an authoritative air, Klein extended the whip and demanded he explain what was happening. Surprisingly, Belmont asked her to strike him again. This left the professor bewildered, but he had a clear intention. He wanted to better understand the energy he was sensing. Klein, even more irritated, stood up and ordered him to stop acting superior. Meanwhile, outside, Lester began to blame himself, thinking all the humiliation his little brother was enduring was the consequence of his own actions. Belmont activated his absolute vision and realized that the whip, though it appeared cold, concealed within it an extreme heat. When the attack struck him again, he finally understood that the red aura represented the impulses Klein had been repressing for a long time. The professor, maintaining an imposing posture, declared that if he didn't explain everything at that moment, he would never leave the room. The Lord, analyzing the situation, concluded that due to Klein's berserker lineage, she constantly needed to restrain herself to keep her impulses in check. Thinking this, Belmont decided he would help her release that pent-up energy. With a confident smile, he concluded that this made things even more interesting. He then began to release his own demonic energy. Suddenly, Klein's whip started to move on its own. Alarmed, she shouted, asking why her weapon was turning against her. The whip coiled around her body, completely ignoring the professor's commands. Confused, Klein realized she no longer had control over it. Belmont, observing the scene, recalled something he had read in a guide. Massaging certain parts of a woman's body could help release accumulated tension. The whip started lightly striking Klein's body, eliciting a completely new sensation for her. Breathless, Klein began to wonder what kind of feeling this was, something she had never experienced before. Outside, hearing the sounds coming from the room, Lester assumed his lord was suffering and decided he couldn't stand idly by. 20 minutes later, Klein was sitting on the floor, her voice trembling. She looked at Belmont and asked what he had done to her, but emphasized that he shouldn't think that. Just because of this, Before she could finish her sentence, Lester abruptly opened the door, shouting and asking if Belmont was okay. Startled, the professor demanded to know how he had entered. Belmont, calm, turned and replied that he was fine, adding with a confident smile, "If Klein is a berserker, then my target will be the entire clan." Lester, impressed, thought his lord had taken another step toward his ultimate goal. Relaxed and in a good mood, Klein stood up and declared the disciplinary session over. Since Belmont had reflected on his actions, she permitted him to participate in the Heroes' Day celebration. Lester celebrated, saying it was fantastic that his little brother had gained approval. Belmont, however, remained confused, wondering why the professor had changed her attitude so suddenly. Klein, on the other hand, looked at him with determination. In her thoughts, she promised that during the Heroes' Day celebration, She would show Belmont what true punishment was, as retribution for challenging her and wounding her pride as a berserker. Meanwhile, in the first-year classroom, Lester was explaining to the students what Heroes' Day celebration was. He said the event aimed to honor the achievements of great heroes of the past. Since the Academy prioritized the rank of participants, the requirements to join were very high. Only second-year students considered stronger were directly accepted. The rest needed approval from the professors. Lester detailed that participants would be organized into groups of 4, resembling the ancient hero squads, and would face rounds of challenges. The first round, called the Hero's Legend, involved reenacting a historic battle against the Demon Clan. In this challenge, participants would assume the role of the heroes, choosing a historic battle and reenacting it, fighting against a professor who would represent the Demon Clan. The second round, the Immortal Heroes, would honor those who sacrificed themselves in the battles, reinforcing the legacy of heroes who gave everything for a better world. Students would enter a palace where bronze statues of all fallen heroes were located. They would have to answer questions specifically about these heroes. Those who answered correctly would pass immediately, but if any answer was wrong, the bronze statues would activate, and students would have to face them to advance. The third round, called the Hero's Song, was a mystery. Since few people had reached this stage in recent years, Lester hadn't been able to gather information about it. He turned to the protagonist and asked what kind of preparation they should do, noting that this battle would be very challenging. Belmont, however, remains focused on his book and responds enthusiastically that he has finally found what he was looking for. He points to the text, saying it's called BDSM, lamenting that he hasn't had the chance to experience all of it yet. Lester is left speechless, shocked by his lord's reaction. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure comments that they've heard Belmont secured approval to participate in the hero's celebration. Ohm confirms the information. A hooded woman responds that this could be a great opportunity. After the hero's celebration, the protagonist could become even more refined material once he matures. She asks Ohm if she knows what to do when the moment comes. Nervously, Ohm confirms she understands everything. Rostana then assumes her true form and orders Ohm to eliminate the Demon King and obtain his genes for refinement. Finally, the day of the Heroes' Festival arrives. Belmont is trembling uncontrollably. Lester, observing, assumes his little brother is also overwhelmed by the grandeur of the sacred festival. He decides to follow his lord's steps, hoping to gain a bit of luck himself. However, Belmont is crying as he moves his fingers. The blonde, confused, wonders what his lord is doing. Belmont finally finishes counting to 40, thinking about the 40 girls present and how he will finally be able to break ground on the double cultivation method. Lester, shocked, believes his leader is determining who the strongest opponents are. The director steps in front of everyone and declares that this year's Heroes' Day is officially beginning. She explains that all students can form their groups however they wish. Belmont starts walking, thinking he should pair up with girls. Suddenly, he bumps into a muscular man. Looking up, he sees a young man with pink hair who crouches down, extends his hand, and invites him to join their group. Belmont begins trembling, but the man grabs him, saying he should join the Senpai Mickey Mouse Magic House. Suddenly, Newt appears, demanding that the giants release the little incubus. The pink-haired man, confused, asks what she's talking about. With a smile, Newt declares that Belmont is her man. Recognizing Newt's prestigious lineage, the giants relent and hand Belmont over to her. Spreading her arms, Newt hugs Belmont and asks what he thinks about being rescued and chosen for her team. A little further ahead, Alice, irritated by the scene, comments that the Heroes' Festival is a sacred occasion and asks the two of them to take it more seriously. Newt, unfazed, tells Alice to just pick her own team members and mind her own business. Alice is shocked to hear this. The beast notices her reaction and asks if she also wants to join the little incubus. Embarrassed, Alice quickly turns away, denying it. She claims it's not because she wants to be on the same team as him, but because she needs to keep an eye on the two of them. According to her, she can't allow the homage to the sacred heroes to be desecrated. Newt, unfazed, says it's fine because they don't care what Alice says. Meanwhile, Belmont thinks to himself that, although they are very famous, they are still women, so there won't be any problem for him. The three of them exchange glances, and Newt remarks that there's still room for one more person, questioning who it could be. Suddenly, Rostana arrives, expressing her desire to join the protagonist's team. Alice turns to her irritated and declares that she was the one who picked that idiot first. The beast retorts, claiming that she was actually the one who chose Belmont first. The protagonist, unsure of Rostana's gender due to her build, asks what she is. Both women turn to him, demanding to know why he asked that. The king explains that he must be cautious because of past experiences. Rostana lowers her head and says she's a girl. Without hesitation, the protagonist replies that she's already in. The lady starts yelling at him, accusing him of accepting anyone as long as they're a woman. Newt observes the elf and comments on how strange it is, noting that elves are typically arrogant and wouldn't pick demons like that. Rostana counters, saying it doesn't matter who she picks. What truly matters is that she'll lead them to victory. Alice retorts that some people remain as arrogant as ever and questions how the elf knows who will lead them to victory. Lester, chosen by others, notices that the protagonist is protected by his harem and decides he no longer needs to worry. The ogre behind him remarks that club members should look after each other and offers to help transform his body, urging the blonde to relax. Sometime later, the protagonist's group enters the dragon dungeon beneath the academy. Alice comments that it's her first time entering the school dungeon, pointing out that there are 4 pathways and suggesting they split up to explore. Belmont gazes at the sculptures on the walls, thinking they resemble, before the lady interrupts him to explain that the Demacy battle was one of the most tragic and significant conflicts between the main races and the demons. Newt confirms, noting how difficult it was. Alice elaborates that the battle between the multiracial Crusader Alliance and the demon army lasted 10 days and nights on the plains of Elazig. They suffered massive losses when the reserve soldiers were ambushed by flaming demons at the Sacred Guard volcano. Despite half of the Crusader Alliance's army being defeated, they managed to break the blockade and reach the Demon King's castle, where the Guardians had fierce battles against the Demon King. The lady adds that they only managed to turn the tide after the deaths of 2 holy heroes. A message appears before them reading, "Choose a path, defeat the warriors guarding the demons and their puppets, and take Fort Demacy Castle." Belmont watches this, thinking it's a test to force the teams to split up and assess their strength. Rostana selects an entrance and bids farewell to the protagonist, calling him Belle. Alice, jealous, questions why the elf was calling him Belle when she barely knows him. Irritated, she yells at Rostana to go down that damn path already. The lady picks her path and leaves, grumbling about how the elf thinks she's more than she actually is. Newt laughs, wondering what kind of demons they'll encounter along the way. Before entering her path, Alice glances at the protagonist, calling him Belle, and tells him to stay alive until they meet again. The Lord reassures her. Outside, Klein stands beyond the castle, declaring that they've finally arrived. She laughs, holding something in her hand, and announces it as their welcome gift. Meanwhile, the protagonist ventures further into the dungeon. Suddenly he hears a song. "Fly high, O Demon King. We, the demon race, will always stand by you." Surprised, he thinks it's the ancient song of the demons. Out of nowhere, he hears noises and turns, startled. Many creatures approach him. As they draw closer, he realizes they're demon guardians. Belmont thinks it's fantastic. Spreading his arms wide, he declares he's back, and that he's the one and only. However, the demons keep advancing, saying they must put an end to the intruder. The protagonist realizes he's in an event, and that these aren't real demons but mere puppets. He activates his absolute vision, intending to end everything at once. As the Demon King observes the guardians' bodies, he's confused, questioning when his guardians turned into women. Belmont begins gathering his energy, stating that it doesn't matter since they're just puppets and that he's regained enough power to defeat them. The protagonist charges at all of them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the lady faces the same monsters. She remarks how incredible it is, as the battle feels so realistic. Newt comments that if it were just about simulating combat, Rostana interjects, saying that's not the case. It wouldn't be the Festival of Heroes. Belmont defeats all the demons with ease. He observes the puppets, noting that even though they're just puppets, some parts are quite interesting. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes behind him. The protagonist rushes over to investigate and realizes he's at the Sacred Guard volcano. A message appears stating, "All members have passed the Plains battle and may proceed to the next location." Belmont says this must be the so-called Plains battle. From a distance, the professor laughs, saying this is only the beginning. The volcano begins to awaken, and an eerie laughter echoes from within. The king looks up, recognizing the laugh as belonging to the flaming demon. Suddenly, the demon steps onto the edge of the volcano, smiling and asking if the protagonist is the hero brave enough to challenge her. Belmont becomes flustered upon realizing that the flaming demon is also a woman. Professor Klein, watching from afar, thinks that to defeat a pervert like the protagonist, she transformed all his opponents into women and increased their bust size. Suddenly, she remembers that casting a spell on one puppet causes all the others to change as well, which means, elsewhere, the second demon, now also with an exaggerated figure, asks Alice if she is the heroine daring to challenge him. The lady is slightly confused, wondering why the demon's chest looks strange and questioning if Belmont might end up like that in the future. Newt is annoyed, asking what kind of nonsense this is and how a man could have a bigger chest than hers. The fourth demon stares at Rostana, while she wonders why the demons have such large chests, and if that's where they store their magical power. Back to the protagonist. The first demon introduces herself as Garfield, the flaming demon, guardian of the Sacred Guard volcano. Garfield emphasizes that the only way to pass is over her dead body. The Demon King agrees that Garfield's statement is logical, but finds it odd to hear it from a feminine face. Garfield yells that if the protagonist loses, he must kneel and surrender. She adds that once he confesses his crimes, she will destroy him, claiming his body for herself. Belmont thinks he never taught the flaming demon to say such things, and feels like he's heard it from someone else before. Klein covers her mouth, realizing she accidentally passed her own words to the puppet demon. Garfield slams the ground, unleashing the fury of the Sacred Guard. The ground begins to crack, spewing flames everywhere. Fiery points erupt around the protagonist, trapping him. He recalls that the fury of the Sacred Guard is one of the flaming demon's abilities. Victims are pursued by intense flames, and none have ever survived unless their magical power was strong enough. Rostana uses her wind abilities to dispel the flames. The flaming demon is startled, asking how this is possible, as her flames are blown away by the wind. Suddenly the winds grow sharper and begin cutting into the demon, allowing the elf to easily defeat the flaming demon. Meanwhile, the protagonist finds himself increasingly surrounded by fire. He thinks it's getting hotter and hotter there. A message appears asking if he'd like to accept help from Rostana, but he rejects it, thinking he doesn't need the elf's assistance, since those demons are merely puppets. Belmont recalls that the flames are created by the demon's own magical power. Though powerful, such flames don't last long. Flame demons must conserve enough magic to keep their bodies burning. The protagonist begins creating a magical barrier with his recovered power. As he works, he thinks that if he can hold out for a while, the fire magic will weaken. When that happens, the flame demon will be exhausted, and that will be his chance. As soon as the barrier is ready, it begins to crack, which worries the protagonist, who wonders why it isn't stopping the fire. The Demon King thinks he's been foolish, realizing there's a professor controlling the puppet, so the magical power won't run out, it will only grow stronger. From afar, Klein watches the situation, wondering if the protagonist can't see how well she's taking care of him since the demon in front of him is dozens of times stronger than the other three combined. The flames intensify, spreading even more and beginning to engulf Belmont, as the demon demands that the protagonist kneel and beg if he wants to proceed. The king scoffs, saying it's a joke. He hasn't knelt to anyone in thousands of years. Garfield charges forward, shouting that if that's the case, the protagonist must accept his fate and perish. The punch lands where the protagonist was, but he manages to dodge, thinking that his current power is only 10% of what it usually is, and that won't last much longer. He realizes he needs to find the connection between the puppet and the professor controlling it. Belmont activates his all-seeing eye and locates the receptor on Garfield's chest. The demon turns, declaring that this is the end. Without hesitation, the protagonist lunges forward, seeing this as the perfect opportunity. With one strike, he pierces through Garfield's body, hitting the receptor. Garfield screams as the protagonist lands on the other side, holding the receptor in his hand. The king remarks that he will accept it kindly. Klein begins breathing heavily, wondering what's happening as the magic is being drained rapidly from her body. She collapses to the ground, weak and trembling, realizing that the protagonist must have found the magical links. If that's the case, she needs to sever all of them at once. Suddenly, the receptor explodes. Garfield rises, screaming and calling Belmont a pervert, insisting that he will never get past her. Belmont smirks, thinking he now knows who's controlling the flame demon. The protagonist creates a small energy ball, saying it's a pity that, without the professor's magical supplements, Garfield is nothing more than an empty puppet. With a single strike, he obliterates the puppet entirely. The Demon King turns and begins walking as a message appears, stating that the flame demon's crusade has been completed, and the protagonist should return to the designated entry point. Sweaty and out of breath, the professor mutters that Belmont is very impressive and decides it's time for her to go there personally. Inside the dungeon, Alice remarks that too much time has passed and wonders if the two fools have been eliminated. Newt questions if something is wrong and if she's worried about him, pointing out that Rostana hasn't returned either. The lady denies being worried about him, saying instead that he might drag the whole team down with him. The beast tells her to just admit she's worried. There's no need to lie here. Rostana appears, asking why Alice didn't help the protagonist earlier if she's so concerned. The lady insists she isn't worried and only wants to level up. The elf remarks that if one team member fails, everyone would be disqualified. The two women suddenly grow anxious, questioning if that's really how it works. Rostana then laughs, saying she was just joking and teasing them for believing others so easily. Alice tries to lunge at the elf, calling her a smug brat, but Newt grabs the lady and tells her to calm down since it's not the time to fight. While they argue, the beast hears someone approaching. Newt runs off and grabs the protagonist, exclaiming that the little incubus is finally back, and mentioning that the two were nearly fighting over him. They tell Newt to stop making things up. Strange noises begin, and a message appears. Legend has it that the Demon King revels in extreme perversion. He amuses himself with the 108 guardians by his side, all with a cordial disposition. The Lady of Fort Demus is one of the most powerful guardians. One of the Academy professors will play the role of the guardian in this hero memorial. Their abilities will be an identical simulation of the guardians, including combat skills and weaknesses. All her abilities will be exactly the same as the original guardians. The protagonist reads this and asks if, from their perspective, the Demon King does nothing but engage in perverse activities. Newt confirms, emphasizing that's how the magazines they've read since childhood describe him. Belmont gets irritated, saying that authors should tell stories, not lies, as this misleads innocent children. The Beast, confused, comments that the protagonist is just an incubus and questions if he should really be talking like that. Suddenly, all the doors slam shut. The four remain on alert, noting that all the doors have been sealed. Belmont becomes serious, thinking that she's finally there. A figure appears above them, announcing that she's been waiting a long time for the heroes. The protagonist is confused, thinking the voice of that little girl sounds familiar. The young demon greets them, and the king cannot believe Lacey is there, wondering how his personal maid became the most powerful guardian. Newt stares at Lacey, asking how a mere girl could have killed two holy heroes. Rostana comments that wild people like her wouldn't understand such things because of their lack of intelligence. Alice grabs the beast, stopping her from hitting the smug elf, and pleads for calm, saying now isn't the time to fight. The young girl smiles and invites the heroes to showcase their skills. Suddenly she creates numerous clones. Alice is shocked, noting there are so many of her. Newt says she understands now, claiming it's tied to the Demon King's promiscuous past. Belmont listens, disappointed, thinking he can't even clarify the situation. Lacey begins attacking. Newt unleashes her claws and fights back, saying she won't be eliminated so easily. Alice also joins in, declaring that line was hers. The elf uses her powers, telling the two not to get in her way. While the chaos unfolds, the protagonist remains calm, not fighting. The lady turns to him, yelling and asking why he isn't fighting. However, the protagonist is counting, and Alice becomes more irritated, demanding an answer. Belmont turns to them and says something is off. He asks them to count the clones and tell him how many there are. Rostana says she's already defeated 70 clones. The lady can't believe it, wondering why there are still so many after such a long battle. The protagonist explains that it's a cloning spell. A new clone appears as soon as one is defeated. They can only win by defeating Lacey's real form. Newt, exasperated, says it's impossible to find the real one among so many, and if they keep going like this, they'll exhaust their powers before advancing. The Demon King activates his absolute vision. Without difficulty, he identifies the real one since the clones lack circulating magic in their bodies. Belmont thinks he won't be able to hit her true form without absolute vision, and recalls he's already used half of his magical power in the fight against Garfield. However, if he can absorb more power here, he might succeed. The protagonist decides it's fine since there's plenty of magic around. He declares he knows how to defeat the young demon but says he'll need to borrow something from them. Alice asks how someone who doesn't even know the truth can defeat her with such limited power. Belmont responds that he'll use their magical powers. The lady blushes, asking if he's planning to use the same technique as before. Meanwhile, Newt is thrilled, asking her little incubus if he's going to use the absorption method again. Alice tells them to stop and questions what will happen to them after he takes their powers, even if he knows how to defeat the demon. Rostana interrupts and remarks that it's no wonder Arya was hesitant, emphasizing that humans only think about themselves. She adds that she pities the sacrifice of her ancestors. Newt turns to her, asking if the two other heroes were sacrificed because they passed their powers to Arya. The lady counters, saying that even if that's true, it has nothing to do with humans. The elf tells them to look at what's happening right now, pointing out that outside the Hero Academy or the entire continent, humans have already interfered enough. She questions if it isn't because the heroine fought the Demon King alone. The beast tells the elf that now isn't the time to talk about such things. Rostana continues, stating that, right now, the demon race is being revived. She asks what choice the humans will make this time. The lady remembers Belmont saving her life and clenches her hand tightly, saying that although she doesn't fully understand his plan, She will trust him completely. Alice says there's nothing else to be done if she's human. However, she asks him to absorb all her magical power. Rostana watches, thinking this is excellent because the more magical power Belmont absorbs, the greater the maturity of his genetic factor. Belmont begins draining their power. The elf starts feeling warm, thinking she didn't expect the Demon King to have such strong and perfect control over magical power. She admits that she only intended to give him a little of her power, but now wants to give it all. The protagonist recalls what appeared in the earlier message and realizes he knows all of Lacey's weaknesses. In the past, Lacey stood before the Demon King, saying that she had washed all his clothes and cleaned every corner of his lord's room. Now she was waiting for the next order. Belmont praised her, but pointed out that she was still as dependent as always. Lacey bowed, saying she was willing to do anything for him, claiming her loyalty until the end. That young woman was the personal servant of the Demon King, and also the most devoted follower the protagonist had. It didn't matter if she saw a picture on the wall, a sculpture, or even a simple shadow on the wall. She always bowed and swore her eternal loyalty to her king. Belmont shouted at her, telling her to pay more attention before leaving, kneeling because he was right there beside her. She was startled, and turned to see where the shadow was coming from, noticing there was a pair of underwear hanging on the statue. This made her angry, questioning who had left that there, but as soon as she picked it up, she realized who it belonged to. The protagonist felt a bit embarrassed, and she turned, saying she hadn't seen anything. Back in the present, Belmont thought that Lacey's loyalty made her kneel for anything that reminded her of the Demon King, and that was her weakness. Therefore, he just needed to land a good blow when she kneeled, and he would defeat her. Releasing his aura, the protagonist created an image of the Demon King calling Lacey. When she looked at it, she was surprised. Belmont noticed this and thought it was time. But before he could strike, Lacey asked if that was everything, and questioned if he was mocking her. The protagonist wondered what was wrong, as Lacey didn't react to the image of the Demon King. He even started to question whether his shadow wasn't as beautiful as it always had been. Lacey prepared to attack. The Lord, seeing that, created 2 barriers to protect himself, but he was still pushed back. He faced her and said that this was the weakness of the Guardian. So why wasn't she acting according to the rules? Lacey replied that the simple reason was that she didn't need to follow any rules when facing a pervert like him. Klein dispersed her magic and started to reveal herself. The 3 were surprised to see that it was Professor Aphrodite Klein, the heartless berserker, the last Iron Virgin in the magic world. Newt pointed out that she couldn't stand love and enjoyed punishing people cruelly. She questioned how they would manage to defeat her. Klein heard all of this and shouted at the 3, saying they would be eliminated if they dared to say that again. The Demon King remained serious, looking at her, and told her not to forget that he also knew her weakness. Klein was shocked and asked what he wanted to do with her. Without saying a word, the protagonist simply began to use his magic, making the professor scream. Klein asked if he was doing the same thing as before. The girls watched the scene and were shocked. Alice said even the protagonist's attacks were perverted. Newt, on the other hand, asked if the demon race fought like that, finding it quite interesting. Rostana was also impressed, saying it seemed very fun, and that she also wanted to fight him. Belmont looked at the professor, saying it seemed to be over. With her hot body, sweat dripping down, and heavy breathing, Klein, with her trembling voice, begged Belmont not to do that anymore. The protagonist dispersed his magic, which started releasing the professor's body. Still embarrassed, she sat down and asked if he could stop with those childish, idiotic games. Belmont couldn't believe what he was seeing, wondering what was going on. Klein said that he was trying to use the same trick as last time, but she had sealed those meridian points with magic. The protagonist was disappointed by this, thinking that if she had blocked the points, her reaction was because she liked it. The professor lunged at him, saying he should accept his punishment, and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" The attack hit the protagonist with full force. Lady screamed in fear. Rostana also became anxious, thinking the Demon King needed to regain his strength so they wouldn't be eliminated there. Belmont was pushed back by several meters. Even with his body completely injured, he didn't fall, and thought that even though he had absorbed the magical power of 3 people, he couldn't use it all. Moreover, he needed to block the attacks until he found a weakness. Klein began to smile and asked if the protagonist already felt ashamed of himself. Belmont started to analyze more carefully, thinking that the weakness must be somewhere nearby, as seeing how the professor suppressed her desires, she must have a point of vulnerability. Klein prepared to attack once again, saying she would show an even greater shame. Her attack caused an explosion, raising a dust curtain. As the dust began to dissipate, the professor said she had finally fixed that pervert. The protagonist appeared, saying that he managed to block the attack, though his clothes had been destroyed. Klein was shocked to see a man like that. She completely lost her composure and began to fall. Alice asked if it was the first time the professor had seen a man's body without clothes. Newt confirmed, saying that's why people call her the Iron Virgin. Suddenly, energy began to run through her body as she thought that it was the first time she had seen a man's body without clothes. Because of this, she couldn't withstand the impact of the shock. Moreover, it had been so long since she had suppressed her emotions, and they were starting to get out of control. Belmont approached, saying that someone who suppresses their desires too much loses control of themselves when directly exposed to a shocking incident. That was the real weakness in the professor's armor. The protagonist called Kane and told him to act. Immediately, a mass of energy began to hold Klein's body tightly as she screamed on the floor. The Demon King began to approach her and absorb all the energy she had, saying that the magical power of a berserker wasn't bad. The professor started to think that she was a berserker and couldn't let a desire control her. With great difficulty, she raised her hand and cast a spell. A magic formation began to form on the ceiling as she thought she could control her desires. A giant cage formed, trapping her inside. That was the desire-suppressing cage. Belmont had already absorbed a good amount of energy, causing his body and hair to change drastically. He thought that she had preferred to lock herself up to suppress her desires. Inside the cage, Klein was screaming in pain as the cage punished her desires. The protagonist looked at that and thought that she wouldn't be able to withstand it, and if she kept punishing herself that way, she would meet her end. He looked at his hand with the ring and thought that he could test the power he had absorbed on it. Belmont began to take a sword out of the ring. It was the demon's sword. Quickly, he advanced, thinking that he needed to free that woman. With a simple strike, he cut the cage in half. The power that the Demon King had gained began to exude throughout the place. In another location, a voice said it smelled the demon race, and that he couldn't allow the demon race to leave Demacy alive. That voice began to quickly move through the corridors, following the scent of power. Alice asked if they had won. Newt replied that she thought so, as everything had been quiet for a while. Lying in the dust, Klein wondered if this was how people felt when awakening all the magical power of someone, noting that she had never felt so relaxed before. The protagonist looked at his hand, thinking that about 20% of his magical power had returned. The professor began to sit up and said to the protagonist that she had always treated him so badly, so why did he decide to help her? Still without clothes, he said that there was no shame in taking desires seriously, and he was demonstrating that. She looked at him, all happy, and said that she had been accusing him of being a pervert until just recently. She congratulated all four of them on passing the Demacy battle. Without wasting any time, Newt grabbed the protagonist, saying that what he did was incredible, and asked if he could also massage her meridian points, just like he did with the professor. Belmont asked if she had any repressed desires that needed to be released. Newt looked at him, saying that it didn't matter, and remarked that he was bigger than she had imagined, also noting that his horns had grown. Rostana watched from a distance, thinking that the Demon King's powers had increased, and everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, some clothes were thrown at the protagonist's face. Alice told him to get dressed quickly, saying she found those clothes behind the wall he had exploded, and questioned if they weren't ashamed to be talking like this. However, she admitted that some parts of the protagonist were more beautiful to look at. Newt asked why she would feel ashamed, as she had already seen his body before. As he put on the clothes, he said that now he looked more like who he used to be. Alice was surprised, saying that the clothes fit perfectly, as if they were made for him. The professor also complimented him, saying that even though the clothes were just decoration for the castle, they fit him perfectly. The elf girl watched and wondered if they weren't noticing that he looked more like the Demon King now. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, leaving everyone startled. Lady asked Klein what was happening. She replied that she didn't know, as that wasn't part of the storyline for that checkpoint. Belmont told everyone to stay alert because something was coming. A monster emerged from the hole, cursing the protagonist and saying he would use the rest of him for the tribute to the martyrs of the Demacy battle. As soon as Newt saw the creature, she was shocked and asked if that was the sacred elder of the beast people named Klim. The lady was confused, asking if Klim hadn't sacrificed himself in the great battle of Demacy. The professor became serious, wondering why the spirit of an elite hero who sacrificed himself would resurrect without reason. She also noticed that this particular spirit had an immense amount of magical power. Meanwhile, in the battle hall, two people were standing still. One of them wondered if it was risky to use dark magic to release Klim's spirit. The other person said that his magical power was infinitely greater than that of the professor's and told his colleague not to be afraid, as it wouldn't be the first time a hero's spirit returned to the battlefield where he fought. This way, Everyone would think that the demon's end was just an accident. However, the colleague questioned what would happen if Klim accidentally hurt any of the other people present, as there were 3 descendants of heroes there. The first man said that all the heroes on that wall lost their lives fighting against the demon race, and their descendants sacrificing themselves for this would be an honor as heroes. Klim began to attack the protagonist, who managed to dodge the first strike. He quickly moved away. The attacks were so powerful that they started destroying the entire underground city. Newt looked up and said that this was bad because their magical powers hadn't returned yet, and they couldn't fight either. Belmont looked at all of them and said that he would destroy Klim and that they should leave immediately. Alice disagreed, angrily stating that they would leave together and inform the academy about the situation. The protagonist remained serious and said he would stay and fight, emphasizing that the powers they had at the moment wouldn't be enough to get them out unless they acted right now. Klein agreed with him, saying that they would only be a burden to him in that fight, and asked the 3 of them to follow her, as they would use the passage for staff. Klim kept shouting that he couldn't let the demon escape from Demacy and prepared to attack again. The Lord dodged once more and entered one of the passages, thinking he needed to take the elder to another location. While the protagonist took Klim farther away, the 3 of them ran through another exit. The place began to collapse. Belmont kept taking Klim farther away while the elder told the protagonist to feel the weight of his axe, attacking again with a terrifying force, devastating the entire place. The impact hit the protagonist, causing pain to the Demon King. He thought that the magical power of that axe was enormous and began to wonder if 20% of his power would really be enough to win. Klim didn't stop for a second and charged again. Belmont used his absolute vision, but the elder was a spirit, so the protagonist couldn't detect the flow of magical power. Klim charged forward, shouting that he would fight for the glory of his beast people. Suddenly, a whip grabbed the axe. The spirit turned around, asking who was interfering with his battle. As he looked, he saw Klein holding his axe with her whip. Belmont asked why she came back. With great difficulty and almost no strength left, she said that not having her powers didn't stop her from protecting her students, emphasizing that no one would meet their end as long as she was there. The professor began to remember her past. She was under a tree with a young boy. He offered her a teddy bear, asking if she liked it. Klein was impressed, asking if the boy made it, as it was beautiful. Embarrassed, the young boy asked if he could. However, she turned away, even more embarrassed, saying that the boy was terrible, very terrible, as he shouldn't ask such things. The young boy gathered his courage and tried to kiss her. Just as they were about to kiss, a lightning bolt struck between them, saying that it was all nonsense. Her father appeared there. Klein asked what he was doing in that place. However, he didn't say anything and simply began to forcefully take her away. The boy shouted to her that he would be at her birthday party no matter what. With tears in her eyes, she turned and asked Evans to go away, but she would wait for him, no matter how much time passed. Evans only looked at her being taken away and thought that everything would be all right. The teddy bear was destroyed. Klein was locked in the cage, even though she begged her father not to do that. He stared at her and told her to always remember who she was. Her father explained that she was the future candidate to be a berserker, the person who carried the honor of the entire family, and that's why he had forbidden her, forever, from having contact with any boy, emphasizing that she must be cold, putting aside her feelings, to become a berserker. Klein couldn't say anything as tears streamed down her face. The cage began to punish her for her feelings, causing her to scream in pain. Back in the fight, Klim cursed her, and, with a simple movement, began to swing her in the air, throwing her in front of the protagonist. The sacred elder got angry, asking how a berserker warrior dared to side with a demon, and for that, she would be a sacrifice to the heroes of Demacy. Klim raised his axe, gathering strength, saying that his chaos axe would devour everything in front of him. The professor became frightened, saying that the chaos axe turns everything it touches into sand, and if they couldn't escape, then Belmont looked at her and thought there was no other way, even though he didn't know if it would work or not. He apologized to her and began to use his magic once again, striking the correct points on his professor's body. He asked Kane to show the deepest desire of her heart. Belmont began to see his professor as a young woman. Someone called her, and Klein turned around, happily thinking it might be Evans. But when she saw the person wishing her a happy birthday, she lowered her head, saddened, and thanked them. That day, Evans didn't show up, not even after the party was over. She was thrown back into the cage, and her father said that it was all for her training. Before leaving the room, he mentioned that the young man named Evans was no longer alive, noting that he passed away last week and that he had sent a subordinate to the funeral. That was enough to leave the poor child in shock. Her father continued, saying that she should remember her identity from that moment on. Klein remained silent for a while as her father left the room. Her tears began to fall on her dress, and with immense pain in her chest, she screamed with all her strength the name of her love. Belmont found himself in a different place. He heard a noise and turned to see what it was. Looking back, he saw the teddy bear lying on the ground. The doll began to burn with a strange energy, and suddenly, it stood up and started to grow. Quickly, the protagonist grabbed his sword and, without hesitation, attacked the bear, hitting it squarely. Inside the bear was the small Klein, sitting in shock. She fell to her side, crying uncontrollably. A hand reached out to her. Klein lifted her head, asking if it was Evans, and as she looked, she saw her beloved in front of her, saying he had come to visit her. She returned to reality, sitting in front of the protagonist, who was holding her. Belmont looked deep into her eyes and said that he would fulfill her desire in place of Evans. Crying with relief, she thanked him for everything. They kissed. A strong light began to fill the place, leaving Klim confused, asking what was happening. The Demon King stood up once more, covered by the mantle of his power. With a serious expression, the protagonist looked at the sacred elder and said that he should have stayed dead. Klim became furious and called the protagonist a child, charging toward him, saying that he would end it right now. Belmont remarked that he was really the same child as before, and holding his sword tightly, he attacked, cutting the monster as if it were nothing. Klim screamed in pain. The Demon King turned, saying that it was the end. However, the professor screamed, saying that everything was turning into sand. Even with one arm missing, the elder said that the power of the Chaos Axe couldn't be interrupted. Belmont grabbed the axe, saying that, unfortunately, in this world, there wasn't a single magic he couldn't control. The axe began to float and absorb all the sand around it. Klim stared at this and wondered how it was possible, how that child could reverse the magic of a sacred beast. The elder couldn't understand how this demon had so much control over magic, until Klim realized who was really before him. A giant stone appeared above the elder. Belmont looked at him and said, "Rest in peace, hero, just like you did 50 years ago." The giant stone fell on the spirit, ending the battle. A white flower was left on the ground. Everyone stood around where Klim had been defeated. Alice said that it was just the battle spirit of the elder, not his soul, so why should they honor it? Newt, kneeling, said that the battle spirit of heroes is as important as a life to the beast people. Rostana said that it was just a battle spirit, with no autonomous thought, and it had been used by others without realizing it, which is why she found the beast people concerning. Newt tried to slap her, saying that if she wanted to fight, she just had to ask, as she was fed up with the nonsense from that stupid elf. Rostana said it was a bit bold of Newt to think she could challenge her like that. The lady grabbed her friend, telling her to calm down, as the teachers were waiting for them, and if they fought among themselves, they would be disqualified. The professor began to explain that battle spirits are like avatars of a hero's magical power. Having been part of them for so long, these spirits carry the memories of the heroes. She said that when a hero passes away, their persistent battle spirit becomes filled with the hero's obsessions. They continue to carry their last desires. While she explained this, Newt and the elf girl continued arguing and wanting to fight. Belmont asked if that was why the spirit wanted to fight him. She explained again that Klim met his end in the Battle of Demacy, so it wasn't a surprise that his spirit wanted to destroy demons. Klim noted that there was a problem, as they weren't really in Demacy, and high-level battle spirits were kept safe in the Hall of Battle Spirits. So, how did Klim end up here? Alice asked if it was possible that someone had tried to finish off the protagonist. Newt began to wonder if it was Brian again. Rostana thought she hadn't expected this to fail, and that's why she needed to keep an eye on the Demon King from now on, ensuring that he would attend the Hero Festival. Klein said she would report everything to the Academy and asked the group to continue the trial and move to the next checkpoint. Everyone began to leave, but she called the protagonist and asked him to wait a minute. Belmont turned, giving her his charming look, asking what she wanted and questioning if she was trying to thank him. He says there's no need for thanks, and asks her not to repress her desires so much in the future. If she needs him, she can call him any time. Klein is a bit surprised by this, saying that he's mistaken. The professor asks what happened to his face. She gets very close to him and whispers that if he tells anyone about the dual cultivation method, she will end him with her own hands. In the Hall of Spirits, the two people couldn't believe that the battle spirit of the Sacred Elder had been defeated. They questioned where that demon child had come from to defeat Klim. The other one told them to stay calm, as the Hero Festival wasn't over yet, so they still had one more chance. The young man asked if he meant his colleague reminded him not to forget that the second event was about the elite immortal spirits. Sometime later, several students were gathered, and the director said that she would like to congratulate everyone on the extraordinary first event, the Legend of Heroes. She mentioned that a total of 6 groups had passed the test, meaning 24 students were one step closer to the hero insignia. Karen said that behind her was the gate to the Palace of the Elite Spirits, where the next challenge would begin. Belmont thought that, if he wanted to advance to the second year, he needed 2 more insignias. Someone called out to him, and he turned to see who it was. As he looked, Lester appeared, completely different, asking what the protagonist thought, as he had also become stronger. Belmont asked what had happened to him. Lester explained that, in order to follow the steps of his leader, he had surrendered his body to, but before he could finish, another muscular man came and grabbed him, saying the second event was about to start, and they needed to discuss what they were going to do. As he was dragged away, he said he would come back and made a promise. The protagonist remarked that he had become a ricket man. The director explained that in the next test, the groups would be disbanded, and all participants would compete as individuals. She wished them all good luck. The Lord looked at the women and thought that, finally, he had more candidates to use the dual cultivation method on. This way, he would be able to break the seal faster. The protagonist started to approach them, but the 2 stepped in front of him, asking where he thought he was going. Newt grabbed him as usual and started caressing him, saying she didn't want her incubus to escape. Alice grabbed him as well, saying they needed to make sure they didn't commit blasphemy, so she asked Newt to let go of the protagonist. The beast turned and asked the cursed elf why she was following them. She turned, saying she wasn't following anyone, just passing by. The gates opened, and everyone entered the palace. They were impressed by the place and the statues of the heroes. Suddenly, a voice asked the students to behave. Newt asked who it was. The voice came from a statue, saying that no noise would be tolerated while they waited for the task, or there would be serious consequences. The beast asked if that statue really spoke. Alice confirmed, saying that all the statues there carried the battle spirit of a hero. Rostana said that Grass, the forest archer, was the great heroine of the elves. She was also their martyr. Belmont heard the name and said that no wonder Rostana seemed familiar to him. The protagonist remembered climbing onto Grass's back, asking if she was a person or a horse, and that if she told him, he would let her go. Grass screamed, telling the Demon King to let her go, as she would rather be killed than humiliated that way. After saying this, an explosion happened. The protagonist asked in the middle of everyone if she was a person or a horse, leaving everyone shocked. The statue looked at him, and Alice told him to pay attention to what he said, or he might be eliminated. Suddenly, Lester appeared again, saying he had come to take care of him after becoming stronger. An energy arrow was fired, passing by the protagonist and hitting Lester. The arrow exploded. He fell to the ground, saying he wasn't strong enough. Belmont said that his strength didn't matter against her. Grass stated that Ricket had been eliminated. She calls all the students together and introduces herself as Grass, the heroine of the elves, and the judge for this event, explaining that she would go over the rules. A message appears saying, loyalty, bravery, wisdom. Grass says that loyalty, bravery, and wisdom are the 3 virtues a hero must possess to pass the challenge. Everyone must succeed in these 3 character tests. She announces that the loyalty test will begin now, and the spirit of Mordini will interrogate them. One of the statues begins to move, leaving Newt surprised by this. Alice is also shocked, saying that the martyr of the human race is the most loyal hero of all legends. Mordini stands before everyone, and a message appears saying, the interrogation of the spirit, tell me the reason you want to become a hero. Anyone who answers honestly will be accepted and pass the test. If you try to lie, your answer will not be accepted, and you will be severely punished. A young man raises his hand, eager to go first. He says that since he was a child, he dreamed of becoming a hero, and his greatest motivation was to become the greatest man in the country. He kneels and begs to be approved, saying that he will follow Mordini's example and be a loyal hero. The statue says he is lying. The boy is surprised, insisting that everything he said is true. Mordini tells the young man that he is not loyal and doesn't want to become a hero, emphasizing that the only reason he has made it this far is because he was carried by his companions, and his true desire is to become a happy, chubby man. All the other students start laughing and making jokes about him. Suddenly, Mordini attacks the boy, ending his life, saying that the sentence for disloyalty is death. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Karen asks if the professor really suspected that someone had intentionally freed Klim's spirit. Klein answers affirmatively, saying that even though they are part of the festival, battle spirits should only appear in the palace of the elite spirits, and she feels like they are plotting against Belmont. The director acknowledges this and turns, saying the professor could return now. Klein questions the director, asking if they shouldn't investigate this, because if the festival continues, Someone might, but Karen interrupts her, saying no. She raises her hand, saying it will be interesting to see how strong this little demon is. The professor is left confused. Back in the palace, the young man is lying on the floor, lifeless. The other students are horrified by the sight, wondering if this was really part of the festival. Newt asks if the student is really gone. Alice says this is impossible, questioning why there would be casualties among students in an event hosted by the academy. Belmont uses his absolute vision and notices that there was no clear change in the flow of magical power, so Carlotte is fine. The liquid starts to float. The protagonist watches it and notices that the liquid has turned pale yellow. He approaches to touch it, but Carlotte grabs his hand, leaving the protagonist confused. The young man apologizes and says he got so nervous that he ended up wetting himself. The students are relieved to see that Carlotte is alive and that it was just a magical illusion, although it was so realistic that he wet himself. Grass says that Carlotte is eliminated and calls the next student. Newt says that the next one will be her. Mordini asks if she would accept the sacrifice of seducing a demon so that the hero's mission would succeed. The statue asks her to be honest. The students laugh again, saying they can't believe Mordini asked such a question, as who would accept kissing such an inferior race. Newt turns and tells them to shut up, calling them insignificant children. They feel a different energy from her and begin to wonder if she is really a first-year student. Blushing, she says that if it's a little incubus, she'd love to do it. An incubus is the male equivalent of a succubus, both demons of depravity, debauchery, and lust. Alice gets irritated, seeing that she was looking at the protagonist, and yells at her to stop flirting with him right now. Mordini says that Newt has been approved, leaving the lady confused, wondering if she really passed just with that. Mordini warns everyone that, upon passing, they must wait in the next room. Newt starts to go right. The next participant is the elf. Everyone is surprised, making way for her to pass. Here is her question. What would she do if she were a heroine and a friend betrayed her race? She says she would end them because she doesn't need friends. Alice is surprised, thinking that girl is very cold. The statue calls the next participant. The lady said she wanted to try. Mordini asks what she would do if she needed to eliminate someone she loves to complete her mission. Alice is surprised, while the protagonist watches everything, thinking that these races seem more cruel than the demon race. She turns, looking at the protagonist, who is shocked to see this. Despite her fear, Alice says she couldn't end the person she loves. Everyone is shocked by this answer, saying she would be eliminated because they couldn't understand how a true hero would fail to complete their mission because of love. A girl from the back says there's someone else with doubts, and that's why she is from the Rosie family. People kept criticizing her answer, saying that if she couldn't do that, how would she become a true hero, stressing that it would be better if she turned back and just became a princess. Suddenly, the statue says that her answer was accepted, and she passed, leaving her shocked. Still very confused, Alice looks up and asks how she passed, since that is something a hero should do. Mordini explains that the heroine Arya once said, "What's the point of being called a hero if you can't protect those you love?" Mordini calls the next person. As the next person arrives, even the statue doesn't know what to say. Mordini asks what he prefers, if he were a hero, a strong body or a flawless soul. That giant smiles and, showing his body, says he would take both. The statue gets embarrassed, raises its sword, and says that his answer was accepted. Because of this, he passed. The interview continues for a while longer, approving and eliminating people. Meanwhile, in the next room, Alice is annoyed, wondering why that idiot hasn't answered yet. Newt asks if she's worried about the little incubus. The lady, serving, shouts that she isn't worried about him, but about not having started the second test yet. Newt starts laughing, saying Alice will worry until the end. Back in the testing room, Belmont is wondering how he can be a hero if he is the Demon King. He thinks that if he answers honestly, he will be eliminated, so he needs to figure out a way to pass without lying. Suddenly, something catches the protagonist's attention. Looking to the side, he sees a woman using invisible magic. Mordini asks her to answer honestly, and asks what she would write if asked to draft a declaration of war against all demons, in their language. Belmont watches that, and wonders if she is really using invisible magic, since only those with strong magical power can see it. He takes a good look at her and says that, by her size, that girl is the one who always walks with Alice's brother, known as Teresa. The woman starts to recite how she would write it, but the protagonist is completely lost because he has no idea what she's saying, as all the sentences are jumbled with the wrong order. Clearly, Teresa doesn't speak the demon language. As she finishes speaking, the statue says she passed. Everyone around starts celebrating, saying that Teresa is the best secretary they have. Even though the demon language is extremely difficult, she managed it. Belmont is even more confused because her answer was completely wrong. so he can't understand how she passed. Once she was approved, Teresa dispels her spell. The protagonist sees this and deduces that it was for that reason she passed. Mordini calls the next. Belmont steps forward, thinking that if he does the same, his answer will be correct too. Here is his question. In the protagonist's opinion, who was the greatest hero of all time? Newt and Alice think this question is ridiculously easy, because it's clear that it's the great heroine Arya. The Beast says that anyone would know the answer to that. Alice agrees, saying that no one is more honorable than her grandmother Arya. The protagonist remains silent for a while. Mordini asks him to answer quickly. With a smile on his face, he says that the greatest hero of all is Belmont, the Demon King. People start complaining, saying that this time the protagonist has gone mad. Even though he is of the demon race, he should have some respect for a basic fact. If he isn't eliminated, it will be a true disgrace. Alice gets completely angry, calling him an idiot, asking if he thinks he can say such things just because he's a demon. Newt thinks this is very interesting, and wonders if the little incubus did this on purpose. Rostana is a bit confused, wondering why Belmont would give such a suspicious answer, unless he knows what he needs to do to pass. Mordini raises his sword, saying that the answer is, the protagonist thinks he has figured out the reason why Teresa used magic to pass the test. It was because, in addition to needing the answer to pass, magical power has something to do with this test. Belmont remembers that, when he saw the invisible magic, it seemed to be concentrated on the bronze statue's head. He thinks that, in this test, they aren't required to use magical power to fight. So the only possibility is using magic to protect the fluctuation of magical power in the candidate's body. Analyzing the previous tests, the protagonist notices that magic seems to fluctuate when someone has a gap in their confidence, or when that person is lying. That's why Teresa used magic on the statue's head. This way, the statue wouldn't feel the fluctuation of magic in her body. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the answer is right or wrong, because all she needed to do was make the statue believe she was calm. Belmont starts releasing his invisible magic, saying it's his turn to pass the test. However, his magic is cut off, and he wonders if his spell was blocked by someone. Looking to the side, he sees that Teresa had blocked his magic. This makes him realize that the target is him. She continues to stare at the protagonist, thinking that this is just the beginning. The bronze statue begins to transform into the real hero's body. Mordini, furious, screams, saying that the answer is wrong, and asks how the protagonist dares to lie. Because of that, Belmont will now be punished. The other students begin to panic, shouting and asking if the hero's spirit just awakened. The Demon King notices the hole in the hero's chest, confirming that this statue really is Mordini. The hero starts shouting that the greatest hero of all time is the heroine Arya. Belmont stops his sword with just one finger, asking if he remembers the rounds. Mordini is shocked, asking how the protagonist knew about that. Belmont says that if he really remembers, then he should know who the real hero is. Mordini is confused, saying that it's impossible. The greatest of heroes couldn't be a demon. The protagonist begins to release his magic, saying he would give a little help and refresh his memory. 50 years ago, another person was defeated. The great Demon King says he warned that young man he would meet his end, but he was very stubborn. Belmont takes a deep breath and sits on his throne, saying that life as a Demon King is really simple and boring. He wonders how many people they will still send. Then, suddenly, the Demon King has a great idea. He thinks that if he does this, everyone will realize the difficulty and retreat willingly. Mordini is shouting that he, the great hero, will go on a crusade to fight and put an end to the evil dictator, Demon King Belmont. As he makes his whole speech, he notices something on the wall. As soon as Mordini approaches, he sees a notice on the wall saying, "If you're a hero, fight without rounds with me. I'm waiting for you. Signed, the Demon King." The hero gets furious at this, saying that the protagonist was using heroes as champions for training. Without thinking twice, Mordini enters the Demon King's house, saying he came there to put an end to all of this. Belmont, sitting in his chair, says that he's finally here. The protagonist says that if Mordini fights 100 rounds with him, then he could return home alive. The hero finds this pathetic, saying that he doesn't need 100 rounds to put an end to it all. The Demon King finds this interesting and asks what would happen if they went through 100 rounds and the great hero couldn't finish him off. Mordini shouts that if that happens, he would acknowledge the great Demon King as the greatest living hero and give up his identity as a hero. Belmont is pleased with this and says they have an agreement. With impressive speed, the protagonist moves toward the great hero and says they should begin. Mordini is amazed at the speed with which the protagonist moves. With just one slap, the Demon King sends the great hero flying, saying that the first round is over. Mordini begins to get up and, with a trembling voice, says that he wasn't ready yet. However, Belmont continues attacking and says that the second round is also over. The hero begins to get up, saying that he had to go to the bathroom, which is why he couldn't pay attention again. The Demon King continues attacking, saying that the third round is gone as well. Mordini starts to get up once more, saying that he was hungry, which distracted him. If he had a full stomach, things would be different. Belmont asks the hero why he always loses the same way. Mordini shouts, frustrated, saying he doesn't know, and the protagonist should ask the author. This repeats several times until round 29, when the hero's armor is completely destroyed. Injured, he tries to get up, saying that he was wearing too many clothes, which hindered his mobility. After a long time, the protagonist starts gathering magic in his hand, saying that, unfortunately, after this, the hero won't get another chance. With the perfect strike, he destroys Mordini's sword, finishing the 100th round. The hero falls to his knees, saying he lost. Belmont walks up to him and says that now he must fulfill his promise. Mordini refuses, saying he won't acknowledge him as the greatest hero because a brutal and cruel demon king can't be a great hero. The protagonist starts laughing, asking if all the young people today are like that and questioning where the sportsmanship is. The hero shouts that it doesn't make sense to have sportsmanship dealing with a despicable and rotten demon. Mordini asks what the Demon King is waiting for and tells him to end it already. However, Belmont turns and tells the hero to leave. Mordini is confused by this attitude of the Demon King, asking if the protagonist is really going to let him go. The hero starts wondering what's happening here because everything he's always heard from the elders is that Belmont is the cruelest being alive today. The protagonist responds that, at the start of the battle, he would have let the hero go alive. This sounds like an insult to Mordini. He thinks that a hero returning alive without completing his mission is the same as a betrayal, and in this way, he would bring shame to his entire family. Therefore, he should let the Demon King put an end to it. Mordini begins cursing the protagonist, asking if he doesn't have enough courage to end a human. Belmont says that it doesn't make sense to try to provoke him because he made a promise to keep him alive, and he will not break it. The hero is even more confused by this response, wondering why this is happening since the person in front of him is the great, cruel, and despicable Demon King. Mordini realizes he has no more options and, in a moment of desperation, takes an action. While the protagonist walks, he hears a noise. Turning around, he sees that the hero has taken his own life. Belmont is confused, saying that he had already let Mordini go. Why did he have to do this? Before leaving, Mordini said that he would only abandon the honor of being a hero at the end of his life, and he could only say those words if he gave up the honor of being the hero. With his remaining strength, Mordini shouts, "Belmont is the greatest hero!" The statue drops its sword. Kneeling and in shock, he admits that Demon King Belmont is the greatest hero of all. The protagonist looks at him, saying that he really is a kind hero, even if he has closed his heart. All the other students around ask if Mordini really said that the Demon King is the greatest hero of all. They can't believe it, saying that it's an act of betrayal against the heroes and that he shouldn't have the right to be one. Teresa looks at all this and wonders what's going on, since she had dispelled the spell. So how did the protagonist manage to do this? Mordini, still not understanding, says that only he and the Demon King knew about that story. So how did the protagonist know? As soon as he realizes who is really in front of him, his body is struck by attacks. The explosion creates an intense green light, causing the students to cover their eyes. Grass had attacked, saying that Mordini showed signs of admiration for the Demon King in public, and for that reason, she would destroy his fighting spirit right then and there. After eliminating the fighting spirit, she said that he would never again be remembered as sacred. Grass emphasizes that the loyalty test ended there. The students who passed would move on to the next phase of the courage test. Another statue begins to move. This is the examiner for the courage test, named Fiona. Alice is surprised, asking if that's the legendary ghost warrior. She notes that from what she's heard, Fiona can enchant people with her illusions. Newt looks on and says that, with that body, illusions are not Fiona's only trick. Rostana asks if Newt is talking about herself. Fiona interrupts everyone, asking if they are ready, as the test is about to begin. All the boys present begin to fall in love with her, even though she is just a statue. The Demon King recalls all the insults Mordini said to him. He begins to reflect, because he is the only one who doesn't find Fiona beautiful, and wonders if he really is a powerless fool. Fiona begins to explain that everyone will face their worst fears in the realm of illusions, created by her, and only those who overcome their fear will pass the test. However, she said there is one condition. None of them will be able to use magic in the realm of illusions. while everyone else complains that they won't be able to fight without magic. Newt is happy, because physical battles are much more interesting. Alice wonders what they will face since they can't use magic, so this test must be won purely by courage. The heroine says the test begins, and a fluctuation of magic spreads through the area. She welcomes everyone to the wonderful world of illusions. Belmont begins to think that perhaps his greatest fear hasn't even been born in that world yet. However, as the light begins to get stronger, he is a little surprised. Fiore explains that, due to how they were created, the deepest fear of most people is the Demon King Belmont. People begin to scream and close their eyes, begging for salvation. The heroine emphasizes that, even though this is the greatest fear of almost everyone, it may still be different for some. Newt imagines herself running through a meadow and hears someone calling her name. As she turns around, she asks what she is doing there. In the elf's illusions, she is in a great battle, but no matter how much Rostana fought, she hears someone telling her to stop with those futile attempts because she will never be able to change her destiny. She disagrees and says that she will certainly defeat her. Alice is in her room, looking at the statue of her grandmother. Several maids enter her room and ask if she is awake. She thinks that, as a descendant of the great heroine, she was always maximally protected, so there's nothing she fears. However, she has always hated some people. Alice asks for her clothes, saying she would like to get dressed, but the maid says that, as a descendant of the great heroine, she doesn't need to do this alone, pointing out that she can help her. This repeated every time she tried to do something, whether it was brushing her teeth or even going to the bathroom. There was always someone trying to help her. Annoyed with the whole situation, she bangs on the door, locks it, and yet the maids stay outside shouting that she, as a descendant of the great heroine, shouldn't do anything alone. Alice couldn't take any more of this treatment. She thinks that everyone says she's lucky to enjoy all the glory of being a descendant of the great heroine Arya. Even in her training, the elegant teacher would say that she is a descendant of the great heroine and must maintain an elegant image, not getting involved in such matters. And for that reason, he said that the teachings about magic ended there. From then on, she would learn to be more elegant. Alice doesn't agree with all of this and says she doesn't need to be more elegant and asks to learn a bit more about magic. Royd says it doesn't matter how hard she tries, she will never be greater than Arya, because she was the greatest heroine of all time. Thanks to all these treatments, Alice begins to wonder if she was destined to live in the shadow of her grandmother from the moment she was born, questioning what kind of life this is. Suddenly, she hears someone saying that this is her greatest fear, and when she turns around she sees her grandmother. Arya tells her granddaughter that if she doesn't want to live in the shadow of the great heroine, then she should defeat her. This leaves Alice in shock, as she never imagined defeating her own grandmother. Arya tries to encourage her granddaughter, saying that her dream has always been to surpass the great heroine. Alice starts to think that her grandmother is really right. She can't give up on her goals. So she shouts to her grandmother that she will start the attack. Without hesitation, she rushes towards the great heroine. With a simple movement of her fingers, Arya throws her granddaughter away, making her hit the wall and fall to the ground. Alice, with a trembling voice and a bit hurt, says that she can't defeat her grandmother because she can't even use magic in that world. Arya says that magic isn't the most important thing to become a great hero. This leaves Alice confused, and she begins to question what could be more important. While everyone is trapped in the realm of illusions, Teresa manages to break free from Fiona's spell with those glasses. She looks at Belmont, thinking that he will soon be eliminated. The protagonist is standing still, with a frightened expression and his gaze fixed on the ground. Inside the realm of illusions, on a beautiful day in a lovely village, everything seems fine. People are smiling, and the turtle is taking a bath. A young boy lets his balloon fly and tries to ask for help to catch it. The boy's mother says that, unfortunately, the balloon flew away, and there's not much they can do, calling her son to come back home. Suddenly, a demonic magic starts flying, and the protagonist touches the shoulder of the child who's sad about his balloon. Belmont gives the balloon back to the child, telling him to hold it tightly and not let it fly away again. The child is all happy, thanking the protagonist. The boy's mother looks to thank him as well, but as soon as she sees it's the Demon King, she begins to get scared, and everyone around starts running. Even the turtle who was bathing starts waving the flag, calling for love and peace. Belmont stands still in the square with the balloon in his hand, thinking that everyone in the world has always been afraid of him. So how could there be something that caused fear in him? The protagonist releases the balloon, questioning why they only believe in what they're told to believe. However, he hears a familiar voice asking what the problem is and if he has already forgotten his fear so quickly. The Demon King turns to see who this voice belongs to. However, as soon as he looks at her, he can't remember her name, questioning who this woman could be. As he takes a good look at her, he recalls who she really is. Arya asks him if he's not afraid of being sealed again. Belmont asks if she's going to use the dual cultivation method again. The great heroine says yes, emphasizing that the dual cultivation method doesn't rely on magical spells from the 4 great attributes and has various effects. It can be used to form a huge attack power or to reduce explosive force. On top of all that, Arya says that it can still be used to completely seal someone's powers. The great heroine says that there is always a condition, and the condition isn't so simple to activate. The Demon King says that he already knows that, emphasizing that he needs to fulfill his opponent's deepest desires before activating it. Arya asks if he still remembers his deepest desire. About 50 years ago, in the Demon City, the great battle was happening, and it was being dominated by the Demon King. The protagonist says it has been a week, and asks if Arya doesn't want to give up. On the other hand, she is happy, saying she finally managed to hold on for a week. Belmont asks what she is talking about. Arya says she managed to intensify the fears the protagonist has over the last 7 days. The great Demon King says that's a joke, as in the last thousands of years, he has never known the meaning of the word fear. The great heroine asks if he minds letting her get a little closer. Belmont says that, apparently, her memory is very weak, and asks if 7 days is enough for her to forget that no type of magic from any attribute has an effect on him. Without fearing anything, he allows her to approach a bit more. A light and intense magic begin to form, and she says that he should take a look at that. The glow gets stronger, and the protagonist realizes that this is the item capable of projecting someone's desires, known as the Heart of Goodney. Belmont questions how a human could possess that heart. Arya begins to explain that the fears of ordinary people usually exist because they have a weak heart. However, originally, their fears come from their desires. The more you desire something, the more you fear that it won't come true. The Demon King stares at it and wonders if that is truly his fear. The great heroine says that the protagonist has been trying to stop the crusade for the last 1,000 years and asks if that is not his greatest desire. Belmont begins to think that he fears that it will go on forever and never come to an end. He fears that all of this will prove nothing, and his greatest fear is that the existence of the demon race will be reduced to a truth that someone believes just because they need to believe it. And his greatest desire is to stop all the things he fears. Arya takes advantage of being close enough to the Demon King and touches him, telling him to let her satisfy him, and all of this will come to an end. In that way, the two kiss. The moment this happens, the protagonist realizes that his strength has dissipated and begins to question what kind of magical element this is. The heroine explains that this is the dual cultivation method. After all this explanation, she asks if he still thinks he is a Demon King without fear, questioning if he can overcome this long-forgotten fear. The protagonist begins to crouch, screaming for her to stop saying such things. Alice was starting to deliriously ask her grandmother what is the most important thing to become a hero. Inside the realm of illusions, she could hardly stand, breathing heavily and laboriously. Arya asks what the problem is and wonders if she can't take it anymore, saying that if that's the case, she could end the realm of illusions immediately. Even without strength, Alice remains firm in her mind and begins to shout that she will never give up and rushes forward once again. However, the great heroine disarms her with just one hand, throwing her to the ground. Arya begins to speak, saying it's clear Alice wants to defeat her, but she is scared of all that power, and it will be useless, whether she gives up or not. The lady admits that she is indeed afraid of her grandmother. Arya grabs her sword and says that, if that's the case, they will test how far this fear goes. She attacks without hesitation, but Alice places her hand in front of her, and the sword goes through, but that's enough to stop it before it hits a vital point. Staring at her grandmother, Alice says that her goal has always been to surpass her and become a great heroine, but she has been wrong about one thing all this time. Remembering and acting the same way as Belmont, she says that she doesn't need to surpass Arya's strength to become a heroine. She just needs to find something she wants to protect. Arya is surprised to hear this, and with a slight smile on her face, says that her granddaughter has finally grown up. Alice smiles, saying she is no longer afraid of her. A strong light begins to shine, and Alice wonders what it is. Arya begins by saying that what Alice needs to become a great heroine is something she must discover on her own, and if she is capable of doing so, she will find the Heart of Goodney. Alice begins to return to normal after leaving the realm of illusions, asking what the Heart of Goodney is. Newt says that Alice has finally woken up, as she was very worried about her. The lady asks if everyone passed the test. The beast says not yet, but not many people are left. She points out that there are less than 10 minutes left, and the little incubus still hasn't woken up. The elf begins to approach, saying that the protagonist isn't the only one, as there is still someone else there. Looking to the side, they notice that Teresa is also trapped in the realm of illusions, Belmont finds himself in an endless battle where everyone is advancing to try to defeat him. He begins to defeat everyone who approaches, one by one, until several fallen bodies are gathered by his side, and he says that 10,000 years have passed, and the crusade still hasn't ended. He wonders why this never stops. Arya appears and says that this is because, as the Demon King, he is doomed to face the eternal crusade. She says that, even after 10,000 years, he won't be able to escape it. It's a cycle that will never end, even if he starts everything again. The great heroine looks at him and says that only dual cultivation can bring an end to this eternal suffering. Belmont can't believe this and says it's impossible, emphasizing that the foolish heart of the great heroine is a big scheme to make him participate in the cultivation method. Arya asks if he is really doubting her, as all he has to do is look around. Many people are there trying to defeat him. Once again, she emphasizes that the crusade only ends when the Demon King meets his end. The protagonist starts to get furious and accumulates a massive amount of energy, shouting that he doesn't believe her. He starts fighting tirelessly, saying that he won't feel fear, no matter how many crusades there are. No one can defeat him, because he is the strongest Demon King in the world. Soon, an immense pile of bodies is under his feet. Belmont looks at all of it and says that he accepts the crusade, emphasizing that it could last 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even until the end of the world. Something begins to happen on the ground, near several bodies. The protagonist looks at it and wonders what it could be. He begins to fall into a strong light. As he falls, he questions if that light is his way out of the realm of illusions, saying that he was expecting this, because the heart of Goodney or all that talk was just nonsense, since there's nothing in that world that can make him afraid. As the protagonist passes through the light, he finds himself back in a classroom. Upon touching his face, he starts to question if he really returned to his human form and if he managed to leave the realm of illusions. Belmont asks why he is there in that classroom, and as he looks forward, he notices there is someone there with him. Analyzing the size, the Demon King says that it's the girl who cheated in the previous test. Teresa looks at him and says that he's finally there with her. The protagonist thinks that, if he were awake, he would be in the Eliette Spirit Palace and not there. In other words, this means he is still in the realm of illusions. She begins to approach, saying that he finally realized. However, he is in the new realm of illusions that she herself created. Teresa looks at him angrily and says he will meet his end right there. Belmont responds to her that there is no conflict between them and asks who sent her to do that. With a swift strike, she lands an attack on the protagonist, throwing him back. Teresa says that a demon like him has no right to ask her something like that. The Demon King asks why she is reacting like that, and questions if he said something wrong. She attacks again, shouting at him, asking how he dares to continue questioning her. Belmont, fallen, begins to think that this is very strange, as she was able to create a realm of illusions and use magic within it. Belmonte looks at her and thinks that during the loyalty test, Teresa used magic to pass. This makes him think she's doing the same thing here, so the protagonist needs to figure out how she's cheating, as it could be the key to escaping. The secretary walks up to him and starts staring at him. Belmont notices it's night, yet her glasses are reflecting blue light. Teresa says that everyone must honor their fate, and his fate is to meet his end here. The protagonist realizes that the glasses are the key. The blue light is a reflection of power. He needs to get them off her. However, Belmont realizes that he cannot use magic and it would be too risky to approach her. Therefore, the protagonist needs to make her come closer and give him an opening to take them off. The Demon King recalls Teresa becoming nervous after he asked her something simple, and this gives him an idea. The protagonist looks at the secretary and says that if she is protecting this person so much, it means she has a secret relationship with him. Teresa strikes again but misses, emphasizing that one more comment like that, and his mouth would be destroyed. He starts to smile, saying that's exactly what he wanted. Belmont raises his hand and starts calling her over with his finger, saying that if she has the courage, she should come try. The secretary uses her magic and binds the protagonist. Teresa, with a smile on her face, asks if Belmont is trying to annoy her, but she says it's fine because he can't use magic. Teresa approaches and brings her hand to his face, saying she will rip his mouth off. As she gets close enough, the protagonist spots an opening and, without hesitation, headbutts her glasses, knocking them away. The glasses fall to the ground, and meanwhile, her main body in the Elite Spirits Palace is also affected. Feeling the impact and cracking her glasses, flower petals begin to circle around her head, and Alice notices this, questioning why. Inside the realm of illusions, a strong aura begins to appear, asking if Teresa has completed the mission she was given. Terrified and panicked, she apologizes, begging forgiveness from her master for failing. Belmont looks to the side, thinking that the person behind Teresa's greatest fear is Adonis, Alice's brother. She continues kneeling in front of him, saying she's sorry, stressing that she didn't do it on purpose and begging for another chance. The protagonist watches all of this, wondering why Teresa is so afraid of Adonis, thinking it can't be because of his role at the academy. The student council president says that, unfortunately, she has run out of chances. The secretary remains kneeling, unable to believe it. Tony says it's time to fulfill the contract between them. The protagonist is surprised to hear about the contract. Meanwhile, at the palace, Alice and the other two are gathered around the protagonist, saying that there are only 3 minutes left and that idiot still hasn't woken up. Therefore, they need to think of something to help him. Newt asks if she should wake him up with her beastly French kiss. Fiona interrupts, explaining that waking him up forcibly will cause permanent brain damage for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Alice starts pulling the Farina, telling her to stay away from him. Meanwhile, inside the realm of illusions, Belmont notices the magical effects are getting stronger and thinks it will be a hassle if he can't make the cut just because Teresa couldn't overcome her fear. He looks at her, thinking he needs to find a way out of that place, and as he looks a bit more to the side, he sees the glasses on the ground and says he should trust his own methods of cheating. Without thinking twice, the protagonist puts the glasses on his face. However, nothing changes. He is shocked, asking why nothing is happening when he should be able to get out of that place. Adonis activates the servant contract, and the magic begins. The protagonist says he sees that Teresa's fear originates from that contract. He thinks he has no other choice but to solve this problem himself. The secretary, with nothing else to do, says she's ready to accept her punishment. Belmont thinks that, as the Demon King, it is extremely easy for him to annul a contract, and accumulating energy in his hand, he releases his power, declaring that the contract is void. The contract has been broken. The protagonist says he is back to reality and asks if they can leave now. However, Teresa remains kneeling in front of her master, asking him to punish her. Belmont cannot understand this and asks why she is still acting like that. Teresa starts screaming, saying that she has always loved her master with all her heart. Adonis says it's time to fulfill the contract. The protagonist wonders why he forgot about that, as the voluntary participation of the servant is one of the conditions of the servant contract. The secretary says she is willing to do anything her master asks, as her greatest fear is that Adonis is dissatisfied with her. The Demon King thinks that magic is not the key to breaking the contract. It's Teresa's inferior and submissive heart, provoked by her one-sided love for Adonis. He notices that everything is starting again, so he needs to do something to stop it. Belmont approaches her, asking her to wake up, as such an unequal love should not be considered love. Teresa turns to him and says he doesn't even know what love is. The Demon King is shocked, realizing that he truly doesn't know what love is. However, he thinks he needs to break Teresa's passion for Adonis to help her overcome her fears. The protagonist starts advancing, saying that Teresa cannot move, but that doesn't mean he will just sit there and wait for his end. Suddenly, a strong wave of power hits him, throwing him back. The protagonist is confused, asking what is happening and where that power came from. A large message appears, saying that he cannot counterattack fears that do not belong to him. The Demon King is surprised that such rules exist within the realm of illusions. The contract continues, and Teresa says that the greatest joy of her life is signing a contract with her master. Belmont becomes concerned, as time is running out. He begins to remove the glasses from his face, saying that, apparently, the best option is for the author to undo what was done, as she will only wake from the illusions if he returns the glasses to her. Calmly, he places the glasses back on Teresa's face. Immediately, all that power begins to dissipate, and Adonis also begins to disappear. As she returns to normal, Belmont says that their time was almost up, and they need to leave now. Teresa agrees, emphasizing that she will leave before time runs out, but he shouldn't even think about it. With an attack, she throws the protagonist away, and once again, he falls among all the chairs. The Demon King looks at Teresa and asks why she keeps being so stubborn, why she wants to sacrifice herself like that. Teresa looks at the protagonist, gathering magic in her hand, and asks what it matters to him. As long as she can please her master Adonis, she will have fulfilled her life's purpose. Without hesitation, Teresa stares at the protagonist and says that this is her end, undoing an attack and creating an explosion. The secretary breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that it's all over, but as the smoke starts to dissipate, she is surprised by what she sees. Belmont has created a huge barrier with his magic. Teresa, not understanding anything, questions how he can use magic. The protagonist asks if he surprised her, as all he needed to do was replicate the glasses she had. The secretary remains confused, asking who the hell he is, as it's impossible for demons of this era to have such advanced abilities. Belmont says that replicating magic is just another way of controlling magic, and it's as easy as breathing for him. The Demon King says that now, by seeing the flow of her magic, he knows her weak point is. However, as soon as he activates his absolute eye and looks, he only sees her without clothes. Belmont is surprised by this. He asks why he can't see the flow of her magic, saying that this is very strange. His absolute eye seems weaker here. Teresa asks if he really wanted to see the flow of magic in her body, pointing out that it's a pity, because all he would see is her in the realm of illusions, as the real magic is flowing in her real body, which the protagonist cannot see. Belmont thinks that this is why he couldn't escape using the glasses, as the real body that controls the magical power is not even in the realm of illusions. A huge flow of magic starts taking over the place. Teresa says that time is running out, so she will leave now. To the protagonist, she affirms that he will remain trapped there forever. A few seconds later, she returns to her normal body, and people say that the petals above her head were disappearing. The secretary starts slowly opening her eyes, while Newt says she's waking up. Alice remains extremely worried, asking why Belle still hasn't woken up, as there is only 1 minute left. Suddenly, Teresa starts closing her eyes again, and the little one asks what's wrong with her. The elf says maybe she saw Newt's face. Inside the realm of illusions, as she was leaving, the protagonist grabs her leg, saying she won't leave so easily. With great force, Belmont slams her to the ground. He says she should take him. However, Teresa turns, saying she will never do that. Belmont still had his eye active, so he saw her a little differently. Once again, he checks, surprised by what he sees, and she becomes all embarrassed. She turns, lying on the ground, saying that, apparently, she will have to use a whirlwind to keep him there. However, the Demon King hadn't deactivated his eye, so he sees her that way again. The secretary stands up angrily and yells at him, asking what the demon is planning. Belmont says that Adonis is a shameless coward because he doesn't have the courage to face him face to face and keeps using a girl to play with his feelings. Teresa gets angry, telling him to shut up, stressing that Adonis is the best man in the world. She tries to attack him, but Belmont creates another barrier and asks what kind of man hides behind a girl. With extreme ease, the Demon King manages to hit her, throwing her away. He approaches her, who is lying on the ground, saying that if Adonis is really as good as she describes, he will be able to defeat him, even if the protagonist advances and obtains a hero's insignia. Belmont extends his hand to her, asking if she doesn't want to give her love a chance to prove it. Teresa, still on the ground, is a little confused and surprised by all of this, wondering why she is feeling a pulse in her heart that she had never felt before. Fiona begins the countdown to the end of the test. Newt says that apparently the protagonist didn't overcome his fear. Alice, still not losing hope, mentally wishes that he wakes up soon. In the last second, the protagonist begins to yawn, making Alice happy but also confused. He asks how long he has been sleeping. The lady runs to him, shouting and asking why he is only waking up now. The protagonist is confused, wondering why she is angry. Newt doesn't waste time and runs, hugging her little incubus, asking if he had a nightmare, saying she would make him feel better. Alice starts to feel jealous and yells, telling her to stop making up excuses to touch him. Rostana looks at this and thinks that he woke up before the end of the test, so he must be able to move forward. Teresa calls the protagonist and asks if that low-level carnal feeling is what he calls equality. Newt turns around angrily, asking what that should mean and what equality she's talking about. Alice also hears this and starts questioning why Teresa is saying strange things, since they haven't even spoken. This can only mean one thing. They spoke in the realm of illusions. However, the lady thinks this is impossible. Alice starts to get incredibly angry and asks if the idiot protagonist did something with Teresa in the realm of illusions. Suddenly, Fiona asks Belmont and Teresa to come to her. As for the rest of the students, she says they will be notified about the next test. The lady remains confused about all of this, asking what could be happening. Fiona explains that the two passed the test of awakening from the realm of illusions, but judging by the return of the magical power, they didn't complete the test. Belmont is surprised by this. Teresa thinks this is true because she didn't overcome her fear. She wonders why she couldn't have overcome it. Belmont is very confused, asking why he didn't overcome his fears, emphasizing that it's impossible, and questioning whether the heart of Goodney was just an illusion. Fiona says that according to the results, neither of them passed. Teresa starts using her magic and says maybe she read it wrong and asks if she can read it again. The magic starts taking effect, and Fiona says that, apparently, there are indeed some issues with her data. The Demon King is surprised, thinking he can't believe she's still cheating. Even at a moment like this, it seems he underestimated that girl. Suddenly, the heroine apologizes, saying she really read it wrong, congratulating them, and saying that both are advancing. The protagonist is surprised, wondering if Teresa really changed their data as well. The girl just looks at him without saying anything. The same two people from before start questioning what's going on, as they placed an infiltrator in the event. How did the demon make it to the second phase? One of them asks them to calm down, assuring that the demon won't make it to the third phase. The drawers start opening. 3 years ago, someone was shouting for the queen. A letter is thrown from Joker, landing in the middle of all of them. Some women are playing cards on a board, complaining that they can't get the queen at all. Teresa steps into the middle of them, saying it's her turn now, and starts using her magic. Easily, she finds the queen among all the cards. All the other girls start asking how she wins every time, as finding the queen is a very difficult game, and yet she always wins. They begin accusing her of cheating. They start advancing on Teresa, saying they heard that her family is the best at magic forgery. They keep pressing her to admit she cheated. One of the women slaps her face, calling her a shameless cheater. She falls to the ground with her hand on her face, trying to explain that she didn't cheat. The three stand in front of Teresa, saying that if what she's saying is true, then she wouldn't mind if they searched her to see if there's any evidence of cheating. All three start tearing her clothes even though she screams for them to stop. Suddenly, someone bangs loudly on the door, startling all of them. Adonis opens the door and looks at the scene. He questions if this is how they treat a classmate. The girls start running, apologizing, saying they know what they did was wrong. Once they leave, Adonis looks at Teresa on the floor. He starts to remove his clothes and she starts crying, scared, asking what her master is doing, emphasizing that this is a classroom. However, Adonis grabs his cloak and places it over her, covering the exposed parts of her body. He kneels beside Teresa, saying that unfortunately her clothes were torn. Still embarrassed, she simply thanks him. Adonis shows a letter, saying that it really was the letter that belonged to her. Teresa becomes even more frightened, asking if he knew, saying she didn't want to cheat. It's just that those girls always act like they are better than everyone, and she just wanted. The student council president interrupts her, saying it doesn't matter whether she cheated on purpose or not. He looks at Teresa and tells her she should join the student council and work for him, as being able to lie is also a remarkable talent. Teresa is impressed, thinking that her master is such a gentleman, and wonders if he really meant that. Back at the palace, the statues announce that the courage test is over, and all the students can rest and prepare for the next test. Newt calls the protagonist and tells him it's better to go behind her and stop messing around. The elf looks at them and says that this is a wisdom test, and she doesn't advise walking with a low IQ beast like that. Newt gets irritated by this and tells the stupid-eared elf to take that smirk off her face because they would see who would laugh last. While the two were arguing, Alice was thinking that, for some unknown reason, something strange was happening to Belle in every test. She starts remembering the spirit of the beast and the heart of goodness her grandmother used to talk about and begins to question what was going on there. Teresa goes up to the protagonist and says he should be careful in the next test. Belmont turns and asks if she's threatening him. The lady gets nervous and tells Teresa to stay away from the protagonist, as she herself would protect him, so he shouldn't worry. Grass asks all participants to gather, as the third phase, the wisdom test, is about to begin. Grass says that there are currently 7 of them there, and they are all extremely skilled. However, she emphasizes that this test will be even more brutal. Suddenly, the protagonist turns and looks at Felix beside him, asking if he's been there the whole time. Felix smiles and says yes, pointing out that the protagonist must be really good to have made it to this phase. The Demon King starts wondering why he feels a chill, as he failed the courage test. Grass continues explaining, saying there will be a total of 4 examiners for this wisdom test, and they are the hero of the Beast Tribe, the invincible General Pimenton, the hero of the Dwarves, the shrewd leader Dardanelles, Rockefeller, the hero of the Elves, the mysterious man, and finally, the hero of humans, the strategic god Comport. Alice says that those are the heroes of each race who, unfortunately, met heroic ends during the Crusades. Belmont thinks they make it seem like those people are incredible, even though he has no recollection of them. Grass says that during the test, the 4 examiners will ask questions to the candidates, emphasizing that only those who answer all questions correctly will pass. She picks up her bow and shoots at the ceiling, announcing that the test has begun. Suddenly, everything goes completely dark. People say they can't see a hand in front of their faces and that they can't hear any questions. The ground beneath their feet starts to light up and turns into a map, leaving everyone confused. A beast appears behind them, saying that the beast people will never be slaves to anyone. They say they are surrounded, and Belmont questions if that's the question. Newt continues to be extremely confused, asking what they want, as all she knows is that they're standing on a map. Alice asks everyone to stay calm, saying that this is the topographic map of Montagny. The little one asks if she's talking about the battle of the skies and the earth. The lady confirms, saying that they could say this is where the Battle of Montagny took place, because of the mountains surrounding the ocean. Alice explains that during the war, the beast people positioned their troops incorrectly, which led to their destruction by the demon armies. Felix starts analyzing and says the topographic map below measures 8 by 8, and if this has to do with how they positioned the troops, it means the space represents a chessboard. The lady says it's obvious what they have to do, as they just need to organize the troops according to Pimenton's strategy. In Heroes Chess, there is a formation called 7-star connection. It is a divine-level formation used by General Pilkington during the Battle of Montagny. However, their formation was too dispersed, and the defending demon army eventually defeated them. In the end, their entire army was annihilated. The correct way to form the formation is to create a condensed 7-pointed star, which shortens the distance. By gathering in a ring, the 7 stars can accumulate their energy together. Alice uses her magic and begins to place the stars on the map. She says this is why they need to emulate the condensed 7-pointed star formation on the hero's chessboard. Alice emphasizes that combining their magics won't work unless each of them does their part. Rostana says there are so many types of formations and questions how Alice knows they should really make the condensed 7-pointed star. Newt agrees with the elf and questions how accurate that really is. The lady starts explaining that once, her grandmother told her that the 7-star connection is used to enable attacks from multiple points, but the demon's defense at that time was too strong, so it didn't work very well. Alice emphasizes that her grandmother also said they should use the condensed 7-pointed star formation to gather their energies, and by breaking one point, they would have been able to destroy the opponent's defensive formation and win. Felix agrees, saying that Alice really is her grandmother's granddaughter, and asks everyone to get ready, as they're going to win this battle. However, the elf continues questioning if that's really right, and asks everyone to think again, as if she's wrong, they'll all be eliminated. Newt, with a serious tone, says he trusts his friend, so he'll take the first position. The muscular one says he likes how she thinks, so he'll take the third position. Felix remains enthusiastic and says he's sure Alice is right, so he'll take the 4th position. The lady says she'll take the 5th position and asks Belmont to take the 6th. Rostana turns around, saying that if everyone agrees with what Alice says, she has no choice but to take the 2nd position. The little one apologizes for giving the stupid elf so much trouble. After almost everyone has taken their positions, Alice goes up to Teresa and asks if she could take the 7th position. However, she stays silent, not saying a word. Newt asks why she's silent and questions if she has a better idea. Alice asks if Teresa has a problem with the strategy. While everyone around her was talking, Teresa was focused on the mission her master had given her. She remembers that Adonis said she didn't need to advance to the next event, as the most important thing was to do what he said, eliminate the demon. That would be the best thing she could do to repay him. She looks at Belmont, thinking she needs to eliminate him, as this could be her last chance. Suddenly, she hears a voice in her head saying, "Follow your heart." The Demon King looks at her, and they begin to converse telepathically. He tells her to think about everything he's said. Teresa starts to remember that the protagonist said that such an unequal love can't be considered love. She asks him not to deceive himself, as the only reason she cheated now was because they were both in the realm of illusions and shared some results. She only did it as a guarantee. However, she will never attract her master Adonis, and so she will make sure he doesn't go any further. Belmont questions if she really intends to eliminate everyone just to cling to her twisted submission. He asks if that's what she wants to prove to Adonis. The Demon King says that her love is nothing but selfishness. Teresa starts to go into shock and asks him to shut up, stressing that he knows nothing about Master Adonis. The protagonist says that it doesn't matter, even if he is eliminated, he will find a way to continue, while she will always be someone Adonis can use. He emphasizes that she will be just a person numbed by love, a mindless doll who will always be attached to a scoundrel. This leaves her stunned. The monster raises his axe, saying that the beast people will never be slaves and that he'd rather meet his end than surrender. Alice gets scared, saying that time is running out and they could be eliminated at any moment. Suddenly, she starts to move and takes her position, stopping the boss immediately. A voice announces that everyone has entered the condensed 7-pointed star formation and they will win the Battle of Montagny. Everyone starts celebrating, saying that Alice really is amazing. Suddenly, a strong light begins, and everyone asks what it is. They've been transported to another place where there are riches everywhere. They question if this is their reward for passing the phase. The lady remembers that this is the legend of the dwarven hero's treasure. The air appears, welcoming everyone to the mathematical realm of Dardanelles. It starts by telling all the heroes to listen carefully, as there is a certain amount of kilograms of treasure in the cave. It says that if they include the amount of gold, silver, and jewels, they should calculate the amount of treasure they could carry with their abilities, as the cave will be exploded in a few minutes. Newt says that now they're in trouble, because this is extremely difficult for the beast people, as they only know how to add and subtract up to 10. Rostana looks at her and says that, considering what's average among the beast people, she should be happy she can add and subtract. Suddenly, the two hear a strange sound and look behind them. The muscular man was holding paper, making numerous calculations non-stop. He suddenly stands up, holding the paper, and shouts that he's done. He starts explaining that, according to his magical level, the amount of treasure he can carry is about 58 kilograms, 23 kilograms of gold, 17 kilograms of silver, and 18 kilograms of jewels. He says he arrived at his answer using Lagrange's multiplier calculation and Fourier series. He asserts that he's sure it's correct, as mathematics is like freestyle wrestling, an art form. However, the dwarf hero says the answer is wrong. This leaves the muscular man shocked. He starts to get enraged, tearing his clothes, shouting that it's impossible, as his calculations are never wrong. However, a voice announces that Tony has been eliminated. Felix raises his hand, saying that he succeeded. He starts to say that the maximum amount of treasure he can carry from the cave is about 39 kilograms. This includes, but before he finishes his answer, the big dwarf responds that he's eliminated. Felix starts questioning why his answer is wrong, asking if it could be 38 or 37, since every time he redid his calculations, his answers changed. 15 minutes later, Newt asks if Alice has any idea. The lady says that the legend tells that Dardanus didn't get the correct answer and ended up meeting his end there. She points out that she just did the calculations in her head, but every time she redid this calculation, her answer changed. So, maybe the treasures are... The little one interrupts her, saying that she doesn't know the answer either. The elf asks why she's looking and says that her math teacher was a beast language teacher. Newt gets furious, saying that up until now, she was being insulted because of it. She says that, unfortunately, they could forget about a little incubus there, as that guy's IQ is probably better than hers. Teresa begins to think and wonders what's happening, because even though she's joking, her heart is racing, and there are only a few people left. If she cheats, it will be too obvious. While everyone was desperate, not knowing what to do, the protagonist says that this is a very easy question, and he already knows the answer. Everyone there is surprised to hear this, and with all his confidence, he says that the answer is, a few years ago, Lacey goes to her master, saying that they had just received another piece of news that day. The dwarf hero passed away in the demon's underground treasure vault. Belmont is surprised by this and asks to see the news. After looking at the news, the protagonist asks if he didn't set a rule saying that they could only leave the treasure vault alive if the treasures they took had a certain weight. His servant confirms, pointing out that the hero passed away because he got trapped inside due to his foolishness. The demon king stands up, saying that it wasn't just the man's foolishness that led to his end, but also his greed. Returning to the present, the protagonist thinks that it was he who set the rules for them to take the treasures. And looking at the hero, he thinks that this is the greedy person who died after getting trapped inside the vault back then. Belmont says that the answer to the question is extremely simple, because the most valuable treasure in the vault is not the pile of gold on the floor, but themselves. Therefore, they can only take the weight of their own bodies. Confidently, he says that his answer is 147 pounds. The dwarf looks at him and says that his answer is correct. Alice is extremely impressed, asking if that idiot really gave the correct answer. Newt celebrates, saying that the protagonist is amazing and that she really has a great eye for good people. Without hesitation, she raises her hand, saying that she also wants to try and that her weight is 98 pounds. The lady can't believe she weighs less than 100 pounds, even with some rather big features. Teresa says that her answer is 94 pounds, and it's also accepted as correct. Alice can't believe she also weighs less than 100 pounds. The elf says she weighs 82 pounds and also passed. This leaves the lady even more impressed, as she doesn't even weigh 90 pounds. Newt questions why Alice hasn't answered the question yet. The lady turns around, saying that she won't answer that question in public. The protagonist, trying to help, looks at her with his formidable expression and says that it's fine, as there will be nothing wrong with her answer since he himself set the question. However, she kicks him in the face, telling him to shut up immediately. Newt says she now understands, as Alice starts compulsively eating whenever she's unhappy, so her current weight must be. Sometime later, the dwarf says that everyone answered correctly and goes up to the protagonist, asking how he knew the answer, questioning if he had heard the dwarf's story before. He stands still, wondering if he should say that he is the demon king and that he set the rule. However, The protagonist decides to say something else, telling him that he has never heard of his story, but the dwarf's face studies him. Dardenne says that then he will tell a little bit of his story, saying that at the time he was only 18 years old, and she was also 18 years old. Everyone is a bit confused by this, especially the protagonist. However, everything begins to change, and a voice says that no one wanted to hear his story, as it was time for another evaluation. The mysterious elf hero appears, known as Rockefeller. Alice is surprised to see who the mysterious elf is. He welcomes them all to the magical forest, and soon several coffins begin to fall from the sky, hitting the ground. A message comes from the elf explaining that 99 coffins have been placed around them, and only one of these coffins contains the corpse of the hero. The hero explains that each of them has only one chance to make a choice, and everyone will advance if only one gets it right. However, if no one gets it right, they will all be disqualified, so they should watch carefully before making their choice. Rockefeller emphasizes that it is not allowed to open the coffins before making a decision. Newt is confused, as there are 99 coffins, and each of them has only one chance to answer. Rostana, on the other hand, becomes focused and starts thinking that the courage test from an hour ago in the realm of illusions is starting. She was sitting, crying, and calling out for her parents' names. Amidst the destruction, suddenly, someone starts approaching her and stops right behind the little Eva. This person asks if she wants revenge, and if so, she just needs to follow them. Sometime later, Ahayute gets up with difficulty, saying no, and she's sure she can defeat them. The person emphasizes that she should never forget that the demon race burned down the entire forest, killing her parents and the entire elven people, and so the root of her greatest fear is the demon race. The elf girl screams that this isn't possible, as she won't fear her revenge and tries to attack, but finds herself alone again, in the middle of the forest. Hearing the voice telling her to give up, the elf falls to her knees, questioning. Suddenly the voice says that this is happening because revenge is not her destiny. A little confused, she looks at the ground and sees a mushroom. She asks what it is. Suddenly, the mushroom speaks to her, saying that it is her. The elf picks up the mushroom, and it tells her to look for her true enemy, as it is inside her body. Back to the present wisdom test. While everyone was analyzing, Belmont says that this question is also extremely simple, and that he already has the answer, saying it's the third coffin. Newt asks why he thinks it's the third coffin, and with his seductive look, he says the answer is the option with the highest probability of being correct in multiple-choice questions. Rockefeller says that the answer is incorrect, emphasizing that he has already used his chance to answer the question. Alice gets irritated, saying that he's an idiot, and that if he was willing to waste his chance like that, he should have used all his magic to open all the coffins at once. The elf hero says that Alice is disqualified from answering the question due to her intentions to violate the test rules. She turns, looking at the hero, and says she was just joking, while everyone says that the real idiot there is her. Rockefeller says he will explain again and emphasizes that they are forbidden from opening the coffins before making their choices. Newt says she has an idea. The lady runs and grabs her friend, telling her not to do anything rash. However, the little one asks her to trust her, as the great hero said they couldn't open the coffins, but he didn't say anything about moving them. This leaves Alice a little surprised. With a strong hit to the ground, Newt throws all the coffins up. She says that if only one coffin contains a corpse, it must be the heaviest, and therefore the distance it moves from the ground will also be the lowest, and that's how she solves the problem. Looking at all the coffins, she notices that one is lower, and shouts that she found it. The coffins return and fall to the ground, and she shouts that this is the right one. Alice gets all excited, shouting that she didn't expect her friend to do so well. Belmont thinks that despite her brutality, sometimes she can be very thoughtful. Newt prepares to open the coffin and asks everyone to remember this moment, as she will be the one to lead them all. Confidently, she rips the lid off the coffin, but as soon as she looks inside, she's confused, as the coffin is completely empty. She asks how this could be happening. Rockefeller says that she made her choice, but it's wrong. Newt complains, saying that she's nervous and asks how this is possible, if she saw it wrong. The lady says that Teresa and Rostana are the only ones who can answer the question now. The little one asks if either of them will be able to answer correctly, as, despite being very smart, she made a mistake. The secretary says she will try and thinks there will be no problem, as long as she can simulate it realistically. Without hesitation, she casts her magic and says she will choose that coffin, stamping one of them. Newt and Alice look inside the coffin, and surprisingly, the hero's body is there. The two continue looking, asking if everything is fine and if they could pinch him. Teresa watches this, thinking it's absurd since she created that fake body based on the statue. The Demon King watches, thinking that she did it again. Rostana looks at her, wondering how she managed to get it right like this. The elf begins to approach, thinking that if this is the case, the item her uncle left behind will definitely be inside the coffin. As she looks inside the coffin, she notices that there is nothing but her uncle's body, which makes her wonder if the item could be hidden somewhere in his body. Suddenly, the body begins to glow in a strange way, leaving her surprised. Rockefeller shouts angrily, saying that Teresa tried to cheat with the fake body. This shocks her. Still furious, the hero shouts that she is disqualified from the test and demands that she leave immediately, emphasizing that she is banned from participating in the Hero Festival for 3 years. Silent after receiving her sentence, she walks past the protagonist, who also stays silent. As she leaves, she says she wants to give a piece of advice to the demon, telling him to be very careful, as this is only the beginning. Belmont watches her as her body disappears. Newt sees that the last person who needs to speak is Rostana, and says that it looks like it's over for them. Alice says maybe not, as they still have a chance, since she is also of elven race. Suddenly, the little elf says she will choose the coffin closest to her. The two behind her are confused, asking if she's being too random. Rostana asks if she could open all the other coffins before opening the one she chose. Rockefeller says that since she made her choice, she can open as many as she likes. Using her powers, she lifts all the lids of the remaining coffins at the same time. This leaves the two confused, asking what she's doing. While opening all the coffins, Rostana says that Rockefeller always moves elusively, as he's the best at hiding. This means it would be easy for Rockefeller to hide if he simply disappeared. The elf emphasizes that, if it were him, he would definitely use the technique to hide his movement. She explains that when a space is opened, a person's body is teleported to another closed space. This means that no one there could get the right answer, no matter which coffin was opened. Rostana places her hand on the closed coffin and says that the only way to get the correct answer is by opening all the other coffins so that only one is left closed. Alice says that the elven race is very clever. Newt gets irritated, saying that there was nothing wrong with her way of thinking and with her choice, so she should get something for getting the steps right. After all the coffins are opened, the elf lowers her head and closes her eyes, calling for her uncle, saying she's there to see him. As she opens the last coffin, Alice sees the body and says that it's really the right coffin. Upon seeing her uncle's body in front of her, she feels a bit sad about it. The little one says that Rockefeller really is her uncle. The lady explains that elves have hopes for extremely long lives. Additionally, they always do things secretly and live discreetly. It's normal for them not to know about this. Rostana looks at her uncle's body, and in her thoughts, wonders where the item he said he would leave for her is. Suddenly, the same mushroom from before starts appearing on her uncle's forehead. She's confused, as it's the same mushroom from the realm of illusions. What is it doing there? The mushroom begins to transform into energy and touches the hero's forehead, creating a strong light that leaves everyone surprised, including her, asking what's happening. Suddenly, Rostana sees everything happening again. She's confused, seeing it in front of her, and looks at her hands, asking what's happening and why she's back in the realm of illusions. Suddenly, she hears a voice saying, "Master, everyone in this forest has been eliminated." The elf turns around in shock, asking who that is. Two people were talking, and one of them said they should spread the news to all the races at once, saying that the demon race had unleashed the celestial fire upon them, burning down the entire elven forest. And from then on, the elven race broke off from the demon race. Rostana is confused, seeing the leader of the elves there, and starts questioning if the celestial fire that burned down the entire forest was started by the elven race itself. Suddenly, she hears another voice calling out her mother and father's names. The master servant says that she is sorry and will eliminate that person right now. However, the leader says that it's okay, as a child nurtured by hatred would become the best warrior. Sometime later, everyone is in front of her, asking her to wake up. Slowly, opening her eyes, she starts to rise in the palace. Everyone is relieved that she is finally waking up. Newt says that they just announced they passed the test and asks why she was so overwhelmed, since it was the beast who planned all of this. As soon as she wakes up, the elf starts thinking that the demon race was never the true enemy. The demon king was the target from the start. The two stare at each other for a while, and Alice asks how long she plans to keep staring at that idiot, since it wasn't him who woke her up. Suddenly, they hear another voice saying that they didn't expect them to enter that session. The hero of humans, the god of strategy, known as Comport, says that these 4 high-performing students are truly admirable. However, he is surprised to see that one of the students is from the demon race. Belmont asks what's wrong and questions what the demon race did to him. Alice says that the protagonist is an idiot, emphasizing that this is the god of strategy. Comport, and he's the one responsible for creating the greatest magical labyrinth in the entire world. She explains that he tricked his enemies and eliminated them using magical labyrinths many times in the past, and is incredibly powerful. The hero approaches them and says that the question he prepared for everyone there is the proudest work of his entire life, the infinite labyrinth. The lady says that this is the labyrinth in which even Comport died after locking himself inside it. Newt is impressed, saying that this is terrible, as even the creator died. While everyone was paying attention to what the hero was saying, the elf continued thinking that if everything her uncle told her is true, when the time comes, the Demon King will be her greatest obstacle. Belmont, hearing everything the hero said, mentions that he's heard of that labyrinth before. Comport begins to explain that the entrance to each of them is, and if they don't manage to get out in 2 hours, they will be eliminated. He smiles and says that the game has officially started, asking them all to enjoy the labyrinth. Newt gets scared, saying they need to get out of the labyrinth. However, she's really bad with directions. Alice asks how she used to walk in the fields back then. The little one says there are no paths in the fields. They just needed to run in the direction of the sun. Rostana asks if they really still have time to talk, as the countdown has already started. Before entering, she turns and tells Belmont she'll wait for him at the exit. The protagonist is confused, and as expected, Alice gets jealous, shouting and asking what he's doing, and if he's really willing to wait for anyone. She turns, still angry, saying it doesn't matter. Talking to him is a waste of time, and he can wait for whoever he wants. The lady walks away angrily, but she's going the wrong way, and the Demon King tells her that this is his door, asking if she wants to walk through the labyrinth with him. She turns around, a little embarrassed, saying she just got the door wrong, emphasizing that he talks too much. Meanwhile, the elf was already on her way. While walking, she looks around and says that all the flowers look exactly the same, so she couldn't distinguish the directions. However, the mushroom appears and traps her. She looks at it and asks if it's there to guide her path. Meanwhile, Alice is completely lost, saying that the path is too complicated and questioning how she should find the exit. She starts gathering her fire magic in the palm of her hand, saying that maybe if she reduced all those blocks to ashes, she could find her way out, and attacks without thinking twice. This way, maybe she could find the way out. Belmont on his dark path is standing still, analyzing the situation. He hears a sound and looks back, seeing a stone and some things written on it. He wonders what it could be. On the stone it says, Sepulchro Mazoku. He finds it all strange and asks if the hero wants him to die there. Suddenly a voice says that's right, as that's the fate the demon race deserves. At one of the 4 entrances, a strong fire starts coming out from within. The Demon King begins to see himself in that fire, burning, and finds it all strange, asking if the hero really plans to burn him. In another passage, lightning starts coming out from inside, and the protagonist sees himself being struck by lightning, asking if, after being burned, he will still be struck by lightning. After these 2 things, he sees himself being devoured by wild beasts, and questions if all of this will really happen. He goes to the 4th entrance, saying that it looks like it will be even crueler than the other 3, but as soon as he looks inside, he sees his body lying in a place surrounded by some demons. He feels a bit embarrassed and says that, even so, somehow he still feels that it will be extremely cruel. The voice returns, saying that he will be consumed by devouring flames, lightning, and thunder, then torn apart by wild animals, and will meet his desired end, and that is the fate destined for someone of the demon race. The voice says he can make his choice now and asks which path will lead him to the exit. Belmont asks if there is really a need to choose, then begins to use his eye to discern which is the true exit. As he sees the entire space, he gets a bit confused, but doesn't hesitate to start moving forward, saying that this was already expected since the space ahead is filled with mist, and the exit is near the red lights in front. He continues advancing at high speed toward the red light. However, as soon as he crosses the light, a flash occurs and he asks if he really made it out. But as soon as he looks, he realizes that the place is exactly the same, even with the stone in front of him. He's shocked, asking if he's really back, and if this is the starting point. The mysterious voice inside that room says it needs to keep him there and asks if it can do so. A voice responds affirmatively. He asks what would happen if he had to pay a greater price. The voice says that even if his battle spirit disappears there, he wouldn't care. Comport appears and says he would do this for the human race. Newt was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. The sweat was so much that it even dripped. She was kneeling on the floor, saying that it was so hot. In front of her, there were a total of 9 suns, and she was shocked, asking which one she should follow, since, as a beast, she only knew how to move by looking at the sun. After walking for a long time, she sighs and looks to the side, saying that she's walked so much but still ended up back at the starting point. All three think that this is truly the labyrinth. Belmont continues using the same strategy, using his eye to try and find the exit, and advances fiercely every time he thinks he's right. However, he ends up back at his starting point again. This time, he stops, and begins to think that he has lost count of how many times he has tried this. So he believes there must be a way to break the magic spell cycle. However, he still doesn't know where he is. The voice says that this is an endless cycle that continues forever, and that is the true meaning of the labyrinth. Suddenly, the hero appears behind him and asks if he knew the reason why he couldn't escape the labyrinth and also died there. The Demon King asks what he means by that. Comport explains that this is because the labyrinth is a manifestation of his true form. During the war, they were surrounded. One of his soldiers calls out saying that the demon troops were launching a counterattack. Without thinking twice, Comport says that his troops should leave first and that he would stay there, thinking of something to contain them. However, there were only 2 soldiers around him, saying that everyone had already been defeated, and only they remained, so they should leave immediately. Comport refuses to leave, saying he's not going anywhere, even if only one person remains. The soldier tries to convince him. However, Comport uses his magic and throws the 2 soldiers away. He turns and says that they should leave immediately, and that was an order. After the soldiers move away, he begins to create his labyrinth. The demon army continues advancing fiercely. Using all his power, he screams that this is to save the entire human race. After hearing the story, Belmont asks if this means the hero could have really escaped the labyrinth, but chose to stay there voluntarily to become one with it. Comport responds that this is exactly it, emphasizing that his consciousness and magical powers will always remain in the labyrinth. This way, the labyrinth will continue operating forever. The hero says that when they think they have found the exit, he will simply activate the next labyrinth, trapping them in that endless cycle. The Demon King looks at this and thinks that, if he were at full power, he could destroy that labyrinth quickly and effortlessly. However, he still can't do that, so he needs to find a different way to bypass the situation. Belmont looks at him and says that, if that's the case, the only thing left is to destroy that battle spirit. Comport asks if the protagonist really thinks that no one has tried to do that in all these years. The Demon King remembers his friend Lester, saying that not many people participated in the third event, the Anthem of Heroes, and that's why he didn't have so much information. The protagonist says that it's likely many people couldn't participate in the third event because of that labyrinth. He points out that there must have been others who tried to destroy that battle spirit in the past, and wonders if he will remain trapped, even if he manages to destroy the battle spirit. The hero confirms this, saying that the labyrinth is under the control of his magical power, and even if Belmont manages to destroy his battle spirit, he will replace it and merge with the labyrinth. This way, he will continue operating the labyrinth with his consciousness. The Demon King puts on a satisfied expression and says he's impressed, saying that the designer of that labyrinth is truly perfect. Comport explains that there are only 2 paths the protagonist can take. The first is to destroy the hero's battle spirit and become one with the labyrinth. The second is that he could remain in that labyrinth forever, along with the other participants. The Demon King is confused, asking what he means, and questions if there isn't a 2-hour limit for the event. With an evil look, the hero says that once they participate in that event, there will no longer be a time limit. He starts using his magic, and says he'll see how the others are doing. He shows Alice, shows Newt, and even the little elf, saying that all of them are in the same situation as the protagonist, emphasizing that the struggle is useless. Comport starts laughing, saying that if the protagonist manages to destroy his battle spirit, then he will become one with the labyrinth, and this way, he'll be able to free all his companions. Belmont looks at him and asks if that was really his ultimate goal, because no matter what choice the protagonist makes, he will remain in that labyrinth forever. The Demon King says that everything depends on whether he will let everyone go or not. Meanwhile, the hero was forcing him to make a moral decision. Comport asks the protagonist if it wouldn't be a wonderful ending if he managed to become part of that labyrinth and save the others. Belmont asks why he should pay for what the hero did. The hero laughs even more, saying that demons are truly useless and inhumane, because even if he gives them another chance, nothing would change. Hearing this, Belmont starts thinking about the phrase, another chance. He begins to imagine that, since he was resurrected, he has had another chance at life. Although he wasn't resurrected long ago, he still had many new experiences. He remembers meeting Alice, who gets easily irritated with him, and also Newt, who is always so passionate, and not least, the quiet and more special Rostana, as well as the interesting people who were by his side before being accepted into the academy. He thinks that even though his magical power has not yet recovered, something seems to have changed inside him because of the experience with all those people. He takes a deep breath and thinks that he is still the invincible and powerful Demon King, but not the Demon King filled with nothing, despite his enormous strength. Comport says that if the protagonist really chose to stay there with everyone, then he could continue the endless cycle. However, the Demon King says that this will not be possible, as he cannot stay there forever. The hero is confused, asking what he means by that. Belmont, without hesitation, says that he will end it all right there, crushing that battle spirit. Even if he becomes part of the labyrinth, he will find a way to get out of that hellish place, because he is the Demon King. Comport, unafraid, screams that this is great, and yells for the protagonist to move forward and become part of his labyrinth. But before the protagonist could do anything, some arrows pass by him, hitting the hero. As the hero's body disintegrates, he continues laughing, saying that maybe that is the best ending. Belmont is confused, wondering who could have done that. At one of the paths, someone begins to emerge, and he turns around, surprised to see who it is. In the past, while the Demon King was fighting with Grass, she was shouting for him to let her go. Belmont asks her if she is an elf or a horse. If she says, he'll let her go. Grass responds that she is the best elven archer. He could even end her life, but she wouldn't accept him humiliating her. The protagonist says he can do whatever she wants, and a huge explosion happens. The Demon King falls to the ground, walking as if nothing had happened. The elf was kneeling on the ground. Embarrassed, and with her body exposed, she says that he just ripped all her clothes and armor. However, she preferred he didn't finish her off, and asks if he's trying to humiliate her. Belmont says she is unique, emphasizing that her example of research is very small, which is why he wanted her to call another centaur to come there. Grass yells at him, saying he is a horrible demon. The Demon King repeats what he just said, saying that her example of research is very small, and using his power he pushes her out, saying that he wanted her to bring another centaur there. As she flies out of the room, she says that she owes him one and promises to pay it back next time. However, as she flies out of the palace, she is hit by an arrow. She falls to the ground, and people stand there watching. She met her end at the hands of her own people. The captain of the troop says that they should pull her out and bury her, as they would make her a hero when they returned. A small soldier shouts, saying that this isn't right, as she is Grass, the archer. However, the captain yells at him to shut up. He turns with an arrogant tone and says that now he is the best archer, and his soldier is second. Before she loses her life, she watches that scene. Back in the present, Belmont asks why she is here. The archer asks what's wrong, as it's not the first time she has helped. The protagonist remembers that her statue said that Mordini had shown admiration for the demon in public, and for that, he would be destroyed right there, right now. Belmont is surprised and asks if she was really the one who did that. Grass says that she recognized him as soon as he entered the elite spirits palace. She emphasizes that when she said she would pay it back, she was serious, and now she has finally repaid her debt. The Demon King says that the only thing he did was spare her life. How could she betray the trust of the other heroes like this? He also questions the point of testing the student's loyalty, courage, and wisdom. The archer says that she also believed in it, but she only realized something when it was too late. She says that, whether friend or enemy, it doesn't matter in the clear line. The only thing she can do is follow her instinct. A bright light begins to emanate from her body. As she disappears, she says goodbye to the Demon King and asks him to follow his heart and do what he desires most. Seconds later, all that energy vanishes. A message appears. Written, Belmonte completed the labyrinth test. According to the rules of the labyrinth, the remaining students pass the test. Everything that happened shakes the protagonist's mind. He starts to wonder why so many people want to become heroes, as it's such a painful thing. Outside, back at the palace, Newt is very happy, saying that this is great, emphasizing that she never imagined that the little incubus would be the only one to complete the test on behalf of everyone, as those suns were running out. Alice asks if the little one doesn't feel ashamed of not having been able to do it alone. However, she responds that it doesn't matter, as long as she could stay in the shade. Rostana approaches and calls to Belle, thanking him for all the help. Looking at him intently, she says she is looking forward to the third and final event. The lady watches this, finding it a bit suspicious, but doesn't say anything. Sometime later, several people gather outside, and the director says that there are 4 students who successfully completed the first 2 events and are being prepared for the third event. She introduces them all, saying that they are Alice, the human, Newt, the beast, Rostana, the elf, and lastly, Belle, the demon. She congratulates him for being the first demon student to advance to the third event. Everyone around starts asking how a demon managed to make it to the end, as they didn't know exactly what had happened, since theoretically demons no longer had magic. One of them gets scared, thinking that demons are having a resurgence. Karen explains that the third event will take place in 2 days, so they should rest well and prepare. Belmont feels a bit relieved and says that he's quite tired. However, behind him is his most loyal follower. Lester runs and hugs his master's leg. With tears in his eyes, he says it was about time his little brother showed up, as he thought he would never see him again in this comic. He emphasizes that he can't help while outside the event. The protagonist apologizes for making him wait so long. Suddenly, Lester starts running, carrying the protagonist, saying he's going to love that place. They go straight to a house that's a little different from the usual ones. As soon as they enter, all the girls start congratulating him for making it to the end of the Heroes Festival. Lester asks if he likes it, as he put his heart and soul into that celebration. Belmont tries to speak, but is interrupted by 3 girls, saying that the way he's looking is making them cry. Lester imagines that this is really his little brother. He's so skilled, picking all the girls he wants since the moment he entered. Thinking that the rules should be thrown away, he wants them all. However, Belmont stays serious and asks if they're not the same girls who kicked him and Lehigh out in the past. The redhead is surprised, thinking that, apparently, his little brother is a regular at that place. However, the girls start laughing, saying that the protagonist is really funny, as they would never dare to kick out a friend of Lord Rickett. While they were talking, Belmont hears someone apologizing to a client, saying that she was just there to work and couldn't fulfill that request. As he looks to the side, he sees some men mistreating his loyal servant. One of the men asks how she dared to be arrogant with him, saying that she should be thanking him for preventing something from happening to her, since she was nothing but a demon. Lehigh lowers her head and says that she really can't. The Demon King watches all of this. One of the men who was there prepares to attack her, asking how a demon dares to say no to him and questions if she knows who he is. With impressive speed, Belmont steps in the middle of it and grabs the man's arm as if it were nothing, pulling his servant out of the way. The man is stunned by this. With a look of hatred, the Demon King stares at him and asks if he really plans to hit a woman, saying that it's pathetic. Lehigh is surprised to see her king. People around start recognizing him, asking if he is Belmont, since they heard he just made it to the finals of the Heroes Festival. The man pulls his arm back, asking if they are serious, as a demon participated in the Heroes Festival and even made it to the finals. The Demon King asks his servant what's going on there. She explains that she is just a part-time waitress there, and that client asked her to drink with him, but she refused. The other young men there start shouting, asking if they know who the man in front of them is, pointing out that he is the champion of the last Heroes Festival, the pride of the humans, known as Andre. Hearing this name, Lester gets worried, realizing that this is the Andre who competed in the magical decathlon and scored a perfect 500 points. He thinks he can't believe he missed that, even with only a few participants in the third event. The blonde walks up to his master and says that this guy is really strong, so they better not provoke him. However, Belmont doesn't care and orders the man to apologize to his servant. Andre asks if this is a joke, as a demon just asked him to apologize to another demon. It seems like he was 1,000 years too early. The Demon King looks at him and notices that he's seen that look somewhere before. Andre says he can't believe that such a small demon like him managed to get to the third event, wondering if something happened that messed up the magical order. He says that, apparently, the protagonist wants him to apologize to a demon, so he will give him a chance. Andre tells Belmont that if he can touch his hand in the third event, he will apologize. Lester starts looking at this, thinking that this guy is being very arrogant. Andre continues with his show and asks the demon if that isn't easy or enough. The Demon King, extremely stressed, asks if ripping his arm off would also count. The other 2 idiots who were with him ask who this demon thinks he is to speak like that to Andre. The leader of those 2 fools starts laughing, saying that it's been a long time since he met such an arrogant demon. Andre looks at him with a strange expression and keeps laughing, saying that he's feeling really excited, emphasizing that he'll wait for the protagonist in the final event. Belmont continues to stare at him without saying a word. The next day, at the Hero Academy, people were commenting that the finals that year were extremely exciting. The students were facing a notice that said, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Hero Academy, 3 previous champions had been invited to participate in that year's Heroes Festival finals. These champions were Pacini, the Beast, Hult, the Dwarf, and Andre, the Human. Upon reading this, Lester says to his little brother that Andre is the same guy they met last night. The protagonist continues saying that, for some reason, that guy seems very familiar, but he thinks it's a mistake, as Andre is so young. Suddenly, Teresa appears and tells Belmont to quit the competition, as he wouldn't be a match for those guys. The blonde gets irritated, asking what she means by that, and questions if she's mocking his little brother's power, asking if she knows how strong he is, as she has no idea how many girls he picked up at the club last night. Teresa is shocked by this and asks if he really went to the club last night. Belmont says yes, emphasizing that this is the place people should go if they want to grow. After Andri left, he and his loyal servant drank a lot of essence tea. She turns around, saying that the two of them are disgusting, emphasizing that she thought he was a knight. But in the realm of illusions, she remembers what happened. The Demon King says that, anyway, he wouldn't give up on the competition, as he wasn't doing this just for himself, but for his entire demon race. This catches Teresa's attention, and she turns around, staring at him. As night falls in Lihi's house, the table is set, and she tells her king that he should eat. She mentions that she prepared fried centipedes, fried scorpions, breaded snakes, sweet and sour poisonous frogs, and steamed hunter spiders, emphasizing that these are all traditional demon dishes. Belmont is pleased, as it's been a long time since he ate that kind of food. He turns and says that when he was eating at the cafeteria, he heard that those types of ingredients for demon food had been banned, questioning where she managed to get all those ingredients. Lihi, all happy, explains that after the demon villages discovered that the sprout, Prota, was in the finals of the Heroes Festival and would bring glory to the demon race, they decided to gather the ingredients themselves to give to him. Belmont asks if she's serious, emphasizing that he is moved to know that the villages remain brave. She takes a jar and says that this is also for him. That jar contains dragon saliva. Lihi looks at him confidently and says that judging by his appearance, it means he's recovered a lot of his magical power, and that would help him invoke even more of his remaining power. The Demon King says that dragon saliva vaporizes when the air around exceeds 37 degrees, making it very hard to obtain, and asks how she managed to get so much. She remembers what happened and says that she had been sneaking into the dragon's cave during the last few nights and collecting the dragon saliva with her own mouth while it slept, spitting it out after she left. That's how she got so much. Lihi looks at her king, smiling, emphasizing that he is the last hope for the demons. Feeling honored, the Demon King says that he will make sure that all the hard work she did, along with the others, won't be in vain. Meanwhile, in the room, the mysterious figure punches the wall, saying that it's a disgrace for a demon to make it to the finals. How could this happen? He wonders what could have happened to the hero comport. He says that this is their last chance, as if Belmont wins the championship. All the demons will be inspired to unite with him and rebel. The other person says that when that happens, the order on the continent will be in grave danger, and decades of hard work they've put in will all be for nothing. The leader says that cannot happen. The demons still haven't recovered all their magical power, and although Belmont is a bit rebellious, he's already prepared everything that's necessary. He emphasizes that the protagonist will not have the chance to win the championship. Removing his hood, he reveals himself to be Professor Edward, and continues, saying that Belmont will meet his end during the test. He remembers the punch he took from the protagonist and says that he will finally get his revenge for what happened in the admission exam. Suddenly, they hear a noise, and the professor turns, asking who is there. However, it was just a bat. Edward says that he's the caretaker and professor of the Battle Spirits Hall and has placed spells all over the place. No living being can enter there unless he allows it. This makes him wonder how the bat managed to get in. Without hesitation, he uses his magic, hitting the bat and ending its life. Suddenly, a plate begins to dissolve in front of them. The other person panics, saying that someone was listening and that they should change their plans. However, the professor says no, as he wanted to see who would dare challenge them. Elsewhere, the head of the council, along with his loyal secretary, was listening to the entire conversation. Teresa looks at her master and says that he was right. There really was a problem with the battle spirit, and that's why she's glad he thought ahead and arranged for her to participate in the festival as well. Adonis asks if they would find out about them. She says that the only thing they would be able to see is a playing card, so there will be no clue that leads them to them. The president asks what explanation she has for all the behavioral changes she's had. She kneels, saying that it was a mistake she made and asks to be punished, as she didn't want to spare the demon. She was just very nervous during the evaluation and didn't have time to cast her spell. Adonis asks why she got so nervous, questioning if she, like her sister Alice, fell under the demon's spell and forgot who she works for. Teresa is terrified, saying that's not what happened, as she will always be loyal to him and will never work for anyone other than him, begging him to believe her. He simply asks her to return. However, she gets up and says she's very concerned because there will be a big mess in the finals. She asks if they should inform the director and cancel the competition. But Adonis says no. The only thing he will do is ensure that his sister doesn't participate in the third event, and the rest doesn't matter. Meanwhile, in the Beastmen tribe, Newt's clan leader and father says that his little girl is the first finalist of the new generation hero tournament in the family, emphasizing that she is the pride of the Stanny family. He raises his mug and toasts to the glory of the Beast clan. He sits next to her and asks if she has fully earned Alice's trust. While eating a delicious piece of meat, she says yes, stressing that they are best friends. Her father asks if they are really friends, saying that humans and beasts can't truly be friends, and reminds her not to forget her mission. This man is known as Stanny Sading, the leader of the Beastmen tribe. Suddenly, the little one stands up and starts walking without saying anything, leaving her father curious, which makes him ask where she is going. Newt wipes her mouth and says she is full, so she's going back to rest a bit. Her father asks her to wait. She then asks if there is still something to do. Stanny points to a man and says that she is no longer so young and, according to the beast's tradition, she needs to choose her ideal husband from the candidates her father recommends. The first candidate arrives saying, "Hello everyone," and mentions that he is a 3-year-old calf. Before he finishes his sentence, she punches him, yelling for him to get out of there and stop with that horror show. Another candidate arrives, saying he understood her silence and was very impulsive, even though he did something wrong that time. While dancing, he continues singing, saying he was just afraid of losing. Newt asks him if he really thought he had talent, and tells him to leave. Another candidate arrives, this time in a slightly different manner. The guy is simply wearing a collar and barking. Not understanding anything, she just tells him to leave, completely irritated. The little one stretches and asks if there is anyone else because, if not, she's going to rest. The clan leader gets a little nervous, asking her to cheer up and take things more seriously. But someone arrives walking and politely asks if this is a blind date. Both she and her father are a bit surprised by this. A handsome young man looks at them and apologizes, saying he is a little late. The people around admire him, saying he is the most handsome man in the Beastmen tribe, Pizzini. They also highlight that he is the previous hero tournament champion and a finalist in this competition. Countless women have fallen for him, yet he remains single, showing just how lucky the little one is. Newt looks at him and calls him, while her father keeps observing, saying the boy is up to something. As he approaches, he asks if he could invite her to dance, which leaves her startled because she doesn't dance very well. Pizzini takes her hand, saying there's no problem because he can teach her. As soon as he touches her, she immediately starts remembering her little incubus. This makes her a bit confused, wondering why she's remembering him at that moment. Soon, she gets an answer in her mind. Then, she pulls her hand away from Pizzini's, apologizing. He looks confused and asks if he did something wrong. As she walks away, a little embarrassed, the tribe leader approaches the young man and tells him not to worry because she is no longer from the primitive era, so he shouldn't rush. Pizzini looks at her and says it's fine because when they get to the finals, he will take good care of her, not letting any man intimidate her. She gets a little worried, thinking that if he does that, her little incubus will end up. That night, the day of the third stage of the Hero Festival finally arrives. Belmont starts to approach, looking ahead and seeing that his 2 friends had arrived very early. Newt gets all excited seeing him. The Demon King, already used to all of this, prepares himself, saying he's ready for those suffocating hugs, and asks her to come. However, she simply asks him to stay away from her during the games. The protagonist gets a little confused, asking where his usual suffocating hug is. Rostana tells Belmont not to worry, as she will take care of him. He gets confused, saying the elf seems to have become Newt. On the other hand, Newt seems to have become Alice, and Alice seems... The Demon King looks around and doesn't see her, wondering where she is. Meanwhile, at the Roseth family residence inside Alicia's room, as she was about to grab her boots, someone stops her. Her 2 maids ask where she wanted to go. The lady, irritated, says she was going to school, since today is the day of the final opening. While holding her boots, one of the maids says that Master Adonis ordered her to stay home that day. The princess gets extremely irritated by that, saying there's no explanation, because even though he is her brother, he can't restrict her freedom, and they should get out of her way. The 2 maids lower themselves, trembling in fear, begging her to stay because they couldn't lose this job. This leaves Alice a bit confused, making her wonder if this is a trick her brother is playing. Knowing she can't stand seeing that, she turns around and starts to leave, saying she wanted to sleep a bit more. However, she didn't want anyone in her room. The princess points to a maid with pink hair and says she could stay in the room, while the other should leave. As one of them leaves, Alice rushes to her maid, pushing her hand against the wall, questioning if the maid knows why she was chosen as a servant. Not understanding, the maid simply says not to do that. The princess gets very close and says their hair color is the same. Suddenly someone opens the door and the maid comes out without saying anything. The other maid asks if Miss Alice was sleeping, and this scares the maid, who just nods. This maid, in fact, was Alice herself, disguised and having switched places with her servant. As she moves away from the others, she thinks her mission is complete. Now, she just needed to move forward and turn the corner ahead, crossing the hallway. However, as the princess starts walking, she sees the elegant gentleman ahead of her. He turns and asks where she is going. Already nervous about everything, Alice asks if he wanted to stop her there too. Royd says no, but he thinks it's rude, as escaping in such a confused way isn't elegant enough. He starts using his magic, saying that if she could defeat him, she'd leave in an even more elegant way. The princess, with no other choice, begins to release her magic, thinking she won't get anywhere if she doesn't get past him. Using everything she has, she apologizes and attacks, hitting him and throwing him away. Seeing this, she gets extremely confused, wondering if his magical defense wasn't already active. Then why didn't he stop her attack? As he falls, the elegant gentleman says that unfortunately, he was hurt by her, and therefore he could no longer stop her from leaving. He falls to the ground, while she looks at him. With a slight smile on her face, Alice thanks him. Lying on the ground, he says that she knows there are dangers, but still fights bravely for her goals, and this is the most elegant way to live. He gives her a thumbs up, thinking only that he wants her to return safely. The princess continues running and manages to leave her house. However, as soon as she steps outside, she is shocked by what she sees. Her brother is standing right in front of her. Adonis turns and says she can't go anywhere without his permission. He asks her to give up because the final round of the Hero Festival has nothing to do with her. However, the princess disagrees and shouts that she will participate. He starts activating his magic and instantly freezes the entire exit. Adonis continues his speech, saying that she has no right to do that. Alice begins to gather her strength and says she will show whether she has the right to do that or not. She uses her flame attack and causes a huge explosion on the frozen wall. The wall starts to melt, and the princess looks firmly at her brother, asking him not to stop her. The president of the council is surprised to see that his sister is capable of defeating his ice wall. She escapes through the hole she created and begins running desperately. Her brother looks at her and thinks she is trying to flee, but it's a shame that she isn't fast or strong enough. Several magical circles begin to appear, and ice stakes start falling from within them. Adonis continues releasing his powers and says that as long as she doesn't stop, the ice won't stop falling on her. With a quick move, she changes direction and charges toward her brother, shouting that no one would stop her from participating in that competition because she would no longer fear anyone for the rest of her life. However, without her noticing, several magical circles appear above her head, and new ice stakes begin to fall. The president of the council, thinking himself superior, closes his eyes and thinks that his sister's reaction time is indeed good, but it's not comparable to the speed of ice, so she should be a good girl and stay quiet there. The princess appears on the ice, asking her brother where he was looking. Confident and with a smile on her face after showing her true speed, she asks if she can leave now. Adonis begins to form a new attack, and says that if she really wants to leave, she should escape the ice dragon tornado. The princess looks at it and is surprised, thinking that her brother really activated the ice dragon tornado. That magical attack is a full-scale one, and she wouldn't be able to avoid it with her current abilities. The president of the council yells, saying he will stop the attack if she gives up on the competition. With a determined look, Alice thinks she won't give up on her dreams, even if she is torn to pieces. The princess yells that she will never give up on the competition because she will become a true heroine. Upon hearing that, her brother stands still and breaks the attack. He stands in front of her with his hand raised, and the princess questions why he stopped the spell. Adonis continues looking at her, saying that there are countless heroes in the world, but he only has one sister. She is happy, but also surprised by that. The president feels a bit embarrassed and tries to smooth over the situation, saying that what he meant was that she still wasn't qualified to participate in the Hero Festival. There, she yells, saying that making it to the third round proves that she is indeed qualified to participate in the final, stressing that she will become a true heroine, just like her grandmother was. Her brother closes his eyes and says that the world of heroes is not as wonderful as she thinks. The princess says she doesn't care and highlights that she will find the heart of Goodney, and that way, the world will be worthy of a true heroine. Adonis is completely shocked to hear that and asks how she knew about the heart of Goodney. Alice explains that it was her grandmother who told her, and this means that Arya wants the princess to find it. Upon hearing the entire story, the president is left speechless. He turns and, as he leaves, says she could go ahead. The princess is confused and asks her brother if he really won't try to stop her anymore. A crystal begins to form beside her brother. He turns and asks her to take that crystal with her at all times, and whenever she encounters a danger she cannot handle, all she needs to do is crush it. and he will appear to protect her. The princess is even happier with her brother. Adonis asks her to change clothes, because members of the Roseth family aren't allowed to participate in the competition wearing maid clothes. Alice smiles a little awkwardly and says she understands. He looks serious, with his head down, thinking that the moment her grandmother mentioned in her will has finally arrived. Meanwhile, at the school, the headmistress says that the third round of the Hero Festival is about to begin and welcomes all the candidates. She mentions having the honor of inviting the past champions of the Hero Festival to this final round. Karen starts introducing them and says that the first champion of last year is the versatile human candidate, Andre. The second is the handsome warrior from the Beastman race, Pazzini. The third is the dwarf race model, Hult. The headmistress says that, however, it seems that Alice will not participate in the competition. Newt gets worried, thinking that the princess never delays, so why wasn't she there? Karen resumes, saying that she will summarize the rules of the final round for everyone. She explains that all the participants will be teleported to the Hero Academy's outdoor training base, Merlo Island. The headmistress shows a hero badge and says that it is hidden somewhere on the island. The first person to bring it back will be the champion of the final round. She makes it clear that there are no rules on the island, and if anyone encounters a danger they can't handle, they simply need to recite the spell, Ola Baba. This will send them back to the academy safely. However, it also means that they will be disqualified. Karen also reminds everyone that they should not trust anyone, including the residents of the island and their teammates. Andre starts looking at the protagonist, and Belmont looks back at him, irritated. They all begin to be included by some kind of magic, and while the headmistress yelled that none of them had the right to take personal items with them, including even their own clothes, they were sent to the island. On the island, Alice starts to slowly get up, a bit lost. Not knowing where she was, she looks at the beach and says that fortunately she managed to reach the academy just before the teleportation spell closed. Once she feels a little better, she looks ahead, seeing the Demon King in a slightly different position. He is surprised to see her there. Seeing the situation, and especially that he had nothing covering his parts, she asks how, and shouts that this is a disgrace, stressing that he is a pervert. In the headmistress's office, Klein looks at the map and says that the cursor positions show that all 7 candidates, including Alice, arrived safely on the island. Karen says that this is great, and now they would have to rely only on themselves. The teacher turns and says that all competitions had been previously held on Salmon Island and asks why they were holding this competition on Merlo Island. The headmistress looks and asks if there's anything wrong or problematic with that. Klein explains that all the extremely dangerous criminals from Prestalaland are exiled to that island, which is why it is called the Island of Sins. The princess stands in front of the protagonist and says that he is a pervert, asking him not to stand up facing her. Belmont, still confused, asks why she is dressed and where the others are. Giving a small glance, she points to the side and says that everyone is over there. The Demon King, still lost in the situation, doesn't understand why everyone is completely dressed, as the headmistress had said. The princess interrupts him, yelling that he's an idiot, since even she managed to hear what the headmistress said before they were sent there. Belmont starts thinking, and remembers that the headmistress said they couldn't trust anyone, not any friends, teammates, or even the island's residents. At that moment, he realizes that the challenge had already begun, and he had been careless. He gets into an attack stance and asks if he can trust the princess, and if she really is Alice, mentioning that she is the same size, but it could be false. While they were talking, a wind blows and removes the leaf that was covering the protagonist's parts. He looks down, seeing that everything is now uncovered. Alice kicks him and says that he is an idiot, telling him to put on his clothes. As he receives the kick, he thinks that it feels very familiar, so she is probably the real one. Pazzini walks over to them and introduces himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet everyone there, stressing that he is a friend of Princess Newt. He emphasizes that although the headmistress told them all to be cautious, he thought they should still help each other, so they could find the hero badge together. Alice nudges him, saying that's not bad, as Pazzini and they are friends, and that is very exciting. The little one turns her face to the side, a little embarrassed, saying that it's not like that and they just met. Andre also approaches, saying that apparently none of them knew anything. He explains that this island is not a vacation destination, as all the extremely dangerous criminals are exiled there. Everyone else is shocked by this information. Andre, feeling superior, says that the cowards should just use the spell and go back. Suddenly, they hear a voice saying that the academy students should not rush and should come to register. An old man says he is the chief of the coastal village and is there to receive them under the director's orders. Newt feels relieved, saying that finally, someone is here to tell them what to do, and she was about to ask where they should go. Before she could do anything, the princess goes to her and says that the director had told them not to trust anyone, and that it could be a trap. The old man asks them not to accuse a good person, as the director really appointed him to take care of everyone, showing his attendant badge. Pizzini says that attendants have always been present in the final rounds of all previous hero festivals. That was a standard rule, and says that Miss Alice was overthinking. Andri, as idiotic as ever, steps forward and approaches the old man, saying that if he was planning to bring him down, he should prepare better, as he wouldn't be defeated by any criminal. Sometime later, they all arrive at a village. A few minutes later, they arrive at a house where Yedlo is at the door with a woman, saying that the village chief has returned. The old man thanks for the concern and says that he brought some friends from the mainland. Alice starts thinking that this place is like another world's paradise, and she wonders if dangerous criminals are really exiled there. The elf looks at Belmont and asks if he doesn't think the atmosphere there is a little sinister. The Demon King responds that nothing could be considered sinister to him. Night falls. All 7 students are at the table. The village chief begins to say that, obviously they are hungry, and those are the typical dishes of the island, so they should feel free to enjoy all the food. Newt starts licking her lips, saying she is very hungry and will begin to eat. Pizzini interrupts her, saying to wait a bit, as he would inspect the food. Using his magic, he envelops all the food. He explains that he has always had great grades in magical medicine, so he is qualified to help test all the food, ensuring that it's not toxic. The elder says that they started and slaughtered everything that day, so all the ingredients are extremely fresh. Pizzini picks up a piece of meat with a fork and says that the inspection is complete and the food is not poisonous, telling Newt she can eat. He brings the food to her mouth, making her very embarrassed. She thanks him for everything. The lady calls the village chief and says she heard that the island is a harsh place, where dangerous criminals are exiled. Yet the environment there seemed extremely neutral and peaceful. The old man starts laughing and asks if those rumors are really reliable, explaining that they themselves intentionally spread those rumors about the island. Alice stands up and asks if he is really telling the truth, as he doesn't seem very convincing. The village chief begins to tell that many years ago, they moved from Pristila land to that small island to avoid the chaos of war. Since then, they have lived there in peace and harmony. However, to prevent others from disturbing them, they spread the rumors about the island, saying it was a hellish place. With a strange smile, he said that, for that reason, he hoped they could all help keep that secret once they returned to the academy to avoid unnecessary problems for the island. The princess says that she understands the logic behind that, but she questions why he seemed so nice a moment ago. Newt hears that and says she understands, so this means there are no dangers on the island. Suddenly, a fire spear flies by, hitting the table where they were eating. The village chief panics, shouting for everyone to hide, as the barbarians were invading the territory. The students are on alert, as they didn't expect barbarians to appear there. The elder explains that the barbarians are the native residents of the island. They've always believed that the villagers were stealing the resources from their island after arriving there. The princess sees this and says that the old man seemed cool again. Andri gets excited and starts laughing, saying that the show is finally starting. Outside, chaos breaks out. The barbarians shout, asking how many other people there were, as they could see everyone while holding a woman by her hair. The woman is crying, begging them to let her go. One of the barbarians, still holding her hair, starts tearing her clothes. The barbarian leader shouts that if they don't leave the island immediately, he will use the woman as a sacrifice. The little one says they can't stay there waiting, and that they should help the villagers. Pizzini tells her not to panic, as he will protect her. Newt turns nervously, saying that she doesn't need protection, but the villagers do. The lady is a bit shocked, wondering if the dangers the headmaster mentioned have already arrived, and if it's too early for that. She notices that the odds are against them in the final round. She opens the door and tells Belmont that she has a plan. However, when she looks back, she notices that he is no longer there. The Demon King gets angry, telling the barbarians to let go of the woman, as they couldn't treat someone of the opposite gender that way. The barbarian leader starts laughing and asks where that demon kid came from, questioning if he thought they were joking. Belmont starts laughing and says he doesn't think it's a joke, as he will never trust anyone on that island again. The barbarians ask the protagonist what his relationship with the woman is. Belmont says that they're not related, as they've never tried the dual cultivation method. He says that it simply made him think of his kind from long ago, whom he never met, and his failure was not protecting them, and that's his greatest regret. The barbarian leader says he will clarify something, emphasizing that those people aren't from the same race as him. The barbarian prepares to bite the girl's neck, saying that if the protagonist really wants to interfere, he will take care of it once he finishes sharpening his teeth. Suddenly, a wind magic appears and quickly grabs the woman, pulling her from the barbarian's grasp. The barbarian leader is confused, asking who it is. Belmont says it's her, Rostana, princess of the elves. The elf says she understands why Belmont wants to protect the woman, but she emphasizes that he couldn't do anything staying there alone. Alice gets annoyed, saying that she was just one step away from the protagonist and still didn't see when he went there. Newt is enchanted by it, saying that her little incubus did a great job. She jumps out the window and says she wants to help too. The princess stands there, not understanding anything, seeing everyone move forward. Without hesitation, she also moves forward, telling the little one to stay right there, as she wasn't allowed to be in front of her. Pizzini just watches them moving forward without any fear. As he observes, he realizes that this is all because of that demon kid, and wonders how a mere demon dares to lay his eyes on the beast princess, emphasizing that the protagonist is messing with the wrong person. He starts moving forward too, shouting for the little one to wait, as he is there to protect her. The village chief shouts, saying that those are the heroes of Pristilla land, and they are there to help protect the village. As Alice gets closer to the protagonist, she looks around and sees that the village really needs their help. Pizzini also approaches them and asks everyone to calm down, wondering if they could have a little chat about it. Newt gets nervous and turns, asking what there is to talk about and questioning if he didn't see what those barbarians were doing. Anyway, she will definitely help. The Beast Prince says that if she really wants to help, then he has no choice but to do the same. The barbarian leader becomes extremely furious, as he was being ignored. He asks if they were invisible to the hero's eyes, emphasizing that it doesn't matter who they are, as here they are simply invaders and will be eliminated. The leader of the order and the barbarians advance fearlessly. The village chief also shouts for all the villagers not to be afraid, as the heroes would help, so they should also advance. The representative of the dwarves says that Andri is the most powerful and complete candidate there, questioning whether he wouldn't show his abilities. Andri responds that he is only there for the hero's emblem and doesn't care about the lives of those people. He also questions the dwarf, saying that if he's so eager to demonstrate his abilities, why is he still standing there? Holt says that we never do things that don't bring some kind of return to us. One of the barbarians prepares to strike a person, but the little one arrives with a blow that sends the barbarian flying. The idiotic prince rushes in, telling her to be careful, emphasizing that they just need to protect the village, so she needs to do her best to not. Newt can't take it anymore and turns around, shouting that he's so annoying, telling him to get away from her if he doesn't plan to help. An elder sees this and shouts, telling the heroes that they could get a clue about the hero's emblem if they could drive those barbarians away. Upon hearing this, they all start paying a little more attention. Rostana continues defeating everyone around her with her overwhelming power. While doing this, she starts wondering if this is just one of the tasks of the third round. Alice doesn't stay behind and starts attacking with all her firepower. However, she still has doubts about whether there will really be a clue about the hero's emblem, but that doesn't matter to her, because nothing will go wrong if they protect the village. The representative of the dwarves says that the clue about the hero's emblem is right there, questioning if it's time for Andri to act. He says he doesn't care, and even if the clue is real, he could act after the others get it. Belmont starts acting too and charges at them, defeating 3 with just one blow. A bit of blood splashes on the protagonist's face. He stands still, looking at the defeated barbarian on the ground, and looking at his hand, he thinks that this is the taste of fresh blood, as it had been a long time since he tasted it. The barbarian, even lying on the ground, asks what is wrong with this world, as demons are now trying to become heroes, and tells the protagonist to finish him off if he can. Belmont starts dwelling on this, remembering who he truly is. His eyes begin to glow, and a voice in his head tells him to finish everything and everyone around him. He tries to control himself, thinking that this feeling, which had been sealed for so long, was awakened by the fresh blood. One of the barbarians starts advancing behind the protagonist, shouting that they shouldn't stop them from looking for the important people, as they were just arrogant fools. The barbarian prepares to strike, shouting that they shouldn't be on this island. Belmont raises his hand and grabs the barbarian's neck, saying that he is no more difficult than a nuisance. With his demon-like gaze and a cold smile, he questions if the barbarian was really trying to tell him what to do. The elf looks at the Demon King and wonders if the magical factor has been activated. The Demon King continues holding the barbarian by the neck, while he says that everyone who came from the mainland is the same. Belmont was already dominated by his thirst, as the voice in his head kept telling him to eliminate everyone. He keeps tightening the barbarian's neck. The village chief shouts for the protagonist to finish the barbarian off, as this way, he will provide the clue about the hero's emblem. Belmont remains excited, and the voice in his head asks what he's doing standing still, as his instinct is always to eliminate everyone. The voice continues speaking without stopping. asking why this is happening, emphasizing that after being sealed for decades, Belmont can hardly breathe. A dark attack starts moving toward them, piercing the body of the barbarian leader. The Demon King just watches, unable to understand what is happening. Andrei begins to approach, saying that he didn't want to interfere, but he could no longer watch this. He says it's just to finish one person off, as the protagonist was so indecisive, and that's exactly why he won't apologize to the trash race like demons. Seeing their leader defeated, the barbarians begin to flee, retreating. The Demon King kneels, breathing heavily, thinking that for thousands of years, the demonic refinement factor has never been this active. He wonders if it's because of his rebirth. The elf princess continues watching from afar, thinking that this was expected. The magical factor would definitely activate, as it had been foreseen a long time ago. Andrei approaches the elder and begins to scare him, asking where the clue to the hero's emblem is. The old man, trembling with fear, says he will take him to the location. After a while, they arrive at a spot where the elder says it's right there. He points to a well, explaining that the information about the hero's emblem is inside it. The little one tries to push the stone, but she can't move it even an inch, and questions why it's so heavy. Rostana asks, what's the point of size if there's no strength? Pazzini asks the beast princess to move aside, as he would use his magic to push the stone. She remains irritated by his presence and asks why he always appears everywhere. However, when the beast prince tries, he too is unable to move the stone and asks what's going on, as the stone doesn't budge even with his magic. The elf continues mocking them, saying that, at least this time, the stone moved a little. Belmont says that it seems like this is not just a stone. The four of them look at him, surprised, not understanding what he means. The Demon King explains that it's a seal. Alice asks how this could be a seal, as to her knowledge a seal has a form of magic. In this case, there should be signs of a curse. The village chief says that Belmont is correct, as many years ago, he heard that this stone was a seal. He explains that at that time, it was said that it would require the combined magic of 7 heroes to break the seal. The protagonist reflects on this information and thinks it's extremely ironic, as they are 7, and wonders if it's a coincidence. Newt, as excited as ever, asks what they're waiting for and says they should move it together. The lady, always worried, says that they don't know what's inside, so it's better not to act so hastily. Holt says that if it weren't for them, the villagers wouldn't be alive. From the perspective of the return rate, what's in the well is worth seeing. Alice ends up agreeing with this, thinking that if they wanted to harm them, they wouldn't use such a problematic method. The elder says it would bring no benefit to him to harm them. She turns and asks Belmont what he thinks. The protagonist, all confident with his seductive face, says they shouldn't worry, as if anything goes wrong, they can still fix it with dual cultivation. The 2 girls are embarrassed and ask him not to say something so loud. This information is a shock to Pazzini, as he just discovered that the beast princess has done dual cultivation with a demon. They all begin to concentrate and use their energy to move the stone. Suddenly, the stone shatters, and the village chief shouts that it was a success. They all look into the well at the same time, and the little one asks where the hero's emblem is. Suddenly, another explosion happens, and something shoots out of the well at high speed. Several other things begin to emerge from the well, and a grand fireworks show starts lighting up the dark night sky. The lady is enchanted by it and tells Belmont that it's very beautiful. The Demon King starts looking at it and notices that some sparks are falling on the village. He says that they've been deceived. The princess turns around, asking what he's talking about. Newt realizes something is wrong with the village chief and questions what he's doing. An elder starts laughing and says that thanks to all of them, after many years, they've finally recovered the sealed power. The little one gets completely irritated, cursing the village chief and saying he took advantage of all of them, asking who the hell he is. The village chief starts shouting that it's time to take back everything that's theirs. Belmont begins to feel their magical power and says that based on the level of that magic, these must be the people from the rumors. The village chief laughs, saying that no one had referred to them that way in years. Alice, frustrated, shouts that in the end, they were all pretending the whole time, even the barbarian invasion, that they got everything they wanted, even making the heroes break the seal. The leader of the prisoners starts mocking, saying that the barbarians would never have bothered them if they hadn't kidnapped one of the daughters of the barbarian chiefs. The lady asks if they aren't afraid the magical continent will seal them again. He responds that as soon as they find what the heroes call the hero's emblem, the continent will never be able to seal them again. Belmont looks at them and says that, in other words, the so-called hero's emblem is not really an emblem. The chief agrees, saying it's right in the barbarian territory, and if the continent hadn't sealed them, it would have been theirs a long time ago. The Demon King begins to realize that the third part of the hero festival was a lie from the start. The elder starts gathering magic in his hand, saying that before leaving, he needs to deal with the heroes, as they're in his way. He orders his followers to deal with the 7 heroes. The leader continues mocking, saying he'll take care of them all, calling them shameless. However, the people behind the leader don't seem very strong. The 7 heroes are a bit confused by this, and Alice wonders if they're sure those are the criminals, as they don't look much different from the others. The leader says that all of them are professional heroes and masters, and that if they don't believe it, they can just choose someone and try their luck. Belmont gets excited by this, saying it's interesting, and that if that's the case, he'll choose one. The Demon King points to a woman and says he'd like to choose her, the one with the onions in the basket. The woman points to herself, and he says yes, asking her to come closer. The leader orders the chosen person to step forward and show their power. The woman approaches the cliff and throws 2 green onions forward, causing an immense explosion capable of splitting a mountain in half. The woman starts walking back, extremely irritated, saying that if that's all, she's going back home because she has dinner to prepare, questioning how these people dared make her spend 2 onions. Belmont watches this and thinks that this woman is stronger than many heroes he fought during the crusade. The leader looks at everyone and says that he'll leave it up to the heroes to choose what they prefer, a one-on-one duel or a group battle. Pazzini says that all those exiled criminals have stronger magical power than ordinary heroes. Plus, they have the numerical advantage, so he thinks they don't have the slightest chance of winning. The prince asks what everyone else thinks about surrendering. This offends the Beast Princess. She turns around, extremely furious, and shouts that the Beastmen never surrender, stressing that this kid is just a coward. The dwarf asks if they are really going to surrender. Both Alice and the little one get irritated by this, asking if they're just a bunch of cowards. Andrew, always confident, says that this is ridiculous because in his dictionary, the word surrender has never existed. The lady looks at him, thinking that he seems to have a violent and arrogant temperament, as he really seems like a tough guy. However, as Andre reaches the leader of the criminals, he kneels and says that allying with his own father cannot be considered surrender and bows before the criminal. The 2 girls can't believe that Andre called that guy father. Belmont starts thinking that if he uses the dragon's saliva, he will instantly restore 50% of his total power, and dealing with those people wouldn't be a problem for him. However, he fears that his power may spiral out of control again, which would be a huge problem for everyone. The other option is to do dual cultivation with Alice, but he fears she'll end him before that. The leader, standing before everyone, says that they are many and have great power, so why should they accept the surrender of the 7 heroes? The dwarf begins to speak, saying that with the strength of everyone in the village, they could have eliminated the barbarians as soon as they landed on the island. But instead of succeeding, they ended up attracting the continent's attention, which resulted in the sealing of everyone's magic. With this information, Holt says it's clear that there is a greater force preventing the thieves from advancing and eliminating all the barbarians within their territory. The chief says that this is a good theory, but he doesn't understand what this has to do with surrendering. The dwarf points out that if the thief wanted to eliminate them all, he wouldn't have displayed his strength before. This means that he still needs the 7 heroes for something. The leader of the bandits starts laughing, saying that if that's the case, then the decision must be obvious. Holt agrees with this and says that they will choose the option that brings the greatest reward. Newt looks at all of them and says that 2 have already fallen, and now that he has surrendered, the rest need to resist as much as they can and never give up. Pazzini says that the Beast Princess will always have his support. Alice agrees with the little one, saying that they've already hurt the barbarians once, so they can't help those criminals anymore. The elf asks Belmont what he thinks of this decision. The protagonist looks at her and says that he chooses to surrender. The lady slaps him, shouting that he's shameless. Newt gives him a big hug, saying that the little incubus just disappointed her and will be punished for that. Seeing this, the Beast Prince says that he's the one who should be punished for being a coward. The Demon King says that they've already lost 2 people from their team, so he questions what chance they have of winning, and that if they continue fighting, they will meet their end. How will they find the hero's emblem? After hearing this, the 3 start thinking, looking at him. A woman approaches the leader of the bandits with some things. The leader asks if they've decided what to do, as once they put on the golden snail, the symbol of the island, he would become one of the criminals. Both Andre and Holt put the necklace on without hesitation. Alice takes the necklace in her hand, a little hesitant, and thinks that this is just a tactic to buy time, as they need to be patient to get the hero's emblem. Belmont watches this. The Demon King's personality, dormant inside the protagonist, starts saying that he's weak, as how could the worthy Demon King choose surrender? Belmont begins to feel a strange pain and wonders if he just woke him up again. He quickly puts the necklace around his neck, and suddenly something comes out of the necklace, going straight into his ear. As soon as it enters his body, he starts feeling something strange, thinking that his head is starting to tingle. Suddenly, the Demon King falls to the ground, and everyone else begins to fall slowly. He starts losing consciousness. The next day, several people were carrying them bound to crosses, shouting Belmont's name. The Demon King begins to wake up slowly, and as he looks around, he wonders where he is. Alice explains that the criminals tied them up and were going to deliver them as an apology to the barbarians. The protagonist questions why they were being taken to the barbarians. An elder, who has returned to his previous form, says that, from that moment on, the ones responsible for the disappearances of some barbarians and for eliminating others are the 7 heroes.